experience picking this late because the Patriots were picking late a lot of the times when he was there. But it's really a waste of time to start figuring out who they're going to be there because so many players are going to come off the board. But what I will tell you is just to keep your eye on this, because if a quarterback, just say Bo Nix drops to 27,
okay.
And I don't know that he will, right? Okay. I don't know that he will.
Sketchy, but okay.
But let's just say Bo Nix drops to 27. There will be teams in the second round that say, I want to come up and get him now because you get the fifth-year option.
Amen.
So there will be some calls there. So we've talked a lot about the Cardinals trading up from 27. We've got to look at a scenario that may have them trading down. Now, I think it would take a quarterback being there and somebody in the second round that likes that quarterback that says, I'd like to get him, but I don't want to get him in the second. I want to get him now to get his fifth-year option available to me, and that's very valuable to certain teams, that fifth-year option. So that could be where it plays out as well.
I was listening to Paul Calvisi. He was on with Wolf and Luke earlier today, and he brought up a point that I know we've made a couple times on our show over the last couple of months. Next year's quarterback class is not supposed to be very good at all.
Right.
And I think, Paul thinks, and I agree, that is going to feed the idea that 6 quarterbacks could go in the first round of this year's draft. So Bo Nix, Penix, and then, of course, the big 3 and J.J. McCarthy, however you want to phrase it. I think the question is, does somebody like Bo Nix or Michael Penix, are they available at the end of the first round?
No way Penix is.
I don't think either are.
I don't think so either.
I don't think either are. I just think there's too much of a need for the position, too many teams that didn't address the position, and too many teams who are willing to kind of take a swing and maybe one of those guys becomes their future quarterback. But if it happens, then yeah, absolutely, there might be an opportunity for the Cardinals to accumulate even more assets, move back, and let somebody move up and take. And it doesn't have to be a quarterback either. It could be another player at another position that a team wants those fifth-year rights on, right? It doesn't have to be a quarterback.
No, but the most likely scenario is a quarterback. But there could be somebody else.
Those fifth-year rights are valuable. I
yes.
mean, if you hit on a pick, you want to be able to have those on the guy. I also think conversely, and I don't know what your intel tells you about this, I also think conversely that because the Cardinals have 4 day 2 picks, a second and 3 thirds, that this allows them to be ultra aggressive.
To move up
to the teens.
Yes.
16, 17, wherever. Cornerback that they love is going to be in that wheelhouse. Edge rusher that they love is going to be somewhere in that area. Offensive lineman they love somewhere in that area. I think the Cardinals have an amazing ability to be really aggressive at the back end of the first half, or the first round of the draft, by using the assets they have tomorrow to make a deal and move up. Agree, disagree? What do you think about that?
I agree, because when you look at the amount of picks that they have, the chances of all of those players, if you take every single pick, face value, the chances that all of those picks are going to make the roster are probably pretty slim.
Agreed.
So can you turn 2 or 3 of those picks into a better pick to where you feel really good about a player that you really like? Look, they need cornerback help. None of the quarterbacks, they don't have any cornerbacks rated. I don't believe in their top 10. I don't believe so. I believe that they've got the cornerbacks rated after that. So start to look at
10 to 20, I think.
10 to 20 range is what we talked about last week when I had some information. So I think that's what you're looking at. I think you're looking at somewhere in that 10 to 20 range. So if you're at 27, could you get up to 18 or 19 and be able to get one of those corners? Yeah, I think that's something to keep your eye on.
You got a position that you would forget a name, okay? Because you're right. It's impossible to predict names because we don't know how everything's going to shake out in front. You got a position you prefer? Corner, edge, offensive lineman with that second first-round pick?
With the second, well, depending on what they do with the first. Are you saying Marvin Harrison Jr. goes 1?
I'm saying what? Let's say they get Marvin Harrison Jr. Let's say the reports of him being promised are true, or the Cardinals stay at 4 and it's the obvious pick. Let's say they get him, or even they get Roma Dunze or one of the other wide receivers. Yeah, let's say it's a wide receiver.
Okay, wide receiver goes at 4. I would be okay turning that pick into. Now, I prefer offensive tackle and edge rusher.
Ooh.
But if the top guys are gone and you're talking about making a pick at 19, I would rather – and now follow me here. I would rather have the first or second best cornerback than the fourth or fifth best at another position.
Yeah,
third or fourth best at that position.
I think I would lean corner for almost that exact same reason. I think that they desperately need all of these positions. I can't sit here and say they need one over another. They desperately need a young corner to be able to say is kind of a cornerstone for them moving forward at that position, because they ain't got squat at that position, right? At least in terms of a long term. Maybe Garrett Williams turns out to be good. He was good at times last year. I don't want to completely diminish him, but they're just so thin there, and they don't really have that guy. They really haven't had that guy since Patrick Peterson. I think I would probably lean that. That's just me, though. I mean, a lot of it just depends on who's there, though, and who's gone and what's available.
Sure, because there are two really good tackles in this draft, but I believe the Cardinals like Joe Alt better by a lot than the next best guy. Edge rusher, not a great year for edge rusher. So if Dallas Turner's off the board, I don't want to reach for an edge rusher ahead of a top cornerback in the draft.
I mean, unless it's like Latu out of UCLA, if you love him, is Jared Verse there? I tend to think not. It's the funny thing about the offensive linemen. I was looking at some odds today. The odds makers in Vegas believe 10 of them are going in the first round. 10.
Edge rushers?
No. Offensive. Did I say edge rushers? I apologize. Offensive linemen.
Offensive linemen.
Okay. 10 offensive linemen in the first round. Now, that's not just tackles, mind you. That's interior, that's centers, guards, things like that. But 10 offensive linemen is like the over-under, I think, is 9.5 on how many offensive linemen go in the first round.
Wow.
So there's a ton of them. Everybody says it's a great year to get an offensive lineman.
Yes.
You could probably move back into the late teens, and you'd probably get a pretty good one if there are that many of them.
Well, I'm telling you, I truly believe that Joe Alt is ahead of at least one of those top three wide receivers. I would expect that he's ahead of at least one of those wide receivers when the Cardinals are doing when they put their board together.
Text us your thoughts right now on the FanDuel text line at 620 right now. I'll take 9 words I never expected myself to say for 500, Alex. Are the Suns on the verge of being swept? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You wonder if Monty Ossenfort is staying at 4 with the Cardinals. What does their wide receiver pecking order look like if that's indeed the pick at number 4? Could there be some mystery in it?
Yes, but I will be shocked if Marvin Harrison Jr. isn't the first wide receiver taken. Even though there are dissenting opinions, you'll find people who tell you they like pistachio ice cream more than they like chocolate. You call them idiots.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about RNK. Their window and door center is second to none. Anderson, Milgard, Geldwin, all the top name brands. They've got them at RNK. They've got them at great prices, and they can get to you right now. Get your free estimate on some new windows and doors. You see, at RNK, it really is about making your home more comfortable, adding that energy efficiency so you lower your bills, adding value to your home with quality windows at a fair price. You see, they could work within your budget because they carry Anderson, Milgard, Geldwin, Marvin, and all the top name brands. See, they'll come out to you. You want a no-pressure sale? That's what RNK is all about. Matter of fact, when they come out to give you an estimate, they're not even going to give you the estimate that day. They're going to send Tim out. He's going to come with a tool belt and a ladder and a measuring tape, measure everything up, answer any of your questions. We'll go back to the office, measure everything up, get a price quote in the next couple of days. So there is not even a price quote that same day because they've got to put everything together. So it really is no pressure when it comes to replacing your windows with R&K. That's why they sell and stock more windows and doors than anyone else in the valley. All you have to do is call R&K at 480-626-6111 or go online at rnk.com.
Got a leak or a clog, but don't know why. Pick up the phone and call the plumber guy.
Need a plumber? Call the plumber guy. Call 480-PLUMBER. That's 480-PLUMBER. 480-PLUMBER.
Will your estate and the people you love be protected when you pass away? Because if you only have a will in Arizona, the government could be deciding who gets what when you pass away. Because everything you own could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your loved ones tens of thousands of dollars up front for your probate and legal fees. it could take years for them to get what's left of their inheritance. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, who's helped over 40,000 families since 1995. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over. Will you protect the people you love or risk leaving them with a messy probate?
To save 65% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by April 26th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and it's outdoor season in the Valley when you want to do everything you can outside, including watching television, and Waltz can hook you up with the latest, greatest technology in outdoor TVs. Remember, Waltz has been serving the Valley since 1957, and if you drop my name when setting up your free in-home consultation, you're going to receive 10% off your installation labor. Visit them at their Tempe showroom or shop online at waltz.com.
Are you stressing about your IRS tax problems? Have you received notices from the IRS threatening to garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts, or seize your property? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has tax attorneys and enrolled agents that are ready to fight for you. They have saved millions for taxpayers just like you. Allies Tax Relief can help put a stop to IRS collections and, most importantly, negotiate your tax debt. Here's Brenda, a happy client of Allies Tax Relief.
I owed the IRS around $57,000, and they're about to start garnishing my paychecks. I heard a commercial on the radio about Allies Tax Relief, so I thought I'd give them a call. After a day, they were able to at least stop the garnishments, and after a few months of negotiations, I walked away owing the IRS only $301.
If you owe the IRS, call Allies Tax Relief right now for your free consultation. Call 800-230-5174. 800-230-5174. That's 800-230-5174.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here from my friends at America Roofing, Arizona's roofing contractor of the year. Replace or repair, and we've had them do both. It's a slam dunk when America Roofing's been serving the Valley for over 2 decades. Plus, save 10%. Click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
I just realized in looking at social media that I did waffles a great disrespect by not including them in the breakfast poll question. Mitch and Lauren, I hope we haven't pissed off the waffle fans.
Look, I'm just happy you included Lauren this time in the conversation.
Stop. I love Lauren. Lauren, I love you. Sorry I left you out.
Thanks, Burnsy. Love you too.
That's what I thought. All right, what do we got for poll question?
You want the serious one or do you want the breakfast food one?
Breakfast food.
Okay, so which is the better breakfast food of the options we've provided? Pancakes, French toast.
Pancake.
People hate the French, so. But I'm gonna vote French toast. I like French toast better.
Yeah,
like
turning this into a cultural war. I love it. People hate them.
Vive la France. Toast.
Vive la France.
Except for like Craig Riolo.
Oh,
like him, but all the others. Yeah.
All the others. Well, speak for yourself. I love French.
Just a casual side swipe of Gree. What the heck?
I know, right? I know. What's our audience? We forgot waffles.
Yeah, sorry, waffles.
Omelets.
Well, I mean, we were just kind of
sorry,
going for
biscuits and gravy. Sorry, breakfast burritos.
Sweeter foods available at breakfast.
Sorry, crepes. If you want another French thing.
What's our audience say?
52% say French toast.
Oh wow.
To 48% pancakes.
There you go.
All right, interesting. I'll say yes to both. I'll say no to neither. What's our serious question today? Let's get serious.
I put this out way earlier in the morning so it could get plenty of time to gather some votes before the actual event happens. But I'm basing this off of Gambo's 5 yesterday. And if the Cardinals are in a situation where they will not be taking Marvin Harrison Jr., whether it's they're not at 4, he's not there, whatever it may be, they don't take Marvin Harrison Jr. They can't.
Okay.
Who of the following would you rather the Cardinals take? Malik Neighbors, Roma Dunze, Joe Alt, Dallas Turner.
Rome.
I'll go with Dunze.
As will 41% of our audience in this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
But 36% say Malik Neighbors they would prefer.
It's close.
They want receiver. And I think that's very, very clear in this one.
There is Dallas Turner and Joe Alt are rated higher than at least one of those three wide receivers on their board.
Which one?
Which one is it, Gambo?
Which one?
I can listen. I don't have all the information. I try to get you what I can.
Well, darn it, that's not good enough.
I think. Okay, I wouldn't bet a house payment on this.
Oh, here we go.
I think that they go Marvin Harrison Jr. 1. That's a given. That's a given. But between 2 and 3, I would give the lean to a Dunze.
Okay.
Just
but
bigger,
you
more
don't. That's
physical.
just that's a guess, right? Educated guess?
The fact that Alt and Turner are ahead of a wide receiver is not a guess.
No, I didn't mean that.
Oh,
I meant
yes.
the order of the wide receivers.
Yeah, that's
okay.
more of a.
I meant
that's more of a guess.
I meant the order of the wide receivers. All right, those are our poll questions. You can find them on our social media page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where you can find us on X. I don't want everyone to panic over the tease into the segment. I don't believe the Suns are getting swept. I don't think Gambo thinks the Suns are getting swept, but if you read a publication or two coming out of Minnesota, they're kind of talking about, they're feeling themselves right now very clearly about their ability to dominate Phoenix the way they've dominated this series, and their belief that, hey, maybe this is going to end up being a sweep when it's all said and done. Seems nuts, but
yeah, I think so too. There was an article in the Minnesota Star Tribune. And the columnist wrote, Timberwolves, time to get greedy and put down the Suns. This series might not reach 5 games. And I looked at it, but there was something in the article one of the articles that really stood out to me. And it wasn't so much about, I don't think Minnesota's going to sweep. I don't see the Suns losing 2 games at home. But they said the national optimism for the Suns was such that in the preseason they were the 3rd choice to win the NBA title, plus 600. The Wolves were 16th. So in the preseason, the Suns were the 3rd highest, had the 3rd best odds, and the Timberwolves were 16th. The Timberwolves were 66-1. The Suns were 6-1. Now, that stood out to me only because of just how much things have changed, how much the regular season has changed. The Timberwolves ended up having a great year. They came together. Last year, it took a while to figure out how to play with Rudy Gobert. They got beat in the first round by the Nuggets. They didn't have Jaden McDaniels. They didn't have Naz Reid. They bowed out pretty easily. And I don't think there was a lot of belief that this team was going to be great this year because they didn't really add a whole lot. They didn't make a lot of changes. But and Naz Reid ended up being the 6th guy of the year, and Jaden McDaniels has blossomed into a terrific young player, and Mike Conley continues to play at a high level, and they figured out how to play with Rudy Gobert, and Anthony Edwards took his game to another level, and all those things worked out to where Minnesota really, became one of the best young teams in the league.
Well, surely that speaks to kind of our overinflated sense of expectations for the Suns going into the season, and I say that they won 49 basketball games. All right, that's any other year that would have put them in a top 4 seed in the Western Conference, but the typical top 4, top 5 seed in the Western Conference. But this year the West was so much more difficult. But we all expected more than this out of the Suns. The Timberwolves, I didn't have super high expectations on them. They've certainly outkicked their coverage. But the Suns, we all expected more than this, so that kind of doesn't surprise me. I don't know if this will surprise you. This is Grayson Allen, his back and forth with reporters today about his ankle. He was speaking with the media today at the Suns facility, and here's what he had to say.
Ask it. How's the ankle? It's good. Better than I thought.
Better than what you thought. How'd you think it would feel, I guess, is the better question.
I thought it was going to hurt a lot. Feels pretty good.
So you feel like you played tomorrow?
Questionable.
I reported
but better
yesterday,
better than he thought he expected it would feel.
I reported yesterday that from what I'm hearing, Grayson Allen will play again in this series. Not sure on tomorrow was what I was told. It was questionable then. Not sure. I think it's pretty likely that he would play on Sunday. I don't want to say it's a given, but I think it's likely that he would play on Sunday. They could give him 1 day off and make sure that he's ready for that game.
Yeah.
But from what I heard yesterday, because there was a lot of talk like, is he going to miss this series? Shaq said he's going to be out for weeks. He looked at it on the broadcast. He's going to be out for weeks. And, but, that's a popular show with people that believe a lot of things that they say.
I mean, present to me Shaq's medical doctorate, please. Show me the diploma on the wall where Shaq is diagnosing injuries. You know?
I mean, he does have police training. I'm sure he's got like the ability to help and assist when people are injured or hurt.
All right,
Shaq
is when I start getting medical advice from Shaq, the world is truly coming to an end, I think. This is from Sham Charania's show, Run It Back. This is Chandler Parsons and Lou Williams having a conversation about the Suns and their offense. And
Sweet Lou.
Yeah, boy, they were getting into it here.
The season's almost over for them. And they have one point guard on their roster, it's Isaiah Thomas. They just signed him 2 weeks ago.
Right.
So it's like, this hasn't worked all year long.
And a very capable point guard at that. Very capable.
I think, listen, when you're down and your offense is straight poop like theirs has been right now, they have to make a change. They have to do something drastic here because what they're doing here is not working, and it's iso ball. It's like there's no difference than playing at LA Fitness right now, taking turns, going iso one-on-one. There's no flow, there's no movement to their offense, and it's all because they don't have a setup guy. It's just 3 scores, and I thought initially that would work because these guys are so talented, these guys are so good, and how do you guard all of them? But the defense is just set. They all pack the paint, and if they're not shooting the ball well and they're inefficient that night, they lose bad, and that's what's happening here.
Straight poop? LA Fitness? Here's one more from the guys talking about the Suns' offense right now.
Is it a time now for the Phoenix Suns where they explore the idea of maybe Bradley Beal coming off the bench? And listen, bring Brad off the bench, pair him up with IT.
Or start Isaiah Thomas. Start a point guard. Like this team, Brad Beal,
interesting,
Devin Booker, Kevin Durant. They are phenomenal scorers. They can score in an array of ways. They've always had a point guard. They've always had someone to set up. So now this year, they're some of the best scoring wings that we have in the NBA, and we're trying to turn them into point guards.
Right.
It's just not what they do. It's not what they've done their whole career to make them who they are.
Okay, this kind of harkens back to a conversation that we had yesterday, but we never talked about this. All right, we didn't talk about start Isaiah Thomas and have Bradley Beal come off the bench. We talked about the Suns' wing players not being able to initiate their own offense.
Sure.
You described it like a running back trying to play quarterback.
The Cardinals have a running back playing quarterback.
The Suns.
As the Suns. The Suns have a running back playing quarterback as their point guard.
But Isaiah Thomas should start and Bradley Beal should come off the bench.
It's stupid. It's stupid. It's never going to happen.
Whoa.
Isaiah Thomas has barely played any minutes at all. Hasn't been here for a while. I know he's a true point guard, but, man, he's a much older player he's here in case of emergency, break glass in case there were injuries. And you're also not going to do that to Bradley Beal and everybody else on the roster by moving him down.
Embrace the Suns playoffs. Go all in with Arizona sports. Tune in every day in the 8 o'clock hour, noon hour, and 3 o'clock hour here on Burns and Gambo. Snag our exclusive Phoenix Suns code word. Text it to 620-620 for your chance at scoring Suns playoff tickets. Don't miss your chance. Tune in today in the 3 o'clock hour and then tomorrow in the 8 a.m., 12 p.m., and 3 o'clock hour. When we come back, who could entertain a trade-up with the Cardinals if that's on the agenda? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Do you have a favorite youth sports coach who represents the best in sportsmanship and competition? Text coach to 620-620. Tell us about a coach who deserves recognition for all they do, and they could win a $500 Visa gift card. Text the word coach to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union. Tomorrow is Friday, which means tomorrow might be payday, which is awesome. You have direct deposit set up with your employer. You might wake up tomorrow morning and there's just money in your account. That is great. You bank with Global Credit Union, and you have direct deposit set up with your employer. Today could have been your payday. Yesterday could have been your payday if you needed it to be, because at Global Credit Union, they give you access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance of when those funds actually hit your account. You've earned it. You should be able to use it. And that, to me, is one of the really cool benefits of banking with Global Credit Union. There are a lot of them. There are the checking accounts that offer no monthly maintenance fees and no minimum balance requirements and have overdraft protections in place. There's always a conversation with a human being waiting for you when you call or when you walk into one of their branches. It's a better way to handle your money. Stop into one of their 12 branches or go to globalcu.org and open an account today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
The Suns have made it to the playoffs, and Game 3 starts couchside. Suns Game Time show starts Friday at 7 p.m. with Nick King joining the conversation. Followed by Game 3, Friday at 7:30. Suns versus Timberwolves on Arizona's Family Sports and 3TV. Our goal, the finals. Watch Suns Game Time show before and after the game. Tip-off for Game 3 of the playoffs start Friday at 7:30 on Arizona's Family Sports and Arizona's Family 3TV.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Presidential Pools and their Splash Pool Package, man. Splash for less cash. Time to stay cool this coming summer, man. You can get started. Here's your chance to make more memories with friends and family. Have your own pool without breaking the bank. Visit presidentialpools.com or just ask any of their pool specialists about the Splash Pool Package. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
We never thought home could feel like this. When we moved, we thought we'd have to choose between the space we needed for our growing family or living in a location that fit our lifestyle. We were so lucky to find this Fulton Homes community right here in Queen Creek, my hometown. When we saw how incredible Barney Farms was, we could see our future here. The quality of the home, the endless green parks, the trails, the pools, the lake. There's just so much to love. It really is like a dream. Both our parents even found a place here. Spending more time with them has been so special. It feels like none of us had to compromise. There's so much to do here. There's something for everyone. To have 3 generations of family together in one neighborhood, it feels like we found something that's been missing. In this market, you don't imagine that you can find a community like Barney Farms. We feel so lucky.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
This is Dr. Mark Wang, a spine surgeon at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. If you've been told you need back or neck surgery, have spinal stenosis, bulging discs, or any chronic spine condition, call DISC, the leaders in the most innovative, minimally invasive spine care, at 602-944-2900, or visit the DISC website at sciatica.com. Live a life free of back and neck pain. Call us at DISC at 602-944-2900 or visit us at sciatica.com.
Say it with me, Basinonians. It's the spring sale going on right now at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through April 30th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. That's right, I said it. 25% off everything. So here's what you do. You go to brooklynbedding.com or head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 14 Basin locations, and you tell them Wolf sent you. You get 25% off everything. And remember, shipping is always free. It's the spring sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Arizona built for America's dreams.
Got a leak or a clog, but don't know why? Pick up the phone and call the plumber guy.
Need a plumber? Call the plumber guy. Call 480-PLUMBER. That's 480-PLUMBER. 480-PLUMBER.
Upgrade your home with energy and money-saving products from SRP Marketplace. You'll find amazing deals on smart thermostats, LED light bulbs, electric vehicle chargers, air filters, and more. Visit srpmarketplace.com to shop, save, and upgrade.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Less than 2 hours from now, Roger Goodell will take the stage and announce that the NFL Draft will begin. And soon after that, the Cardinals will be on the clock at 4. Or will they stay at 4? Will they be somewhere else when draft time rolls around? We won't know now, but for right now, they do have numbers 4 and 27 in this first round of the draft. And for all the latest on the Cardinals, including what quarterback Kyler Murray is feeling ahead of tonight, you can find out that and much more on the Arizona Sports app and on arizonasports.com. And just a quick update from Suns practice today. Guard Grayson Allen told the media that his ankle feels better than he expected it to. He was, however, a limited participant at practice, and he's considered questionable for tomorrow's game.
Listen to the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special this afternoon at 4. Burns and Gambo talk NFL Draft now.
3 o'clock hour of the Burns and Gambo show, and the final hour of the Burns and Gambo show, because coming up at 4 o'clock, we turn it over to our NFL Draft Roundtable coverage. in which it's going to be me, and I'm just going to be here to make sure everybody gets their touches. I'm the point guard. I can't hear Gambo at all. I can't hear Gambo one bit. What happened to Gambo? Gambo is as quiet as can be.
Okay, now I'm back.
Are you back?
What happened?
We moved some stuff around, and
Okay.
What happened is that bribe that I've been paying to our people to mute your mic, the check finally cleared. That's what happened.
Just pay me. I'll be glad to just go away.
Really? Is that
why pay them? Just pay me.
Cut out the middleman. Just write you a check, and you'll just stop talking.
I'm good.
Fantastic.
I'm looking for that property in Lake Como right now.
Oh,
just help me go a little bit earlier.
If you think I have that kind of money, you're crazy. If you think I have that kind of money, I have some property in Lake Como I'd like to. I'd like to sell you. So it'll be, as I said, you, Dan Bickley, Ron Wolfley, over the course of the evening, Vince Marotta, Luke Lipinski, the whole crew here at Arizona Sports roundtabling this all the way from the beginning of the draft to the end. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we really look forward to it. As we get closer to this, and 4 o'clock, and, of course, the draft starting at 5, the rumors start to percolate. I want to pass along one that came down about an hour ago from Diana Rossini over at The Athletic.
Okay.
I found this interesting. I don't think this has anything to do with the Cardinals, but I think it's interesting. She tweets out the 49ers have had conversations with teams, including one picking in the top 10, about trading either of their wide receivers in Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel.
Titans.
In an effort to move up to the first round.
Titans.
I
don't think the 49ers would make a deal like that within the division. I don't think so. And I don't think Monty Ossenfort wants to make a trade for a wide receiver and pay the guy. That's why, all of these rumors, people have asked me about all these players in the past, Justin Jefferson and T. Higgins, all these guys, and the answer is always the same. It's no. Because not only do you have to give up assets to go get that guy, but then you got to pay that guy. So I'm going to say no on that. But could the Titans be a team that's looking for a wide receiver? Absolutely. So if you're saying to me which team in the top 10 is that, my guess would be Tennessee.
I'm trying to think who else for a wide receiver in the top 10. I think you're right. I think the Titans make the most sense. Let's talk about the Arizona Cardinals and their trade opportunities here. If you look at the mock drafts right now, they've completely come full circle. They started with Marvin Harrison Jr. About 10 days ago. They all swung to the idea the Cardinals would make a trade. Now they've all swung back to Marvin Harrison Jr. If the Cardinals are to trade, who are the 4 teams that would be looking to go up to the 4th spot?
Okay, so that is interesting. I think that, right now a lot of people in mocks have them taking Marvin Harrison Jr., and I'd probably lean that way, that I think that they'll stay there 4 and take them. But it is going to come down to what these teams are willing to offer. There are 4 teams right now that have interest in trading up to number 4 with Arizona. Okay, those teams are the Minnesota Vikings, the New York Giants, the Denver Broncos, and the Las Vegas Raiders. So those are the teams that want to move up. Spent a lot of time, in the last couple of days working this and making calls and trying to find out what I can. Those are the teams that if the Cardinals are going to move out of number 4, it will be to one of those 4 teams: Minnesota, the Giants, the Broncos, or the Raiders.
Okay, Minnesota, 11-23 in the first round. The Giants, 6 in the first round. Denver, 12. Vegas, 13. You know me, I've said this on a few occasions. The Giants are the team in this equation that intrigue me the most, because you, A, are certainly going to get one of the top wide receivers if you just move down to 6. B, there's still an outside shot you could get Marvin Harrison Jr. at 6. Very outside, but I think it's there. And you'd still get extra assets for moving down even 2 spots. What those assets would look like, I don't know. You're not talking about like a future first or anything like that. But if the Giants want to move up and get J.J. McCarthy, and I was watching, I sent you some audio today. Peter Schrager was on the NFL Network this morning, and he said he has heard that the Giants are very much interested in J.J. McCarthy. Apparently the Giants spent their entire Easter weekend in Ann Arbor visiting with the kid. And Schrager said, I could see McCarthy in a bunch of places tomorrow morning.
J.J. McCarthy, we could wake up tomorrow, and I think he could be a Viking. I think he could be a Giant. And I think he could be a Bronco. And I'm telling you this 12 hours ahead of time. J.J. McCarthy doesn't know what team he's going to. And he's met with all these teams, and he's had long, extensive conversations with Sean Payton and with Kevin O'Connell, and each situation's different. But I still don't know where J.J. McCarthy's going. I almost was a coward on this one. I just gave him to Minnesota and kind of was like this. Did it with a trade. They don't have to give it the 23rd pick. It's almost too clean. It's the pick I feel least confident about.
He mentioned every team that you did except for the Raiders.
Right. Now,
he mentioned every team except for the Raiders.
So at about 8 o'clock last night, about 7:59,
let's be exact about this.
I texted you with the information that the teams that want to move up are Minnesota, the Giants, and either Denver or Vegas. Those teams. So I kind of went with it this morning on social media, but I kind of got a hint that those were the teams last night. But the difference is the Raiders. Could the Raiders want to move up to get themselves a quarterback that's not Jaden Daniels?
Yeah, and the Raiders have been. I've read one draft analyst, I can't remember who today, who said, "Man, the Raiders are going to try to move heaven and earth to get Jaden Daniels."
I don't think they can.
And I don't think they can. I think he is as locked into that 2 spot as you're gonna get. I really do. And I've read a bunch of stuff suggesting that Drake May is locked into that 3 spot with New England. So then it becomes, and then it really becomes, how valuable is getting J.J. McCarthy, and what sort of leverage game can the Cardinals play with these 4 teams to get the best offer possible? Minnesota, their offer is going to start with 11-23 this year. Presumably, they'd have to add a future first next year to make it happen. The Broncos, the draft capital is a little limited because of Russell Wilson and Sean Payton, so they're really going to have to dig deep in terms of the future inventory to move down to 12. And the Raiders are sitting at 13. They'd have to do the same thing. They'd have to give up a lot to go from 13 to 4 if they were to make a deal. The Giants, I don't know what they'd have to give up. I would assume at least a future second, if not one this year, maybe one next year, to move up a couple of spots.
Right,
but the Cardinals, as we've talked about, they fall back. Let's say it's 11, 12, or 13 with Minnesota, Denver, or the Raiders. There certainly would be a plan to move back in.
Yeah.
But they'd also have to be comfortable with staying at 11, 12, or 13 if they can't get back in. They can't make this deal if they're not.
No, everybody says, just do what Arizona did last year. Just trade down and move back up. But you got to find a willing partner to do it. So you always have to be prepared that if you trade down that you'll end up making a pick there. Now, there are teams that the Cardinals will target to move back up. They do trade out of 4. If they do trade out of 4 and move down outside of the top 10, they will target teams. They'll target the Chargers. They'll target the Falcons, the Bears, and the Titans as teams that they believe that they can try to move back up and get into that top 10 to go get the best edge rusher in Dallas Turner, or the offensive tackle in Joe Alt, or maybe the other wide receiver that's there that they like. So I think that that's what likely would happen. But you don't make a deal and move down unless you're coming back up and you're also being able to keep some of those picks that you acquired by trading down.
Embrace the Suns playoffs. Go all in with Arizona Sports. Tune in every day in the 8 o'clock hour, noon hour, and 3 o'clock hour. Snag our exclusive Suns code word. Text it to 620-620, and it's your shot at scoring Suns playoff tickets. Don't miss your chance. Tune in today during the 3 o'clock hour. Why, that would be this hour, as a matter of fact. Last year, Kyler Murray got his wish in the Cardinals drafting Paris Johnson Jr. What does he wish for this year, and will his wish be granted? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
With the 4th overall pick, what kind of Monty moves will happen this evening?
I wish I could predict the future, The draft it's so unpredictable.
Draft coverage presented by Bud Light.
The phone's always going to ring. We'll see what's on the other end.
Our Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special begins this afternoon at 4, followed by the entire first round of the NFL Draft.
We'll be ready.
On 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, and if you're ready to start that home-looking process right now, let the Lund Mortgage Team get you pre-approved absolutely free. The Lund Mortgage Team will get you pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. That way you've got the confidence to start looking at homes. You can hire a realtor and go, look, this is a great time. A lot of people buy houses in the spring and early summer before this new school year kicks in. And if you're one of those people like, hey, I've been sitting on the sidelines, I'm rented, I'm tired of renting, I finally want to buy that house, the rates have come down a little bit, and you also don't want to wait because all those other people on the sideline, you don't want to wait till they get back in too, because then bidding wars again. All of a sudden, 5 people bidding on one house, and the price is a lot more than you thought it was going to be. Not worth it. Contact the Lund Mortgage Team now. Get pre-approved for a mortgage for free at 623-889-0130. 30 years in business, ready to help you with any and all of your mortgage needs. That's 623-889-0130.
Sports fans, take your viewing experience to the next level by heading on down to Waltz, Arizona's #1 TV surround sound and appliance dealer. Tell them Dan Bickley sent you. You get a 3-year warranty for free. Shop local, waltz.com.
At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Arizona, we want you to get the most from your health coverage so you can be your best, be healthy, and take advantage of your benefits. We know health insurance can get complicated. We get it. Our job is to make it easy. We're right here in Arizona. We love Arizona. We are Blue Cross Blue Shield of Arizona. To see all the ways we care for Arizonans, go to azblue.com/loveaz.
Is your AC unit ready for the Arizona summer? Get it ready with a tune-up from Parker & Sons. An AC tune-up will prolong the life of your AC system, save you money on your utility bills, and it will give you the peace of mind that your AC will be ready when you need it the most. So schedule that tune-up now. Call Parker at 602-2, then REPAIR. It's also Parker's 50th anniversary, and to celebrate, they are doing 50 acts of kindness. So nominate someone you know at parker50.com.
Like, I love seeing kids nowadays loving their dad. Like, Dad, what's Dad? Want to go play, Dad? Let's go ride bikes, Dad, Dad. Yeah, when I was a kid, I was like, Dad, 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 run, open a window. Mom, what did you see in that?
From his Netflix specials and F is for Family, Bill Burr, live. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Arizona Financial Theater. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
On April 29th, the Diamondbacks host Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a 3-game series. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Listen to the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special this afternoon at 4. Burns and Gambo talk NFL Draft now.
Quote, I know who I want. We'll see if it happens. Close quote. Kyler Murray, in an interview he did with Fox News. Why? I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's just an unusual, you don't expect to see quotes from your quarterback on a news website, not like ESPN or Sports Illustrated or something like that. But whatever, doesn't matter. That's what it is. He was promoting
he's on with Hannity,
a drink or something.
Like a new protein drink.
A protein drink. Okay, that's what.
No, he wasn't on with Hannity, Gambo. Come
Who
on.
was he on with? Who was he on
It was
with?
just it was a member of their digital team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
Well, no, it's just like I saw the link and I clicked on it. I'm like, Fox News? Why does Fox News have a...
With like Laura Ingram?
That was
doing
just
an
where I
interview?
found the original sourced quotes, that's all.
I don't have Tucker anymore.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Quote, I don't know if there's another quarterback in the league more locked in than me, close quote. In terms of focused on the draft, excited about the draft, curious about the draft, et cetera, et cetera. I'll read the whole quote to you.
Okay, read it to me.
Quote, I've put my foot on the table for a couple of guys in the past. It didn't work out. Obviously, things happen. It is what it is, and we move on. But I got full faith in the guys upstairs. It's a new regime. Last year they did a hell of a job. This year, obviously, with me being out and just the culture shift and the way I saw the guys buy in, it's been a complete 180 for us. I'm just excited. I know Monty and JG are on the same page, and I know any decision they make is going to be the best decision for the team. Obviously, that's the corporate answer, but I know who I want. We'll see if it happens.
Okay.
Close quote.
You know who he reminds me of a little bit?
Who?
Corey Chavis. Corey Chavis was an old Cardinal player who loved the draft.
Yeah.
He loved
Didn't you guys used to have him on as
have him on. He used
as
to,
a
like,
draft analyst? He knew these guys like
loved
yeah.
the draft. Like, he would pound for guys too because he studied all of that stuff. So listen, I think it's good. I think it's fair for him to give his opinion on what he likes. He is your franchise quarterback, but the decision has to be made by Monty Hassenford. Not you take his input. It's fine. Maybe one day you get the guy you want because that's who they want too. But you're certainly not going to sit there at the draft day like, hey, we want to take this guy, but you know what? Kyler wants this guy instead, so let's give Kyler what he wants. That's not going to happen.
No, and last year he did get the guy he wanted. I mean, he was stumping pretty hard for Paris Johnson Jr. and he got him. I don't think that's the reason why they took Paris Johnson Jr. But I also agree that Kyler Murray's opinion should be sought after. Maybe not listened to or as scripture or anything like that. But yeah, just if you're going to follow college sports as much as you claim to and be as more locked in than any other quarterback in the NFL, it wouldn't hurt to get his opinion on certain guys, especially if we're talking about receivers that he's going to throw to. If that ends up being the pick.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah,
Get his opinion. Hey, what do you think? Because you got three different receivers here. You got a physical guy in Rome. You've got a speed guy, smaller in Neighbors, and you've got the do everything guy in MHJ. So I think it's very wise to get his opinion on what he likes and use that as part of your process in determining your draft board.
Then there's this that he tweeted out this morning. Quote, something about today just feels right. The vibes are immaculate. Close quote.
What do you think that means?
The vibes. I'll tell you what I think it means. I think that he knows the Cardinals are likely going to stay at number 4 and take Marvin Harrison Jr., and he's a big fan of that. Okay. Now, that is just me.
Is there any hidden message?
Read
me it again. Is there any hidden message in there?
Something about today just feels right. Vibes are immaculate. And then he tweeted out
and immaculate.
Vibes are immaculate, as in the vibes are immaculate.
The immaculate reception.
No.
Did any of those guys go to Ohio State?
Someone who replied to Kyler's tweet went to Ohio State.
Paris Johnson Jr.
Yeah.
Replied to it. He's like, what was his reply? I don't remember.
It was a bunch of smiling faces with the closed eyes emojis.
Okay, yeah. So
his vibes are immaculate too, I presume.
I would imagine. Gambo, I don't know. I mean, I tell you, after the whole fiasco with Kyler and his social media a couple of years ago, scrubbing everything, I've long given up on really trying to decipher what is said on social media, right? But if you ask me my guess, that's my guess, is that he has a pretty good indication that the Cardinals are going to – because what would Kyler – I don't want to presume to know what Kyler Murray would want. I think we can guess what Kyler Murray would want.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray's going to want a badass stud wide receiver to throw the football to. Right. Like a generational badass stud wide receiver to throw the football to, right?
Yes.
Like, I don't think Kyler's – I'm sure he loves a defender who can get after the quarterback and help out the defense. I doubt he's pounding the table for Dallas Turner. He might be pounding the table for Joe Alt so he can get another offensive lineman in here.
Sure.
But Kyler's well aware of the deficiencies of his roster as it stands right now. He knows as well as anybody how badly they need a wide receiver. And look at that. The Cardinals are in a position to take a generational one. It just seems the conclusion.
You think everything's lining up right now for Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4?
Does it feel like that to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it does. But I also know that they will play this thing out, and when they're on the clock, they will field calls and see if somebody blows them away with an offer. And again, it's likely that the way the draft plays is that the 3 quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3, and then the next guy's J.J. McCarthy. But also, if Drake May happened to fall, if somebody slipped to them, one of the quarterbacks, they may get some new calls that they weren't even expecting.
They might. There's a report out there that Marvin Harrison Jr. was promised, for lack of a better word, that if he was available at number 4, the Cardinals would take him. He only went on a couple of visits.
Who is that report from?
Matt Miller. over
Matt
at
Miller?
ESPN.com. Yeah, he was the one who reported that. That he, and when I say the word promised, that was kind of the word that I assured is the word that he used. Sources around the NFL say Harrison has an assurance from the Cardinals that he will be the pick if available at
That's
this
a
spot.
promise deal. That's a promise.
Yeah, we're taking you.
Same thing.
Yeah, if
We're
you're
taking
there,
you.
we're taking you. Yeah,
Which, again, I think that would make the majority of the fan base very happy if that's the direction that they go in. Because that's what they want. They don't want the trade.
No.
The fan base wants Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, and I would even go so far as to say I think most of the fan base, well, I don't know. I don't know if the fan base would be happy with a different wide receiver that's not Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't think the fan base would be happy with a scenario you painted earlier where the Cardinals have the tackle Joe Alt and the edge rusher Dallas Turner ahead of one of the three wide receivers on their board. I don't know if the fan base would be happy if the organization took one of those two players over the wide receiver who's still there.
Right.
I don't. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think they'd be happy with that.
No, I think the vast majority are like, okay, listen, you still have another second-round pick. You know, take that second round. I mean, you have another first-round pick. Take that and a couple other picks, move up and go get an edge rusher or a corner or something. But give me Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4.
Yeah. We've got the Burns and Gambo Show podcast. You can subscribe on your iPhone or your Android like you would any podcast you love to listen to, and you won't miss our show. You can listen to us however, wherever, whenever you want. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast, and it's brought to you by Carol Has the Buyers, your home sold, guaranteed realty. We're an hour and a half away from the start of the NFL draft. When we come back, we'll go live to Detroit. Our guy is embedded on the scene. Our Cardinals lead writer, Tyler Drake, is there, and he'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The local sports leader gets you high school sports coverage from the one and only dean of high school sports in Arizona, Kevin McCabe. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11 on AZ Preps Live. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. AZ Preps Live, Saturday morning beginning at 9 on Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
Back here to tell you about V's Barbershop. We've all been there. We've all done it, right? Where you get that haircut and you take the walk back to your car. And you sit in the driver's seat, and you point the rearview mirror at your head, and you go, "Oh no, no." And then you start doing the math, right? Like it's going to be 3 weeks until it grows out, 4 weeks until it grows out. Then I go get it cut again the way I like it because that was just terrible. That doesn't happen at V's Barbershop. I've been going to V's Barbershop for 20 plus years. That's not happened one time at V's. They have the very best barbers. You just know you're going to get a great haircut every single time you go. And right now, V's, we're offering something special with Jimmy V. He's the founder of V's Barbershop. He loves talking sports. He's very nostalgic about it. You can feel that vibe coming through in all of his barbershops. We're taking our conversation, our love of sports and nostalgia, to the ballpark, and we'd like you to join us. We want you to catch a game with us this fall, me and Jimmy V and others, by texting VIP to 620-620. That's VIP to 620-620, and we'd love to spend a day with you at the ballpark later on this season. Remember, the next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1907 $10 gold Liberty coins has been found. These gorgeous 1907p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1907 gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1907 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 117 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-386-8018. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus, a $50 value free with every order. Call 1-800-386-8018 now to secure your 1907p $10 gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-386-8018.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this Air France radio message. Craving an unforgettable destination where culture, history, architecture, romance, and sweet macarons all meet? With Air France, Paris and all its delights have never been closer. From May 23rd, make the most of our new Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport nonstop flights to Paris. Elegance is a journey. Air France. See conditions on airfrance.us.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The good old days, they weren't that long ago. They were back when your PR was just a number that you were going to destroy the next week anyway. Now, forget gains. You're lucky to maintain. And it doesn't have to be that way. Vital for Men, Arizona's preferred TRT clinic and complete men's wellness center, has 3 locations where you can schedule your free testosterone level test now at vital4men.com. Vital for Men is vital for competition.
The Window Depot is more than a window store. The Window Depot is a one-stop warehouse with everything you need for your complete home remodel. Shop the aisles of pre-built cabinets in a variety of colors, granite and quartz countertops, sinks, skylights, and hardware to complete your project. Need a custom order? We can help. Our designers offer free design services and can special order everything you need for your kitchen or bathroom remodel today. Shop thewindowdepot.com or find a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm Mitch Veraldis with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. An hour and a half from now, Roger Goodell will take the stage and introduce the 2024 NFL Draft. And then from there, we just have to wait 1, 2, 3 picks until the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. Who will they take at 4 overall? Will they be at number 4 overall? You can find all the latest Cardinals coverage, including how quarterback Kyler Murray's feeling heading into tonight, right now on the Arizona Sports app at arizonasports.com. And a quick update from Suns practice today. Grayson Allen told the media his ankle feels better than he expected it to. He was again a limited participant at practice, and he's considered questionable for tomorrow's Game 3.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and will the Valley have a new superstar in their portfolio after the NFL Draft? We will discuss starting 6 a.m. tomorrow on Arizona Sports.
Our roundtable draft coverage with Dan Bickley, Ron Wolfley, John Gambadoro, and myself, Dave Burns, and of course Vince Marotta and Luke Lipinski coming up later on in the evening as well. It commences at 4. The draft starts at 5. We're expecting the Cardinals to make their pick sometime around 5:45 if they stay at number 4. If they move out, as we've discussed, obviously that's going to change some things. But keep it right here all night long on Arizona Sports, because we've got the first round covered beginning to end. All of your favorite Arizona sports personalities all kind of jumbled up and mixed together, roundtable style. It's always a lot of fun when we do it that way. And, of course, we encourage you to just keep it right here or watch us on YouTube and check out our draft coverage all night. Another member of our team, and if you look tonight at the draft in Detroit, you see that sea of Honolulu blue and silver. Somewhere in that sea is our own Tyler Drake, who is live in Detroit right now, our Cardinals writer, who joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show live from the NFL Draft. Tyler, what's going on, man? How's Detroit treating you?
Hey, guys. Hopefully you can hear me well. It's going well. It's a busy day out here today for sure. It's already packed. One entry is already actually, from what I've heard, shut down from the crowd capacity. So a lot of fans packing it in today.
Wow, they've already had to shut it down. I'm sorry, Gabe, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah, no. Let's talk where we are right now with the Cardinals. There's been some reports that Marvin Harrison Jr. has an assurance. I think Matt Miller reported it, that the Cardinals are going to take him. Not that you know anything, but would you be surprised if that was the case?
No, not at all. And I think that should be the case. It should be Marvin. I think, going through everything this offseason, I think we've all gone through the many different scenarios. And at the end of the day, I think it's Marvin Harrison Jr. and everyone else is behind him. And I think he can elevate this team right away. He can give the Cardinals a number one option that can absolutely boost this team, give Kyler Murray somebody he can trust, pair him with Trey McBride. I mean, that would be a very, very solid offensive assault if Marvin could end up in Arizona.
Handicap the 27th pick for me. In your opinion, the odds, the percentage chances that the Cardinals actually make a pick at number 27 in tonight's NFL draft. Where would you put that percentage of chance?
Oh, I would probably put it at about 30%.
Okay.
And I just think there's too many variables with how this board's going to shake out, who's going to be where. Who knows? Maybe there's quarterbacks that a team wants to come get. Who knows if maybe there's a certain offensive lineman somebody wants to come up. So I think there's a lot of variables to 27. I think it could go a lot of different ways. You could trade up, get somebody better, package maybe a 35 or a 66, or you could trade down and move on to the second round, maybe get another pick for next year. So just a lot of different ways they can go. And if they wanted to stay there, maybe there's a Chop Robinson, and that would be a heck of a get for those guys.
Yeah, we've even talked about a scenario if one of the quarterbacks that's expected to go middle to late first is there at 27, like say a Bo Nix happens to be there at 27. I think he'll be gone by then, but what if he's there? I would expect the Cardinals are going to get some calls from teams in the second round that want to move up and they want to get him so that way they can secure that fifth-year option.
Yeah, I agree with you. That fifth-year option is going to be very important when we get down to that 27 range and there's quarterbacks available. So, yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that is, right on line with what I've got, Gambo.
Tyler Drake joining us from Detroit, our Cardinals reporter and writer from ArizonaSports.com. But there is at 27 also the possibility, we keep talking about trade down, trade up as well. And I would imagine with all of these picks in the third round that the Cardinals, there are going to be guys, whether it's in the late first round or even in the second, that if they want to be aggressive and go get, they certainly have the means to go get them. How much of a consolidation are you expecting with the picks that they have overall this weekend to kind of thin that out a little bit and maybe go for a little more quality over quantity?
Oh, you know what? You broke up there a little bit, Burns.
I was asking you about the Cardinals trading up, not only in the first round at the end of the first round, but in the second and the third round with all the extra inventory they have. How much do you think they will value quantity over quality, or maybe the other way around when it comes to making the moves they make?
Yeah. So for me, I think this is the thing I'm going off of. I don't see them picking 11 rookies coming out of this draft class. They've got to move some of these picks. They've got to maybe get some future capital by packaging them up. And you also could do what we were just talking about, trade up 27 and a 35 or a 27 and a 66, get back in the teens, land one of those other top cornerbacks or maybe an edge rusher, and then you go from there. Because like you said, like I just said, there's a lot of draft capital the Cardinals have. So I think that if they're going to try to make a move, it's going to get a player this year and then maybe look for picks next year instead of maybe shoring up some more later in the rounds. I just think they've got too many to work with now. They've got to move some around.
Tyler, we focus so much on the first-round pick, especially number 4 overall. We're ultra-focused on that, and obviously tomorrow we'll turn our attention to the rest of the draft. But how important is this draft to them? I mean, I go back to the Denny Green years with Antro Roll and Dansby and Dockett and all the big hits that they had that put together a team that eventually made it to the Super Bowl. The importance of this draft to you in Monty Ossenfort's second year.
Yeah, it's huge. It's I think Lance Zierlein, Daniel Jeremiah said this is their moment. This is the Cardinals' moment. And he couldn't be more right. There's just so many, positions of need that can get filled right away. They can really boost both sides of the football with this first round and with this draft in general. I mean, 11 picks. They're going to make moves, but they're still going to come away with some premium talent that I think can really mold what Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort want to do in getting team-first guys, football junkies, and absolutely violent players. And I think there's plenty of guys in this first round that check that box and really, make a run. Try to double your win total. Try to make a wild card run. I don't think it's that far off. I know a lot of people might call me crazy for that, but they hit this draft the right way. That is very much in the possibility.
All right, Tyler, we appreciate the hard work as always. I expect we're going to have you on a little bit later when you've had a chance, assuming that the player the Cardinals take is there, that you've had a chance to talk to that player and kind of relay what they had to say about getting picked by the Cardinals. So I think we're going to have you on a little later on during our draft coverage. But stay sane out there in Detroit. We appreciate the time.
No problem, guys. Thanks for having me on.
You got it. Tyler Drake joining us live from Detroit. Marvin Harrison just tweeted out, "Man, nothing motivated me more than watching the NFL draft every year and hoping that it would be me. And now I'm here," with a little teardrop emoji face thing.
There was a great piece on him and his dad, and it was on ESPN, I think. It was kind of like a deep dive. I sent it to you a couple days ago. I can't remember exactly what it was. But it was, he's got bigger height than his dad, and the one thing that his father said that he had that the kid doesn't have is, like, I'm going to demand the ball. Like Marvin Harrison Sr., like if he only had four, he was like really adamant, you got to get me the ball. You have to get me the ball. And the kid's not like that. He's not, maybe he'll change, but that was the biggest difference. And what Marvin Harrison Jr.'s got more size than his dad does, but his dad had a little bit of that, wide receiver ego.
Yeah.
The
diva quality.
That wide receiver diva quality.
That a lot of top wide receivers have.
They're saying he doesn't have that, though. They're saying the kid doesn't have that. The dad and even the dad said, like, I would go to everybody that would listen and tell them, you got to give me the ball more. Like, it's not enough. I need more catches. I need more touches. And the kid is just not like that.
Assuming that's true, that would put him in line with the other great wide receiver, that's Larry Fitzgerald, right?
Yeah.
Who never had the diva issues, never had the diva kind of – and he was – think about that generation of wide receivers. To not have that is so rare, because most of them – do kind of have that Keyshawn Johnson, just give me the damn ball,
Michael
kind of
Irvin,
thing, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, just and to the point now we've even talked about on the air, you and I. It's almost like that diva quality has now moved over to the corners in the NFL. They're kind of the new divas in today's NFL, and the receivers aren't quite as much. I'll never forget what our friend Brock Heward said about Marvin Harrison Jr. that it just physically kind of blew me away a little bit. So Marvin Harrison Sr., shorter guy. Marvin Harrison Jr., very tall,
bigger,
right?
Yep.
Bigger. But because apparently all of Marvin Harrison Jr.'s height is in his upper body. Is it like his legs are short, right? Like his legs are short like his dad. And I guess that's what makes him such a good route runner is he doesn't have these long legs getting in the way of him being able to be super fluid, cut on a dime. So he's got these shorter strides and these quicker feet. But that length that comes from having such a big upper body, it's like this crazy combination of exactly almost what you'd want out of a tall wide receiver. He's got the legs of a shorter guy, but the upper body of a beast that allows him to go get everything.
Yeah.
He'll be an immediate star in this market if the Cardinals go get him. I mean, immediate.
It'll be probably the top-selling jersey over the next 12 months.
You know what? It's funny. I actually have some news about that.
That'll be the top-selling jersey.
I before we take it to a break, I actually have some news about that. Adam Schefter tweeted this out earlier today.
Okay, all right.
Are you ready for this?
Go ahead, give it to me.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has yet to sign a preliminary NFLPA licensing agreement that all draftees typically sign, which would allow his name and likeness to be monetized after he is picked tonight and before his NFL contract is signed. His jersey will not be available for purchase, and he will not be featured in video games until his NFLPA group licensing deal is signed. So if this is true, and I don't know why it wouldn't be, it's Adam Schefter.
You cannot get a Marvin Harrison Jr. jersey.
There won't be a jersey to buy because he hasn't signed it yet. Now, he'll sign it. Eventually, he'll sign it. But tonight, it sounds like, if this is accurate, it sounds like tonight you won't be able to get a Marvin Harrison.
So you're saying that our promotions department and Anthony Dunlap are not going to be able to have a contest to win a Marvin Harrison Jr. jersey? When does that happen?
I'm saying that if Adam Schefter's reporting is correct, yes, we might have to wait a while before we give somebody a Marvin Harrison jersey.
Interesting.
We can still give it to somebody. We would just have to say, as soon as it's available to us, we'll give it to you. So you've got it coming. It's on us. You're just going to have to wait for it. I don't know. We'll come back. The rumblings with the Cardinals. We'll give you one last pass on Gambo's intel as we go into our roundtable coverage, plus some of the rumblings around the league as well. That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Here comes the NFL Draft, tonight live from Detroit.
Who's picking fourth?
Arizona. With the 4th overall pick.
What kind of Monty move
moves will happen this evening.
You're Arizona, you're sitting there going, we could take Marvin, or we could go back and get Rome Odunze or Malik Neighbors or Brian Thomas or somebody like that.
Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. Our Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special begins this afternoon at 4, followed by the entire first round of the NFL Draft on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Moon Valley Nurseries. What a great time to plant right now. Trees, bushes, and Moon Valley Nurseries, they do the planting for you. That's right. Schedules are filling up. So if you need to get some new trees and plants in and you want to do it real soon, you want to do it this spring before the summer hits, go to any 10 Moon Valley Nursery locations, and they do free planting. That's right, free planting. So you can take advantage of that with Moon Valley Nurseries. They've also got a great program out there, and it's going to help you, and you can get a $1,000 gift card. They've got their rejuvenation program. Your plants and trees need some new love and TLC. They need to have some fertilizer, and they need to have all the nutrients put in. They're going to redig the tree wells with an insulating performance of a layer of mulch. Moon Valley Nurseries is going to do all that for your trees and plants at a great price. You can check it all out. That way your plants survive the summer, right? It gets hot. So with the nutrients and the fertilizer and the mulch, they're going to put that all together, and it's going to really help your trees and plants get through the summer and look great every single day. All you have to do is text RENEW to 620-620. You'll be able to sign up for that $1,000 gift card right there, and you'll get all the information. That's text RENEW to 620-620.
Spring is in the air, the perfect time for those remodel and landscape projects you've been dreaming of. But with great projects come great piles of trash. Locally operated Waste Connections values the people we serve in the community. Waste Connections. We want your trash.
At Shane Company, we believe everyone deserves a personal jeweler. A friend to guide you, to help you find jewelry that feels like it was made just for you. Or a gift that will spark joy for that special someone. Shane Company's jewelry is crafted with the greatest care and held to the highest quality standards so it will last a lifetime. We're passionate about bringing you the most beautiful gemstones, exquisite diamonds, rubies, and sapphires in every color of the rainbow, so you will always shine your brightest. Our jewelry is designed for you. With so many styles and endless ways to customize your piece, you can create a necklace that's meaningful to you, an engagement ring to tell your love story, or a stack of bracelets to let your personality shine. Discover a more personal jewelry experience and modern heirlooms as unique as you are. We're all made to shine. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, they go the extra mile for their customers. They're your home of the no-fee emergency. Plumbing issue, drain trouble, or AC problem? They've got you covered 24/7, no emergency fees. Their skilled technicians are ready to tackle any issue promptly, saving you time and money. Choose Ready Services for reliable solutions without breaking the bank. Online at ReadyServices.com. Ready Services, where emergencies come with zero fees and your satisfaction is guaranteed.
Will your estate and the people you love be protected when you pass away? Because if you only have a will in Arizona, the government could be deciding who gets what when you pass away. Because everything you own could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your loved ones tens of thousands of dollars up front for your probate and legal fees. It could take years for them to get what's left of their inheritance. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, who's helped over 40,000 families since 1995. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over. Will you protect the people you love? Or risk leaving them with a messy probate?
To save 65% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by April 26th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Don't pay retail for your diamond engagement ring or gift. Come to cleanorigin.com. We're experts in ecologically friendly lab-grown diamonds. Mention code RADIO10 for 10% off. That's cleanorigin.com. Online or one of our retail stores.
Arizona sports. All in for the Suns in the playoffs.
Yeah, you didn't think we forgot about you, Suns fans. Of course not. Listen up. Your Suns code word of the day is Shazam. Al McCoy's catchphrase.
Shazam.
S-H-A-Z-A-M. Shazam. Text Shazam to 620 right now. Enter your info. You could be headed to a Suns home playoff game. Tune in to Bickley and Murata tomorrow in the 8 a.m. hour for your next Suns code word. Again, our code word today is Shazam. Text it to 620-620, S-H-A-Z-A-M. Dan Bickley's here. He'll be stepping in with us at 4 o'clock. Ron Wolfley, I'm sure, will be walking through that door any minutes.
We got to have a John Bloom code one day. So what's the deuce in the damage? Bloomer. He's so good. He's so good.
Well, you know, the good thing for you is half our promotions team is here right now. So I would imagine if you want to say that, right? Like Paul's like, okay, done, fine.
Yeah.
Something tells
Some
me
of Bloomer's iconic calls.
Something tells me tomorrow's code word is going to be deuce or
If he
damage.
can make it
I'm
there,
just
he'll
guessing.
make it anywhere.
That's just a guess. That's just a guess.
Bloomer.
So we'll start our roundtable coverage at 4. The draft starts at 5. If nothing changes for the Cardinals and they stay at 4, we're expecting their pick to come down around 5:45. Vince Murata is going to be here later. Luke Lipinski is going to be here later. We're going to be rotating all of our bodies through our draft coverage. But at one point, there will always be 3 of us here doing draft coverage. It's going to be great.
As long as nobody's late.
As long as nobody's late.
Which happened once.
Yes, it did.
Many years ago.
And it was not a wasn't either one of us, by the way. We were both very
we
punctual.
were not tardy.
No, we were not. One last pass through what you were able to find out last night and today about the Cardinals and kind of what you're hearing, and then we'll talk about this in the roundtable too. But one more pass through this.
Yeah, I've got a lean here that they're going to stay at 4 and make the pick. But there's always the chance that, when the Cardinals are on the clock, that, they may be enticed by an offer that may be too good to pass up and they make the trade. What I can tell you is that the teams that are interested in moving up with Arizona, that teams that have at least let the Cardinals know that we're interested in moving up, is the Minnesota Vikings, the New York Giants, the Denver Broncos, and the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, I don't think anybody has tied the Raiders to the Cardinals yet, but I'm going to do that as a possibility because there's some interest there for them to move up to number 4. Now, that doesn't mean the Cardinals are going to make a trade. It just means here are the teams that will be in discussions with Arizona about the number 4 pick. Arizona may not make the trade at all, but at least I'll have teams that they will be talking to, see if somebody blows them away with an offer.
The Vikings have the 11th and 23rd pick in the first round. The Denver Broncos have the 12th. The Vegas Raiders have the 13th. The Giants have the 6th, and that makes that interesting because obviously they wouldn't have to give up as much in order to move up a couple of spots.
Yeah, you love that scenario.
Well, I do, as a matter of fact. I do because I think that you still get a high-quality wide receiver. Now, the fan base might not love not getting Marvin Harrison Jr.
But you still might.
But you still – and I'm glad you brought that up because there is a dream scenario here where, follow me, quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3, 4. Cardinals move out of 4. They trade with the Giants. Giants move up to 4. Quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3, 4. The Chargers at 5, you would think would take Marvin Harrison Jr. if he's sitting there.
They lost 2 wide receivers this year.
They did, but they have been so tied to offensive linemen in a lot of the mocks and a lot of the speculation about what Jim Harbaugh wants to do there.
Yeah.
If they were to go Joe Alt at 5, there's at least a possibility that Marvin Harrison Jr. would be there at 6 if the Chargers are insistent on taking an offensive lineman at 5.
Yeah.
It's threading the dream needle, but I think it's at least worth thinking about and wondering if you could pull something like that off.
The other thing that's very interesting, if the Cardinals do move out of the top 10, they will work to try to get back in by targeting teams like the Chargers and the Titans and the Falcons and the Bears, who may be willing to trade number 9. Now, if Marvin Harrison Jr. is gone, and say the number 2 wide receiver on their board is gone, they would pick Alt or Dallas Turner over their 3rd highest wide receiver. So the Cardinals don't have all 3 wide receivers rated ahead of Alt and Edwards. They don't. So you could sit there and say if they're picking 8th or 9th and 2 wide receivers are gone, okay, they still got their guy. Not so fast.
Yeah.
Not so fast. Because if Alt or Turner are still there, they would take one of those guys
depending
over
on
that,
which wide receiver is
over
the
the third
one
wide
left.
receiver.
That is interesting. All right, our draft coverage, roundtable style, begins in earnest in just a couple of minutes. So as we wrap up this edition of the Burns and Gambo Show, let's tell you what's on tonight.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? They are the games that we're going to watch tonight. They are brought to you by Global Credit Union. 12 branches to serve you. Find the one closest to you or become a member today by going to globalcu.org. Draft, obviously, that's on tonight. No Suns basketball. They're back on tomorrow in Game 3 at home at Footprint Center. No Diamondbacks baseball tonight. They have an off night before opening up a series against Seattle. 3 NBA playoff games on tonight. It's Game 3 between the Cavs and the Magic. Cleveland leads 2-0. That series now is in Orlando. It's Game 3 between the Knicks and the Sixers. New York leads that series 2-0. That game starts at 4:30. Tonight's Game 3 between the Nuggets and the Lakers. Denver leads that series 2-0. So 3 teams up 2-0. 3 teams looking to get back into their series and avoid sweep conversation.
Oklahoma City looked good against New Orleans in Game 2 last night.
Yes, they did
good.
indeed. Yes, they did. So that's what's on tonight. Those are the games that we are going to watch this evening. Now, that's going to do it for us as the Burns and Gambo Show, but we're not done. Our roundtable coverage, Ron Wolfley, Dan Bickley, John Gambadoro, and myself is coming up next. Keep it right here on Arizona Sports.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They're not out of the series. I don't believe that. I really don't. This squarely puts their backs to the wall. There's no denying that. And yet, again, I will continue to say that typically is the best thing for the Phoenix Suns when their back is to the wall. So let's see what happens in Game 3. We all know what the stats say about losing Game 3 in a 7-game series.
Yeah, you don't win ever.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And for those of you out there, it doesn't matter what age group you're in. If you're looking for a financial advisor that can help you down the road to make sure you got the right financial plan, retirement plan, I recommend a fiduciary in Stuart Willis. He's been helping me for many years and does a great job of making sure that my retirement plan is in order. A lot of people have a lot of questions when it comes to their retirement plan. A lot of people have questions about annuities. Are they right for you? Well, when you have a financial advisor and you have a relationship with that guy, and Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, 3 locations here in the Valley, 20 years in the Valley. They're going to help you understand, how to make the most out of your money. A lot of people go by the 4% rules, but the question's like, is an annuity right for me or not? You want a real expert making sure you understand the fees that are involved in that and why it's good and why it's bad. That's why I recommend you give them a call and get a free review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you. Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing? That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/build to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard. Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/build and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. If you own a rental home and would like to cash out your equity and do something different with your money, this may be a great time to sell. Carol Royce with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty will cash out your rental home. If she can't sell it, she will buy it. Carol makes it easy and guarantees this in writing, and better yet, your tenants won't be disturbed. This is a great program. To sell your rental home, call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231. That's 480-776-5231.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know some of the best car deals in the Valley can be found at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. And if you know Earnhardt Ford the way I do as a 3-time customer, you know they've they've been a trusted name in Arizona for over 72 years. You can buy a 2023 Ford F-150 at an amazingly low 1.9% APR financing rate for 72 months, plus a no-charge 6-year, 100,000-mile Ford Protect Powertrain Care Package. That's Arizona's best truck with the best warranty coverage around. No Bull F-150s named America's best-selling trucks. Earnhardt Ford is also offering 2023 Ford Escapes for 0% APR for 60 months, plus a no-charge 5-year, 60,000-mile Ford Protect service contract, or drive out a brand-new 2023 all-electric Mach-E at 0% financing for 72 months. All offers require approved credit. These offers end April 30th, 2024. And they're happening at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Online at earnhardtford.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're tired of never-ending yard work and high water bills, upgrade with Turf Monsters for a beautiful yard year-round. In fact, the designers at Turf Monsters excel at turning your dreams into reality, from putting greens to fire pits, from barbecues to patios, and all military veterans and first responders get 10% off. Schedule a free estimate at turfmonsters.com or call 623-323-3900.
The Suns have made it to the playoffs, and Game 3 starts couchside. Suns Game Time show starts Friday at 7 p.m. with Nick King joining the conversation. Followed by Game 3, Friday at 7:30. Suns versus Timberwolves on Arizona's Family Sports and 3TV. Our goal, the finals. Watch Suns Game Time show before and after the game. Tip-off for Game 3 of the playoffs start Friday at 7:30 on Arizona's Family Sports and Arizona's Family 3TV.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. We are an hour away from the annual NFL Draft. Roger Goodell taking the stage, letting everybody know that things have begun. Caleb Williams going number 1, we assume. But who will go number 4, where the Cardinals are currently slotted right now? They also have the 27th overall pick, so 2 opportunities in the first round for the Cardinals to make waves. If you want to know who Kyler Murray is hoping for, or just how he's feeling heading into tonight, you can check out all of that and our latest Cardinals coverage right now on the Arizona Sports app and arizonasports.com. And just a quick update from Phoenix Suns practice today. Grayson Allen told the media that his ankle feels better than he expected it to. He was once again a limited participant, and he's considered questionable for tomorrow's Game 3.
It feels like the NFL is back. At least through this weekend. Yeah. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light, Arizona Sports 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
4 o'clock in the afternoon here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and welcome in to the day that, personally, my favorite day of the year on the air, my favorite thing that we do every single year when we get all of these minds together, all of these voices, all of these ideas, all these opinions, and we just let them run with it all around an NFL draft. I just love the energy of today. It's going to be a lot of fun. It is our NFL Draft Roundtable coverage. We are coming to you live today from State Farm Stadium. We're at Flankers Kitchen and Sports Bar inside the BetMGM Sportsbook, just on the other side of the Great Lawn where the big party is going on right now for the NFL Draft. You're invited to come in and see us and hang out with us. We would love it if you did. My name is Dave Burns, co-host of the Burns and Gambo Show, going left to right on your radio dial at the end of our table as my co-host every afternoon from 2 until 6, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Birdsy, what's going on?
What's going on? In the middle of our table, we've got our midday host, the color analyst of the Arizona Cardinals, Ron Wolfley, who is joining us here. Hello, Wolf.
What's going on, boys? How we doing?
Fantastic.
All
and
right.
then the anchor, the third base, if you will, of our dream team here, playing the hot corner from the morning show and our lead columnist at ArizonaSports.com, the one, the only Dan Bickley.
Birdsy, what's going on?
That's your...
All right, so everybody at Flankers, to quote Tori Lavello, let's freaking party!
Let's party.
Let's freaking
Okay.
party!
All right, Dan, that's enough. That's enough out of you right now, all right?
Wolf's going to leave.
We've done. Hey, listen, this broadcast has got room for one Gambo. Okay.
Hey, look, guys. I'm just going to say, a connected draft show is a dangerous draft show.
Exactly,
A
Bernsey.
connected
I'm
draft
glad
show
you're feeling
is a
it.
dangerous
Glad
draft
you're
show,
feeling
and I
it.
am absolutely feeling it. So we are all here, and we're about to talk about this. So let's set the scene. About an hour from now, this thing is going to start. And the Chicago Bears are going to be on the clock. We all know what they're going to do. We assume we know what the Commanders are going to do. We think we know what the Patriots are going to do, but we're not sure. And then it's going to come to the Arizona Cardinals. And, Bick, I'm going to start with you only because you're channeling the energy of Torey Lovello, and I respect that. What are your expectations for what the Cardinals are going to do at 4? Stay put and take Harrison or trade out?
Yeah, listen, I think there's a lot of anticipation as to exactly how this quarterback order is going to drop, exactly where, if the Vikings want to move up, where they have to go to move up. I do think that as we get closer and closer to the draft, the safest bet, if you will, is that the Cardinals are going to make that pick at 4, and that if they make that pick at 4, they're not going to overthink the room. They're going to take C.J. Stroud's advice and take Marvin Harrison Jr. That's kind of my read on it.
That's kind of your read on this?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I were to say handicap the chance of a trade at 4, 10%, 20%, would you even put a number on it?
Well, I would probably say maybe in the 30s right now, but the vibe I'm feeling is that they're going to stay put.
Wolf, you feeling that vibe?
Yeah, I'm with Danny on this one right now, and one of the big reasons why is because Monty Ossenfort has made it known that he is only going to take phone calls when they're on the clock. I think this is very interesting right here. To me, it is at least. To only take phone calls, that means you better bring me your best offer. We're not going to negotiate this thing. This is not going to be a negotiation. You're going to call me, and within the first 30 seconds of that conversation, I want your best offer because we're going to take probably multiple phone calls on that 10 minutes that they have to make that pick. So I think what's going to happen is he'll get those phone calls, and in the end, it's just not going to be enough because Marvin Harrison Jr. or maybe even a Malik Neighbors or Rome Odunze, to me, I think the upside for Kyler Murray and for this offense is too poignant.
Gambo, you seem to have a read on at least some of the teams that might be making those phone calls, but I know you've basically said the same thing as Wolf, that they're only going to start negotiating those things when they are on the clock. But you still have an indication of who might be on the other end of that phone line.
They do know who the teams are because they have had conversations. So they know the 4 teams. I'll go over. I just want to say how great it is to have a true point guard running the show. As with me, Wolf, and Bickley being more of a small forward and a shooting guard, can you imagine if you weren't here and the three of us had to run this? Can you imagine me, Wolf,
We'd
and
be
Bickley
a broken team.
Trying to run this entire draft show?
We'd be playing iso ball.
So we're just
we'd be running out the shot clock every possession.
Just happy to have a point guard running the draft show. A true point guard.
So the offshoot of that is what? You're Durant, he's Booker, and Bix Beal?
Oh, boy. Did you really have to do that? Really? Wow.
Sorry, Bix.
Wow.
Well, you know what?
Wow.
You're right.
Wolf is the oldest, so
you
can get the Durant.
Yeah, right. No.
You're right, Big. It's. I have to put up with this guy for 4 hours every day. You're Booker, he's Durant.
Yeah.
Gambo, you're Beal. Now tell us what. My bad. You're right. I failed already as a point guard.
4 teams is one of them that you have not heard because it hasn't been associated with pick number 4. But going into last night, the Minnesota Vikings, the New York Giants, the Denver Broncos, and even the Las Vegas Raiders are interested in number 4. The Cardinals know that. Those are the teams they'll be speaking with when they're on the clock. I think in the end, I probably agree with Ron that there's not going to be enough to get a deal done, and they make the pick with Marvin Harrison Jr. But I can't say that with certainty because I don't know what those teams are willing to offer. Nobody does. And as Monty has said, there is a price for everything. There's a price for everything. So will he get to the point where somebody gives him an offer that is too good to pass up on?
Bick, what do you think that deal looks like? the one that is too good to say,
yeah, I think
have to take this?
I think it probably depends on the suitor, and it seems to me that the only suitor really is going to be the Vikings. There is a lot of mixed stuff coming out of the New York Giants camp. There are people who are convinced the Giants are actually committed to moving up, and there are people, including one dude I talked to, who think they're going to back up and get out of the quarterback arena because they do not think quarterback number 4 is worth what they might be sacrificing. So, I think that if it really depends on who is making that phone call, but I would have to say a combination that's at least 2 ones and something additional attached to that.
Yeah,
but again, I really think that I just think the quality versus quantity argument is very profound in this particular case with this particular team with this particular quarterback.
Yeah, at some point you can't just keep punting and falling back and acquiring draft picks. You have to kind of take a stand and plant a flag, right, and say this is the guy that we believe is going to change the trajectory of this franchise. Wolf, for you, do you have an idea of what the Godfather offer you can't refuse might look like for Monty Ossenfort?
Yeah.
Not that you've spoken to him, but just in your own mind what it might look like.
Well, right now, especially if we're talking about the Denver Broncos, Minnesota Vikings, Raiders, one of those teams moving up, we already have a precedent, do we not? It's the Trey Lance precedent.
Yeah.
We're going to need 3 number 1s. That's what we're going to need. For us to even consider this, as a matter of fact, don't call me unless you're ready to offer 3 number 1s.
But what if it's
right
the
now.
Giants and you're only dropping down 2 spots?
I know, exactly. Now, that's different. That's a different situation, okay? Now, we'll talk about that momentarily. But to me, I think the Minnesota Vikings are the team that is most likely. This is all I'm saying. Because of the draft capital that they do have, I think they're most likely to actually say, okay, this is something we're willing to do right here. And because of that, don't call me unless you have 3 number 1s ready to go. I'll take a third as well, a third-round pick. That's 4 third-round picks for the Arizona Cardinals now. And just because I can, because I want to smell it when I think of you in 2025, I want a 6th-round pick in 2025. Just because I want to remember,
I want to
David,
think of you when I smell it.
I just want to remember. And again, listen, here's the great thing about it, guys. Monty Ossenfort doesn't have to do a doggone thing.
No, he doesn't.
Monty Ossenfort is sitting, we've said this, the catbird seat right there. He doesn't have to do anything because the consolation prize, most likely, is going to be Marvin Harrison Jr., exactly what your quarterback needs. Yeah, no, He's in the catbird seat.
Gambo, leave me with this before we send it to a break because you brought up the Giants possibility, and you know in all the shows that we've done together, I'm fascinated by the Giants because I think you still are in a wheelhouse to get a great wide receiver if you want. You certainly wouldn't get as the inventory that you would, but I would think the Giants represent a really interesting possibility if the Giants are in fact a team that wants to move up, as Dan has kind of wondered about.
Daniel Jones had a bad year, tore his ACL, but didn't have a wide receiver to throw the ball to. So there's also the thought that if you go get the Giants, one of those 3 wide receivers, Daniel Jones will be a better quarterback. Just a couple of years ago, they were in the playoffs. They got beat by the Eagles. He had a good year, but a bad year last year by Daniel Jones, an ACL injury, and not having any wide receiver. There is some thought, like, do you run it back with him one more time?
Yeah. When we come back on our draft coverage here with Dan Bickley, Ron Wolfley, John Gambadoro, myself, Dave Burns, as we're live here from the BetMGM Sportsbook and Flankers Kitchen, we will talk about these wide receivers. Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze. Which of the top 3 do we want the most on the Cardinals? I think we've kind of answered that question, but if you can't get one, then what do? We'll talk about that next here on Arizona Sports.
Listen to every Diamondbacks.
Gurriel takes in the dirt, skips away from Herrera. Marte scores
on the Arizona Sports app.
And it's now 5-0 as the Cardinals are coming undone in this fifth.
The Arizona Sports app is presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Back here to tell you about Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Boy, do they have the inventory right now. Huge savings on all new GMCs. And when I mean all new GMCs, I mean all of them. Sierra HDs, Canyons, Terrains, yes, even Yukons. They have those as well. The deals are all over the place. $8,250 off the brand new 2024 GMC Terrain. You can save up to $12,000 off the 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 right now. And whatever you do, make sure you either bring your trade-in with you or you bring a written offer for your trade-in with you because Chris Scott, the general manager there, will offer you $500 more than any other written offer when you sell your vehicle to him. There is no reason for you to go anywhere else but Liberty GMC. Again, in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
The San Diego Padres are at Chase Field on Friday, May 3rd. Stick around and enjoy a post-game fireworks show presented by Game Time. Get tickets now at dbacks.com.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Will your estate and the people you love be protected when you pass away? Because if you only have a will in Arizona, the government could be deciding who gets what when you pass away. Because everything you own could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your loved ones tens of thousands of dollars up front for your probate and legal fees. It could take years for them to get what's left of their inheritance. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, who's helped over 40,000 families since 1995. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over. Will you protect the people you love? Or risk leaving them with a messy probate?
To save 65% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by April 26th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Want to win a foursome to Ak-Chin's Southern Dunes? Take the We All Win with Ak-Chin quiz by texting WIN to 620-620 because we all win with Ak-Chin. Message and data rates may apply.
It feels like football is back, at least through this weekend. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
Dan Bickley, Ron Wolfley, John Gambadoro, me, myself, Dave Burns, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We are also streaming on YouTube as well, thanks to our video. Right?
Oh, boy.
We are, right? Jeremy just gave me a look like, no, we're not. Are we? Okay, we are. And Twitter, and our website. So at ArizonaSports.com, YouTube, Twitter, you can watch us. In addition to listen to us, we are inside Flanker Kitchen and Sports Bar, inside the BetMGM Sportsbook, right outside the Great Lawn, outside of State Farm Stadium, down here where all the big party is. And, yeah, we've brought the party to you with our three absolute stud insiders here.
And the point guard the Suns wish they had.
And the point guard the
Barnesy.
Suns wish they had.
Yeah.
You know, I don't need to take a single shot, guys. I really am here just to make sure y'all get your touches. You're all happy.
Listen.
We're not chilling here on this show, right? Nobody chilling.
No,
nobody's chilling.
No.
We're super engaged
here.
Right.
Man.
No, Gambo, that was a very profound thing he said. This is proof of the importance of a point guard. You gotta have it.
All right. You guys are too nice.
Can I jump in real quick before we get onto this?
Yes,
okay.
please.
One of the things that I think the NFL has done incredibly well is this idea of taking the NFL draft and moving it to Rust Belt cities that allow huge swaths of football fans to drive from Pittsburgh, from Cleveland, from Michigan, whatever. This scene in Detroit today, I've been watching online. This is nuts. I don't think you would find a fan base in the NFL more hype and more engaged in the sport right now than Detroit, Michigan. They hit a gold mine with this draft.
You see the aerial shots and all the Honolulu blue and silver. We had Tyler Drake on the show earlier. I think he even indicated they had to close the doors.
Plus, it helps
because they just were too full.
Yeah,
there weren't.
It helps that they have a great team now too.
Oh, it's the perfect confluence of everything. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, what's weird about this is, and growing up in Chicago, I knew a lot of people who lived in Michigan, and for years they would always tell me, no matter how good the Red Wings are, no matter how good the Pistons are, no matter how good Michigan basketball or Michigan State football is, the Lions are number one in that state. And I always thought to myself, that's insane. They're horrible.
They're
Why
always
would they
horrible.
be number one?
Wait.
But they are.
You grew up in Chicago?
Oh, shut up, man. All right, shut up. All right.
Oh, wait. Don't even get Wolf started on West Virginia stories or Buffalo stories.
Buffalo,
yeah,
thank you very much.
Don't even get started about
Listen,
that.
I went to West Virginia
Of
University.
course,
I'm not from there.
Of course, you're right, Buffalo. I knew that. Again, a turnover on the point guard. I'm sorry. I turned the ball over. I'll be a little more focused. My bad. Let's talk about these three wide receivers. Okay, so we all know the greatness of Marvin Harrison Jr. We've all, on our various shows, we've all talked about it. There is a scenario, not if they stay at 4, but there is a scenario if there's a trade out, trade up, whatever, that it's going to be a wide receiver, but it's not going to be Marvin Harrison Jr. So, Gamble, I'll start with you on this one. Which one do you like if it's not Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I like Odunze.
Okay.
I think that he's bigger and stronger and physical. I mean, I like them all. But I'm not. It's not that I'm against small receivers. My favorite receiver in this league is Amon-Ra St. Brown, who just got paid, because I think he is phenomenal. So I don't think the size matters that much. All three guys are very different. But I just think that Odunze would be the pick for me. I do love the physicality that he plays the game with.
Wolf, which one do you like that's not Marvin Harrison?
Man, you know what? Oh, boy. I'm also with Johnny in this. I do like Rome Odunze as well. Rome Odunze reminds me an awful lot of Anquan Bolden. Anquan Bolden is a guy you could line up at the weak side inside linebacker, and he'd actually find a way to play that position. He's a football player first, through and through. And I think Rome Odunze has a lot of football player in him. He really does. It's interesting when I say that because Larry Fitzgerald, I think from a frame perspective, from his frame and his talent level, I think Rome Odunze is a good comp to Larry Fitzgerald. But I say Anquan Bolden because of the football player that Rome Odunze was. And when I say that, I'm talking about the physicality. Rome Odunze knock your face off. You want him to block? You put him out in the slot.
Sure.
He's going to block and knock your face off. Larry wasn't crazy about blocking, as we all know, right? No. Can I get an amen on that? Larry was not crazy about that right there. So, once again, to me, Rome Odunze is more of an Anquan Bolden type guy. He's an excellent run-after-a-catch guy. Malik Neighbors, of course, very explosive, no doubt about it. But it's interesting, guys, because I see Malik Neighbors, very explosive wide receiver. And then I see Rome Odunze, a football player, and Marvin Harrison is the combination of both of those things. That's what I love.
All right, same question for you, Bick, but also tacking on at the back end of that, do you buy it when the experts tell you that there's very little separation between these three guys?
That's a great question. I personally do not. I think as somebody, and again, I have to preface this by saying I have been so wrong on so many guys that I thought were going to hit and so many guys I thought were going to miss in the NFL that has to be said.
Get in line, Dan.
Yeah, when I look at Marvin Harrison Jr., the reason why I see incredible why I see separation between him and everybody else is something Wolf always talks about: consistency. When you look at his consistent game speed, his consistent route speed, it's all there. His consistency and productivity, it's there. The red zone productivity, it's off the charts. So, and it's been there from day one to the end through different quarterbacks. That, to me, speaks volumes. So I am of the opinion that there is separation. Look, I've watched film on Malik Neighbors and his get-off ability. It's mind-boggling. But when you're talking about two receivers from the same team being drafted in the first round, you've got to wonder how much of that field is being wide open and carved in half for Malik Neighbors, and how many guys that were really speed acceleration guys get to the NFL and fail.
Gambo, I know you would chime in on
this. Yeah,
this.
because I can tell you there is separation, because the Arizona Cardinals do have Joe Alt, the tackle from Notre Dame, and Dallas Turner, the edge rusher from Alabama, ahead of one of those wide receivers on their board. So it's not like those three wide receivers are ahead of the best tackle and the best edge rusher. That is not true. Joe Alt and Dallas Turner are absolutely ahead of at least one of those wide receivers on their board. So there is separation.
And as you've said many times on our show, too, and I think it bears to the idea that all three are going to come into the league and be elite, that's kind of hard to buy, right? It doesn't. I mean, it could, but it doesn't seem likely that all three.
One of them is going to be better than the other two. And when somebody's going to be the second best, somebody's going to be the third best. That's just how it is. Now, some of it depends on where you end up. Do you end up in a place with a good coach? Do you end up somewhere with a good quarterback? Do you end up somewhere with an owner that's committed to winning, where you have a good offensive line to protect you? Like, a lot of it depends on your situation and where you end up. But there's no doubt that one of those three wide receivers, when their careers were over, will have been by a pretty good margin better than the other two.
Wolf?
You know, one of the things we got to keep in mind is the bust rate for a wide receiver is the highest.
That's unbelievable.
It is. But you know what, Danny, when you stop and think about it, it really isn't. And the reason being is because what offense do you get drafted into? You know, what offensive coordinator? Who's your quarterback coach? Who is your quarterback? Right?
Who's your owner?
So much. What about your offensive line? Can they protect the quarterback long enough for him to actually find you and throw you the ball? A wide receiver, so much of what he does is predicated on so many other people doing their job. And that's the reason why I think you've got this high bust rate for a wide receiver. Having said that, though, never forget this, man. Just because that's the highest bust rate doesn't mean Marvin Harrison or Rome Odunze are in that category.
Yeah. And I'll say, somehow Larry Fitzgerald, with some really, really bad quarterbacks, ended up overcoming that.
That's well played.
Yeah, he did. He did, no doubt about it. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back here on our roundtable conversation, and once again, we are live from Flanker Kitchen and Sports Bar. We are inside Flanker Kitchen and Sports Bar, part of the BetMGM Sportsbook, part of the great lawn out here at State Farm Stadium for our draft coverage. All right, Gambo mentioned it. We're going to tease kind of ahead with that a little bit. According to his intel, there are two players that are ahead of one of the three wide receivers on the Cardinals draft board. So if it's not wide receiver for the Cardinals with their first-round pick, what should it be? We'll talk about that with Dan Bickley, Ron Wolfley, John Gambadoro, myself, Dave Burns, next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Back here to tell you about Renko Roofing. And, boy, it's warm outside. It's going to get warmer this weekend. We all know what's coming, don't we? Yes, we do. That brutal summer heat is on its way. And when it's on its way, you want to make sure you're ready for it. You want to make sure you're prepared. And Renko will get you prepared for it. You need to get your roof inspected, because here's what's going to happen. It's going to get hot. The monsoons are going to kick in, and all of that heat is going to cause your roofing materials to degrade. It could cause leaks, and you won't know about it until the rains of the monsoon start coming. You want to get ahead of it. You want to schedule your roof inspection today, and you want Renko Roofing to handle your roof inspection. And here's the reason why. They are a family-owned business, a track record of over 20 years. They understand roofs in Arizona. They are the ones to call. They're the ones to schedule the roof inspection with. Don't wait for the leaks. Schedule your roof inspection today. Visit RenkoRoofing.com or call 480-418-5390. That's RenkoRoofing.com. Monsoon tested, sunshine approved.
QC Kinetics announces the arrival of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, an acclaimed orthopedic surgeon with 2 decades of experience and extensive research in regenerative medicine.
But I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it, and at the same time I integrated clinical research that's resulted in several publications that are really directing the future of regenerative medicine. I was drawn to QC Kinetics after I reviewed their protocols, and everything they were doing is consistent with my own approach.
Today, Dr. Scheinkup leads the entire team of medical professionals at QC Kinetics, taking this exciting medical breakthrough to a whole new level.
What we are doing at QC Kinetics is transforming lives.
Get lasting joint pain relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Like, I love seeing kids nowadays loving their dad. Like, Dad, what's good? Want to go play, Dad? Let's go ride bikes, Dad! Dad! Yeah, when I was a kid, I was like, Dad, Dad, Dad! Run! Open a window! Mom, what did you see in that?
From his Netflix specials and F is for Family, Bill Burr, live. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Arizona Financial Theater. Tickets on sale now at liveNation.com.
I'd owned and driven everything that our Desert Ford dealers offer, and then I made the F-150, America's truck of authority, my daily driver. Paul Calvese here, and I tell you, I found out every day why the Ford F-Series has been America's best-selling line of trucks for 47 years running. Work time, play time, it's that combination of features where every detail matters, and now it gets better because on a 2023 Ford F-150, get 1.9% financing for 72 months, plus a no-charge 72-month, 100,000-mile Ford Protect powertrain care when you buy from our Desert Ford dealers. And if you're thinking SUV, check out the 2023 Ford Escape. Made for every day, but ready for your getaways. And right now, we can get 0% financing for 66 months on a Ford Credit FlexBuy plus $1,000 in FlexBuy cash and a no-charge 5-year, 60,000-mile Ford Protect premium care when you buy a new 2023 Ford Escape. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're tired of never-ending yard work and high water bills, upgrade with Turf Monsters for a beautiful yard year-round. In fact, the designers at Turf Monsters excel at turning your dreams into reality, from putting greens to fire pits, from barbecues to patios, and all military veterans and first responders get 10% off. Schedule a free estimate at turfmonsters.com or call 623-323-3900.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. About 30 minutes from now, Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the NFL, will take the stage and introduce the 2024 NFL Draft. 3 picks after he says the introduction, the Arizona Cardinals will be on the clock. Yes, as of right now, the Cardinals still own the rights to the 4th and 27th overall picks. Will they still be picking in those spots come draft time? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. But if you're curious how Kyler Murray is feeling heading into tonight, we've got that and so much more Cardinals coverage right now on the Arizona Sports app and on arizonasports.com. And then we'll close with a quick update from Phoenix Suns practice today. Grayson Allen told the media that his ankle feels better than he expected it to. He was once again a limited participant during practice, and he's considered questionable for tomorrow's Game 3.
Who's picking 4th? Arizona. It feels like the NFL is back. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
We're back here live on Arizona Sports. You can also watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on social media. You can watch us at arizonasports.com. We're streaming the whole thing. Thanks to Jeremy and our crew here. You can watch all of us. John Gambadoro, Dan Bickley, Ron Wolfley. Later, it's going to be Vince Marotta and Luke Lipinski. We've got the whole crew here. Keep it here the whole time. We've got wall-to-wall, pick-to-pick coverage all the way until the end of the first round. And we're going to talk a little bit about how that first round might end with the Arizona Cardinals having that second first-round pick. But we're hyper-focused on what's going to happen early in this draft. And, Wolf, I'm going to start with you on this one. Not that we think this is going to happen, but we also have to acknowledge that it could happen. Maybe not at 4, if the Cardinals stay at 4. But certainly if there's some maneuvering around and they trade out and trade back up, it might not be a wide receiver. It might be another player. It might be another position in the top 10. You got to lean. You got to feel for a non-wide receiver, Joe Alt or Dallas Turner or somebody. You got a lean for anybody?
You know, honestly, it's a fascinating question, David, and the reason being, of course, is because I am so sold that it is going to be a wide receiver at number 4, because that is one of the best ways you could help Kyler Murray continue to develop, especially when you have an elite rushing attack like the Arizona Cardinals have. You've got a great tight end who can work the middle of the field as well as anybody in the National Football League. Trey McBride is going to just take another step and be huge. Play action is huge. You don't have a wide receiver right now. You don't have a true wide receiver 1. That's the reason why I'm going to be shocked if they would go anywhere else. Having said that, I think maybe the only guy that is in an area of need, and what I love about Monty Ossenfort is he says, no, we draft for need. Okay, I love the fact he comes forward. He admits the fact we draft for need. We're not taking the best player available, right? We've heard that for years. It's so interesting. You take the best player available. It just happens to fit a need that you had on your team as well. So I love the fact they're going to draft for need. And if you are going to do that, I think it's Joe Alt.
Joe Alt?
Joe Alt at number 4. I think he's actually worthy of being the first offensive lineman taken in the draft at number 4.
Bick, I'm going to go to Gambo on this one first.
Yeah, no worries.
Gambo, if not a wide receiver, you got a lean, you got a preference?
Yeah, it'll be Joe Alt. I mean, when I did my Gambo 5, I did it with not just who they could pick at 4, but, I did it who they could pick in the top 10. So if they were to move out of 4, and I still think they stay at 4, but if they were to move out and come back in at 8 or 9, they would prefer Joe Alt as the pick. So I think it would be Joe Alt. And then I also think Dallas Turner. But, again, they like those two guys better than they like, at least one of those wide receivers. So they want to protect the quarterback and they want to attack the quarterback. So it's those are the two areas, protect the quarterback or attack the quarterback. If they don't take a wide receiver, it'll be one of those two positions.
Vic, I know we're having an extremely hypothetical conversation
but I like
here,
it. I like it. No, I do, because then what you do if you're the Cardinals, you look at what are your areas of extreme need in high leverage positions, and I think that you go, okay, offensive line, it's a credo of a lot of smart football people. Build your lines first, build from the inside out. If that's the case, I agree. Joe Alt's the guy, the Fasciano kid from Penn State, J.C. Latham from Alabama.
I love him.
They're all great players, but I think Joe Alt's probably above them. There's a reason why that's what the Chargers apparently want to do, and that's why what the Titans want to do. Then you look at cornerback and who might be there. Cooper DeJean, there might be a few other guys, and then you look at edge rusher, this Latu kid from UCLA, maybe a couple of others. That's the pool that I would be looking at. If you had to say select somebody who's not a wide receiver, I'm probably with these guys. Not to be groupthink here, but it's probably Joe Alt.
Yeah, I'm going to – Gambo and I talked about this a little bit on our show, and I know this is dreaming, and I know that dreaming is free, and I know that I have a vivid imagination. But I do think there's at least a scenario we could talk about where the Cardinals satisfy all things here, and that's either a trade back to 6 with the Giants or a trade out of 4 and a trade back up to, say, like 5 with the Chargers if they want to get out. Follow my thinking on this one. Cardinals trade out of 4. It goes quarterback 1, 2, 3, 4. The Chargers, even with Marvin Harrison Jr. there, love offensive linemen and are said to be attached to offensive linemen in this draft. Now the Cardinals at 6, because they've made their deal with the Giants, Marvin Harrison Jr. is still there, but they still did the trade down to get extra assets, and yet they've threaded this dream needle of being able, which is what I'm calling it. We're threading the dream needle here.
Good name for a band, Bernsey. Dream Needle.
Dream Needle. They're thread the dream needle, and they're still getting Marvin Harrison Jr. at 6. Or they're trading back up with the Chargers at 5, and they're still getting Marvin Harrison Jr. if they trade out at 4. Am I dreaming? Is it too many moving parts? Is there a way they could do both? Trade out?
I don't know about that. That's a lot of moving pieces. I don't know if you could pull that off.
It's unlikely. It's unlikely, but look, everybody looks at last year and they see what he did and they say, okay, just do what the Cardinals did last year. There's a lot of unknowns there, but so that's why I think it sounds great. Last year they were willing to drop down past a certain point, but they had enough to come back up and still be a net positive. They used the second that they got to come back up, but they was still positive, a future first and third. So I am intrigued by all of that, but everybody says, oh, just do what Arizona did. Hey, other teams want guys too. Last year, a lot of the stars aligned. There's no guarantee. And again, as me and you have talked about, anytime you make a deal, you got to think worst case scenario. I'm trading back down. I might not be able to trade back up.
Yeah.
I might have to stay where I'm at because I might not be able to get back up.
Well, Gambo brings up a really good point. How much of our belief in Monty this year is kind of predicated on the sorcery he did last year, right? To think that, oh, we can just do it again. You can trade up, you can trade back, you can move here, you can move there, you can get exactly what you – did he make it look almost too easy last year?
Yeah, he did. There's no doubt about it because, again, to trade down and then move back up and get a player you're targeting, you've got to plow that road well before the draft. Now, that could possibly be what he's been doing this whole time, of course, is plowing that road once again. But – you know, I just the New York Giant thing. I want to go back to that because it is fascinating to me when you think of, man, what could they possibly glean moving down 2 spots? What could they possibly get from the New York Giants, and what would that mean for the Chargers at number 5? I think for the Chargers, they're going to look at it and say, we're going to go ahead and we're going to draft Marvin Harrison Jr. plays at number 5 right there, and that's the reason why. Who's your number 2 receiver, and how much do you like that guy? Is it really flip a coin between Marvin Harrison Jr. and a Rome Odunze, or Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors? Is it really that close where you're just going to – because if that's the case, maybe you would go ahead and move down, collect some more draft capital, and still draft the wide receiver of choice.
Bick, you're smiling over there.
No. I was checking out something else and people responding to our conversation. No, listen, I think to me, again, I've been steadfast in believing that there is separation with your wide receiver. I've been told by my limited sources that Jim Harbaugh is definitely going offensive lineman with that 5th pick, which seems to be, and again, there's a lot of smoke and all that kind of stuff right now. So I think that there's a possibility that this draft unfolds in a way that isn't as surprising or chaotic as we believe it might be.
Can I just say this, though? You know what, Danny? If they do that, this is their wide receivers. Josh Palmer,
right? Yep.
Quentin Johnson,
that's not good.
And Darius Davis.
No, it's not good.
Those are their 3. You've got a quarterback that you want to have options for in Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
You want to give this guy some options, and that's
they
not a
Mike
great
Williams
wide
and
receiver
Keenan Allen.
room.
They lost 2 great wide receivers.
And they let them. Well, they didn't lose them. They effectively let them both go. Yeah. And the way it's been described to me is that Jim Harbaugh has always been a big believer in physical football. You saw that at San Diego State. You saw it at Stanford. You saw it in the pros. And then when he got to Michigan, what got him above Ohio State finally after all those years was doubling down on physicality up front, and now that is his number 1 tenet.
And I think that is why everybody assumes the Chargers go offensive
That's
line
it.
at 5. It's the Jim Harbaugh way to take a tackle at
Wolf
5
is also
and not
right.
a generational wide receiver.
Yeah. But he's also right when you say you look at their wide receiver room and it's really deficient right now.
Yeah, Joe Ortiz as well, the general manager. You got to remember where he came from. Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
You know what they love to do. Oh my goodness, line up on the line of scrimmage. So I'm not saying that's a ridiculous way that the Chargers could go. To pass on what I think is a generational wide receiver when your quarterback your team needs a wide receiver, man, that'd be tough.
Yeah, Campbell, give me the last word on this.
Harbaugh knows Marvin Harrison Jr. very well. Very, very well. He's coached against him many, many times. So he knows if he's a stoppable wide receiver or not. So if he goes Joe Alt, he may not believe that Marvin Harrison Jr. is all that in a bag of chips
Which
like we do.
Seems crazy to think, but yes,
he
does
coached
have.
Against
he certainly
him every
has knowledge
year.
of him. Yeah,
no, it's possible.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, it's possible. All right, guys. When we continue here on our roundtable conversation, we have been neglectful. We haven't talked about the other first-round pick the Arizona Cardinals have tonight. As it stands right now, they've got 2 of them. What do we want them to see? Not necessarily who, but what do we want them to target with the 27th overall pick? We'll run that past our A-plus list of panelists here. Dan Bickley, Ron Wolfley, John Gambadoro, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The lack of care with the basketball, it'll make you pull your hair out. They don't have a point guard, but the more frustrating part to me is, all right, you realize you don't have a point guard. When is it going to kick in that taking care of the basketball is actually very important, and it's just careless pass after bad decision over and over and over again.
You cannot be committing 20 turnovers in a playoff game. It's like throwing 4 interceptions in an NFL playoff game. You can't do it.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There's a lot of people out there right now that could use LASIK surgery. I take Dan Bickley's wife, Tammy, for looking at him for all these years. She could use LASIK surgery. What did she see in him? Probably wasn't seeing very well. Dr. Schwartz in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center right now is offering $1,000 off of LASIK surgery. Now you get $1,000 off right now. Now, I've never seen this offer before in all the years I've done the commercials for the Team Eye Doctor of your Diamondbacks and your Phoenix Suns, Dr. Jay Schwartz. $1,000 off of your LASIK surgery right now at any of their 3 locations in the Valley, Mesa, Glendale, and Scottsdale. So if you need LASIK surgery or you know somebody that does need LASIK surgery, all you have to do is text GAMBO to 620-620. I'll get you all the information to save you $1,000. That's text GAMBO to 620-620.
Got a leak or a clog, but don't know why? Pick up the phone and call the plumber guy.
Need a plumber? Call the plumber guy. Call 480-PLUMBER. That's 480-PLUMBER. 480-PLUMBER.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan, and you have taken care of so many of our listeners already. What should customers expect from Chapman BMW?
Yeah, Dan, you become part of the Chapman family, which means you're going to get a great experience, a family that's been serving the Valley for 57 years, and a family you can trust.
You're also going to get a great deal because my guy Shane is going to hook you up. You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with 0 risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta back to tell you about Revitalize Weight Loss and Wellness, a world-class nutrition team that absolutely changed my life. There are countless ways for someone to attempt to lose weight, but have you noticed that most approaches only work for the short term? Dr. Abood and his team at Revitalize know why. And the answer starts with you getting a fully customized roadmap to nutrition, food, and supplements that takes the guesswork out of what you need to lose weight and fix the issues in your metabolism. How do they do this? Revitalize uses cutting-edge bioscan technology, and this is exciting. They are offering a free bioscan, normally a $200 value, for free with a paid initial in-person consultation. Find out what foods and micronutrients are optimal for your body with this free bioscan offer from Revitalize during the month of April. Schedule your in-person initial consultation with Revitalize, the first step to joining the Bickley and Marotta revolution and losing weight in a healthy, sustainable way. Revitalize Weight Loss and Wellness, 480-701-8133 or online at revitalizeweightloss.com.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here from my friends at America Roofing, Arizona's roofing contractor of the year. Replace or repair, and we've had them do both. It's a slam dunk when America Roofing's been serving the Valley for over 2 decades. Plus, save 10%. Click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
We are live from Flanker Kitchen and Sports Bar inside the BetMGM Sportsbook as we are just outside the Great Lawn where the big Cardinals draft party is going on. The draft, I should say, set to begin in just about 15 minutes from now. We're expecting, if nothing changes, for the Cardinals to be on the clock at about 5:45. Bick, you look like you're chomping at the bit to say something.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
I'm just following.
Okay.
I'm good, man.
I thought
I'm always like that.
I thought you were ready to jump in on something there.
You know me, man. I'm always ready to interrupt everybody.
Of course. You're a lot like my wife in that regard. Always. And I love you, honey, if you're listening. I was just kidding. All right, let's talk about 27 because we haven't talked about 27 hardly at all. And, Bick, I'll start with you on this one because you do look like you're chomping at the bit. I think there's almost a 100% chance that the Cardinals will not make the 27th pick in tonight's draft.
Yeah.
That they will either go up or
feel
down
that
or I think that pick is on the move.
Yeah,
what do you think?
I don't know why you feel that. I'm curious, but I have exactly the same kind of feeling that if they stay at 4 and execute the pick for a Marvin Harrison Jr., then yes, I think that pick has got wheels on it, one way or the other.
Yeah, I think, Wolf, the reason I feel that way about it is that it does seem like a prime position where if somebody wants to come up and get a player to make sure they assure the 5th-year option on them, they can.
That's a big deal.
But if the Cardinals see somebody slipping that might be available at 17, 16, 18, 19, goodness knows they have enough ammunition in the 3rd round to be able to package that with the 27th pick to move up a couple spots and get somebody they really, really like.
No, I'm with you on that one, David. Yet at the same time, I hope they stay right there and actually take another player in the 1st round who has that kind of talent.
Even if they move up in the 1st round?
Yeah, because honestly, I think, once again, you can still get a good football player in the 3rd round, and they have 3 number 3 picks. I love that right there. You can still get a good football player right there. Now, listen, if there's a guy you love, I got no problem with that. If they want to package that and go ahead and move up, I got no problem with that, David. But, man, you better be convicted on that, and that's the one great thing about scouting. There are no ties.
Yeah.
Okay? Nature abhors a vacuum, and scouting departments abhor ties. They don't like that. There's always one player that is better than the other player, okay? Even if it's the smallest of margins, you're going to look at one guy and say, that is my guy. That's what scouting is. Whom do you hitch your wagon to? Who do you do that to? And, of course, people keep track of who you hitch your wagon to and how important that is. It's all about declare who is better in scouting. So, once again, I don't really buy into the tier system. I think there are players that are on the same tier for the most part, but they're never ranked the same in my opinion.
Gambo, move up, move down at 27. Does that pick have wheels, as Bick says?
I think there's a lot of quantity there, and if you could turn some quantity into quality, there's probably somebody at 17, 18, 19 that's going to be better than at 27. You've got 11 picks. Do any of us really think they're going to draft 11 rookies to come in? I know they need a lot of players. I mean, I get it. But 11 rookies, then some undrafted free agents, I don't know. If you could I'll go from 11 picks to 9 picks, but then you also are able to go up 10, 12 spots to – look, they like 3 of the corners, okay? They like the Clemson kid, the Toledo kid, and the other kid. 3 good picks. The sweet spot for those guys are between 10 and 20. The Alabama kid, the Toledo kid, and the Clemson kid. If you could take 27 and something else to go get one of those kids – then I think you got to do it. I think you have to do it because I think you're getting a better quality of player there.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that I've always believed from about pick number 25 in the 1st round through about midway through the 4th round, that is where your best general managers in the NFL really make their mark, where they really uncover stars while other people take swings and misses. And as Will pointed out, having 3 in the 3rd, that's a lot of leverage and a lot of maneuverability. I really believe that, and I don't think Monty Ossenfort is consumed with perception. But if you get out of the 1st round with a highly rated wide receiver, which, of course, a guy at number 4 would be, and a edge rusher of some repute, I think you've done a great job.
Wolf?
I just want to say this quickly. The Baltimore Ravens are, I think, a team that drafts better than anybody in the National Football League. And their philosophy, their entire philosophy is built on quantity of pick, not quality of pick. Because the more picks that I have gives me the more chances to hit on certain players.
So
whether he was a fourth
it's a math
round
equation.
that's what it is. That's all it is, Danny. They look for players that are good for their culture, look for guys that fit their culture, and then say, we're going to draft them because they have the ability to play in the National Football League, and all it does is up their percentage of hitting on a player, and that's their belief. I'm kind of with them on that, and I think Monty is as well.
Gambo, I'm going to start with you. We've got about 60 seconds. If you want to name a specific player, great. If not, just give me a position. What do you think the Cardinals should do with their second first-round pick? Either a position or a specific player?
It really depends on what they do with the first pick, to be honest with you. But so let's just say they go wide receiver there. I'd like to see them get one of those 3 cornerbacks if possible.
Okay. Wolf?
I'd like to see him get the best interior offensive lineman in the draft.
Are you going to stump for your guy? I know you're going to.
He's not going to be there at 27.
Okay.
Graham Barton, he's not going to be there at 27.
Okay, because I don't want you to. Gambo's got his high blood pressure pills. If you need to take any, I mean, because
Well, but let me tell you,
you're going to stump for that guy. I know you're going to stump for that guy.
Once again, man, I'm just saying, you want to give Kyler Murray every opportunity to be successful.
Pick position player.
I would say the highest rated cornerback and or edge rusher. Who you've got on your board if you have that pick at that time.
Okay. We'll see and of course, our coverage here is going to continue through the entirety of the first round. So if the Cardinals stay put, if the Cardinals trade out, if the Cardinals trade up, we're going to be here, the 4 of us, Vince Marotta, Luke Lipinski, all of us here at Arizona Sports, taking you right until the end of the first round of the draft. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, the first round is set to begin, and we will be here to bring it to you here on Arizona Sports. We are live from Flanker Kitchen and Sports Bar inside the BetMGM Sportsbook, and we'll be back with the beginning of the 2024 NFL Draft right after this here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
With the 4th overall pick, what kind of Monty moves will happen this evening?
I wish I could predict the future. The draft it's so unpredictable.
Draft coverage presented by Bud Light.
The phone's always going to ring. We'll see what's on the other end.
Our Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special begins this afternoon at 4, followed by the entire first round of the NFL Draft.
We'll be ready.
On 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here with you for Wilderness Athlete, and I got to tell you right now, this is going to be a fun night, but it's going to be a long night here with the draft. I've got my water bottle hydro right now, and you better believe right now I've got a little energy and focus in there. Little packet that Wilderness Athlete sells, and it's better than an energy drink. It's better than a cup of coffee. It's everything I'm looking for this time of day, and it's everything I'm looking for on this type of day. I'm looking for productivity. I'm looking for noticeable mental clarity and improvement in my mental clarity. I'm looking for stamina because it's going to be a long night, and I'm not looking for the jitters. I can't have that. So about 15 minutes ago, I took a little packet of energy and focus from Wilderness Athlete, put it in my water bottle, and I'm going to be good to go the rest of the night for what's going to be a busy and fun night around here. Wilderness Athlete has all the best supplements with all the best ingredients, and I would encourage you, if you reach for that energy drink every afternoon, or if you don't like the hydration product that you're looking for, but you want that feeling of being hydrated, they have what you're looking for at Wilderness Athlete, and right now you can get 20% off all products from Wilderness Athlete when you use my last name, Burns, in the checkout box, BURNS, at wildernessathlete.com.
Spring is here, and before long, another hot Arizona summer will be here. So now's the perfect time to upgrade with new energy-efficient windows and patio doors from my friends at Window World. Dave Ramsey here, and you know I love a good value, which is why I love Window World. You see, Window World of Phoenix offers a true lifetime warranty that even includes accidental glass breakage. Call today, and Window World of Phoenix will install 5 large premium vinyl siding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, for one low upfront price of only $39.63, tax included. For about the price of 1 or 2 windows from other companies, you can get 5 premium windows installed from Window World. That's what I call a no-brainer. Get all the details online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know some of the best car deals in the Valley can be found at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. And if you know Earnhardt Ford the way I do as a 3-time customer, you know they've been a trusted name in Arizona for over 72 years. You can buy a 2023 Ford F-150 at an amazingly low 1.9% APR financing rate for 72 months, plus a no-charge 6-year, 100,000-mile Ford Protect Powertrain Care Package. That's Arizona's best truck with the best warranty coverage around. No Bull F-150s named America's best-selling trucks. Earnhardt Ford is also offering 2023 Ford Escapes for 0% APR for 60 months, plus a no-charge 5-year, 60,000-mile Ford Protect service contract, or drive out a brand-new 2023 all-electric Mach-E at 0% financing for 72 months. All offers require approved credit. These offers end April 30th, 2024. And they're happening at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, online at earnhardtford.com.
Will your estate and the people you love be protected when you pass away? Because if you only have a will in Arizona, the government could be deciding who gets what when you pass away. Because everything you own could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your loved ones tens of thousands of dollars up front for your probate and legal fees. It could take years for them to get what's left of their inheritance. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, who's helped over 40,000 families since 1995. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over. Will you protect the people you love? Or risk leaving them with a messy probate?
To save 65% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by April 26th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Made to shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
We met later in life. I liked his dimples.
Both of our spouses had passed away, and we never expected to remarry.
That's the funny thing about love. It has its own agenda.
I wanted to get her a ring that celebrated our future, but didn't ignore our past.
I just wanted a party.
Shane Company helped me create the perfect ring, the center stone for us, and the 2 side stones for our past loves.
Fine jewelry that feels like it was designed just for you. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is the show that everyone shows up for. Scheduled to appear. An amazing head of hair.
I make my own hair gel.
Someone who'd love a big plate of wings right now. People who have vastly different bedtimes. A native Basinonian. Someone covering the event live in Detroit.
Detroit-style pizza is the way to go.
Someone who hears the word draft and thinks about a cold one of these. At least one former Arizona Cardinals player. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
And welcome in to the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special. And welcome into our roundtable, our annual tradition here on Arizona Sports, where we gather all of the minds, all of the voices, and we throw us all into the pot and just cook it up and see what comes out, right? It's our roundtable discussion. It's our roundtable show for the NFL Draft. And it's always a good time, and we appreciate you taking time to spend it with us here on Arizona Sports. Right now, we have got our roundtable of my co-host every afternoon, John Gambadoro, part of the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Gambo.
Burnsy.
What? And then
Burnsy.
Dan Bickley from the morning show, Bickley and Murata. Ron Wolfley will be back. Right now, he's just up on the stage.
Being a hype guy.
Whipping them into a frenzy, right? He is being the hype man.
Cardinals fans love them some Wolf.
You live in a basin, all you people in there. You're all
Are you talking
people.
to me?
Yes, you know what? Who needs Wolf? Between the two of you, I think we kind of have his voice covered.
No, we got to get Vinny up here. Vinny's
Vinny's the magician at it. There's no doubt about it. We are ready to bring you the NFL Draft. The Cardinals, as it's slated right now, have the 4th pick. We expect that pick to come down about 5:45 this afternoon. If something happens, of course, we'll let you know. We will take you to the podium when Roger Goodell is ready to do his thing and get this thing underway and put the Chicago Bears on the clock. In the meantime, we've got a lot of time to kind of figure out what the Cardinals are going to do here. We do kind of have a general rule here on our draft coverage. We respect the spirit of the draft, and while some might try to tip their picks on social media. We will not. We will, we've all are looking at Twitter. But if we see it on Twitter, we're not going to report it. We're going to respect kind of the drama of the draft and the fun of the draft and things like that. But if there are trades, of course we'll bring that to you. If there's some shift in the order, Bick, then we'll bring that to everybody.
It's like you wake up on Christmas morning or in the holidays. Why know what's in the present before it's open?
Exactly.
You don't want to know.
Why snoop around the house to see what Mom and Dad got you? Just wait until Christmas Day, unwrap the thing, and find out what you got.
And to further that point, Vinny and I talked about it this morning, that little draft sounder that ESPN uses that lets you know the pick is in. We have all become so conditioned. It's like Scooby-Doo. Like, the pick's in.
The truth
you
is,
stop what you're doing when you hear that because the pick is in.
When you hear that, it's about 4 to 5 minutes earlier that the pick had actually been in.
Yeah, right.
Just so you know.
Yeah. Right.
So when you hear that sounder, the pick is in. That pick was in between 4 and 5 minutes earlier.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ding, ding, ding,
yeah.
ding, ding, ding,
ding,
ding.
That's
that
it.
one.
That's it.
Yes.
We are. Bickley's right. We're all just like, ooh, ooh, ooh.
It's like Pavlov's dogs. Yeah.
It's
we
pathetic.
just start salivating.
Sports is awesome, man.
That's the best.
That's sort of the things.
It's the best.
Little stuff like that. I just
we are
absolutely
so
love.
ridiculous. Every last one of us.
We'll be here for the entire first round. I'm being told by our executive producer, Aaron Maloney, we are commercial free for at least the next hour. You can also watch us if you want on YouTube. You can watch us at ArizonaSports.com. You can watch us on X, the artist formerly known as Twitter. We've got the camera set up here, and we've got the whole thing. So, even though we kind of talked about some of this in the first hour, Gambo, I'll start with you. Are we sort of expecting a kind of, for lack of a better word, standard color by numbers first hour to this draft when it comes to what the Cardinals are going to do and what's going to happen in front of them?
I think 1, 2, and 3 are set. I'd be shocked if it went any other way. Caleb Williams is going to the Bears. Jaden Daniels going to the Commanders. Drake May's going to the Patriots. I think those are set. I think the Cardinals stay at 4 and take Marvin Harrison Jr., but it really all depends on if he gets blown away with an offer. The reason why I still lean towards Marvin Harris, because I just don't know that you want to be that team that gave up 3 first-round picks or whatever it would take for J.J. McCarthy. It's a knock on him. Yeah. It's not a knock on being aggressive and moving up for the – you're going to do all of that for the 4th best quarterback?
Yeah.
That, he's more of a game man. He's good, but nobody thinks he's great.
Yeah.
So I still think that that's where I draw the line on the Cardinals being able to make a deal, because I just don't know that anybody loves J.J. McCarthy that much. We'll see.
I'm right there with him. I am right there with him about this. And again, I also believe that if you are the Minnesota Vikings and you give in to the pressure to go get this quarterback in J.J. McCarthy, where do you have to go to get him? Do you really, if it really goes bang, 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 Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, and now the Cardinals are sitting there at the 4th pick, you don't need to trade with the Cardinals if there's nobody else trying to get that quarterback you want, and you know the Cardinals are not going to take him. You don't need to trade with the Chargers. Who knows where that is going to land, but I do agree with Gambo. The one thing that I feel intuitively is that 4th quarterback is going to slip. Because I think there's going to be, when it gets down to it, there are too many other good players in the top 12 for somebody to get goaded into that sucker bet.
And is he that much better than Michael Penix Jr. and Bo Nix?
I don't think
Is he
think
that
so.
much better than those guys?
So at all. I don't think so at all.
To give up all that inventory to please Monty? Because you're not going to, Monty's not going to be like, okay, I'll just take one, because he's not that good. Just give me one extra first rounder. Like, that's not going to happen.
There was a report this morning as part of a mock draft, I believe it was Matt Miller's mock draft, that suggested that Marvin Harrison, if not promised, Marvin Harrison has been assured, has an assurance from the Cardinals that he will be the pick if available at this spot. Did the Cardinals give Marvin Harrison Jr. a promise ring, Bick, do you think?
I read that and I thought to myself, wow, there really is no wiggle room there, because that you're basically saying if you're there, we're taking you. That doesn't account for getting blown away by an offer. So I was a little skeptical of the wording of that. But again, maybe not. Maybe
I doubt it.
Maybe this is something where the need plus the quality of the player plus the fit with Kyler Murray plus the relationship with Paris Johnson Jr. It just all makes too much sense.
Yeah, it does.
Why do you have to do that? Why do you have to promise a guy you're going to take him?
And I think that's a great point by Bick. It seems like by doing that, you've closed the door on at least listening to teams that might just blow your socks off with an offer that you just, you know what, I can't say no to that. I got to take it.
In basketball, you do it to prevent the guy from going to work out for 6 other teams. We're taking you at 4.
Yeah, that's it.
You don't need to go work out for all these other teams. We're going to take you. Don't waste
Suns
your time.
did that with Amari. You're exactly right.
But in the football, there's no, it doesn't make sense to do it in football.
Yeah, we are, I don't know if they did this last year. They've got a countdown to the commissioner coming out on stage. This whole thing has a new life of its own. So they're running this video right now of Roger Goodell, and I believe he's telling Detroit Lion legends to come out on stage with them. Eminem is there,
and they all
too.
want no part of it.
Yeah,
he's going to get booed.
Yeah, exactly. it's probably a video in which he's like, hey, no, really, guys, come on, Barry Sanders, come with me. Come out with me so I don't get booed. So now Roger Goodell is walking to the stage, and what I'm sure was a pre-recorded video.
Oh, yeah.
He's got Eminem walking with him right now. So when Goodell goes to the podium, we will go to the podium as well, and we'll bring you the opening comments from Roger Goodell, and then we'll officially get this thing underway. In fact, I believe
Look at that scene.
I know, it's crazy, right? There are thousands, tens of thousands of people. Let's go to the podium. Roger Goodell is walking out on the stage right now. Go ahead, guys.
We waited 6 years to say this. Welcome to the NFL Draft in Detroit. Let's go, Big D. How you like that? Em, I was just kidding about the rap battle. We're going to save that for another day. But the pride of Detroit has got a little some surprise for you and bringing out a few other surprises for you. So, Em, here you go. Detroit! What up? It's here. Make some noise for the Detroit Lions. Let's go!
Former members of the Detroit Lions all coming to the stage right now.
Our adopted team.
Yeah, you know what?
Me and you loved that team
That's
last
true.
year. We loved them.
Vic, I don't know if you knew this, but we were anticipating such a
Barry Sanders
poor season from the Cardinals this year. We're like, I need somebody to root for.
So
we
you picked the Lions?
We picked the Lions.
That's a
yeah,
cool
we
team
were
to
rooting
pick.
for them all
Fun
year.
team. Fun team.
Oh, yeah.
It's a real fun team. But, yeah, Roger Goodell, he's got current members, former members. Barry Sanders is out there with him. Eminem was the one who was yelling at the crowd right now. So there's you know what, while they're doing this, I don't think we need to play this. I do want to play, if I could, this Molly McGrath interview that she just did with Marvin Harrison Jr. Let's listen to what he had to say to Molly McGrath before the drafts.
Marvin, your father has been such an integral part of this pre-draft process. How did that mentorship give you confidence heading into today?
Great. I mean, there's no one I trust more than him. I know he's going to do his best for me. So we have a great relationship in that standpoint.
Why should you be the first receiver taken off the board?
I think I'm just the most complete receiver. We have a lot of great receivers in this draft class, but I'm confident in my abilities, but we're all great receivers.
Can you tell me about your necklace that you had made for today?
Yeah, this necklace is to honor my dad a little bit. So you got the Lion King on one side, and then me and my dad to represent them on the other. So he means a lot to me. He's helped me get here, so I had to honor him today.
Very cool. And your legacy in the NFL begins today, Marvin. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you.
All right, so some brief conversations from Marvin Harrison Jr. talking about his dad, Marvin Harrison Sr., who has, been very I don't want to call it unusual, certainly unorthodox, I think, in how they've handled some of the pre-draft process, right? We're not working out for a combine. We're not working out for pro days. We're working out for a season, is what Marvin Harrison
We're
Jr.
resting.
is saying. We're resting.
We're
right?
resting.
Yeah,
Listen, there are a lot of people who took offense to the way Marvin Harrison Jr. presented himself, the idea that we are preparing to play football, not to run 40-yard dashes and that kind of thing. It really, to me, I think if you want to read too much into that, you can. I think this is really symbolic of a new era of athletes who aren't going to jump through every hoop that's put in front of them just because you should be grateful to have this opportunity.
Yeah.
You should be honored to be here in your spandex shorts running 40-yard dashes. It's a different world
Does
now.
the NIL money that these guys all receive make them?
Of course it does.
I got
No doubt.
$2 million in the bank. What do I need to?
No doubt.
Do? I got $5 million in the bank.
Right.
All right.
It's like you with all your NIL money, Gambo. No one can tell you what to do.
So I was.
That's right, Beck.
Thank you.
That's right.
The difference is Gambo doesn't call it NIL money. He calls it something else money. Something that we can't say on these airwaves here. But yes, it's NIL, something else, whatever you want to call it, right? Blankety blank. Yeah, whatever. However you want to refer to it. I was trying to time it where I could get Roger Goodell to say the Chicago Bears are on the clock. I failed miserably, but the Chicago Bears are now on the clock. I just didn't know when he was going to be done introducing all the Lions. I didn't think we needed to hear all that. But the draft is officially underway. The draft has begun. The Chicago Bears are on the clock. Got about 9 minutes to go. Worst kept secret ever. Caleb Williams. Here we go, and it's time for a new quarterback in Chicago. Gambo?
In my lifetime, the Chicago Bears have never had a great quarterback, and I will say that Jim McMahon was not a great quarterback.
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
No, he wasn't.
He was not a great quarterback.
No.
Jay Cutler was okay. He was okay. Rex Grossman was okay. As long as I've been alive,
Eric Kramer was okay.
Mitchell Trubisky was terrible. Like, they've never had a really great quarterback. Will this be the first time in my lifetime that they have a great quarterback?
We welcome back Ron Wolfley. Did you get the crowd whipped into a frenzy there, Wolf?
As a matter of fact, no. I was a little winded.
You sound like you're a little out of breath, Wolf. Are you okay?
It was a little rough walk back, okay?
Did they
That's
boo
all
you?
I'm saying, right? No, they didn't boo me, Johnny, but still, I mean, you had to maneuver through everybody. And there were, people, and their breath was bad. Let's put it that way. There were pictures that were taken, and,
and
it
all
was
the
just,
faces, Wolf.
It was,
all the faces.
the faces had voices, Dan, and you know how that goes. So.
That's good stuff. So the Cardinals coming up. We're still about, we think, a half hour away from them making their pick. There's 10 minutes in between each pick. So we have a little bit here. And, of course, we're monitoring social media. So let's talk about Caleb Williams for a few minutes since they're showing the highlights right now. And, Bick, I'll start with you on this one because you and Gambo were just talking about how Chicago, it's been forever since they've had a good quarterback. Is Caleb Williams ready to be that guy for the Chicago
Great
Bears?
question. So early on, a few months ago, there were these rumblings that maybe Caleb Williams and his father want no part of the Bears because of their utter and eternal dysfunction, especially when it comes to supporting a quarterback. And then I think people began to realize their general manager, Ryan Poles, is actually good, has actually made a series of decent moves, and that as a situation, you could do a lot worse than going to a team with the talent level of the Chicago Bears. Keep in mind, this Bears team is the number one draft pick, not because they were the worst team in football last year. This was courtesy of a trade. So I think when you look at this, I think that maybe Caleb Williams is looking at the Bears and like, okay, I can work with this. I can make this happen. I do know this from talking to a lot of my homies back in Chicago. Their skepticism runs deep.
About Caleb Williams?
About anybody.
About
Yes.
anybody's ability to play that position in that uniform. Anybody.
In that stadium with that wind.
Anybody.
Listen, I'll swear to you to this day, that's the reason why Jake Plummer chose the Broncos over Chicago.
Because he didn't want to play there?
Yes. Because it's a hard place to play.
And Jake was not a good quarterback in the cold. He didn't like it, didn't perform well in it. What Jake should have done, though, is realize that the bar in Chicago is down here, and the bar in Denver was way up here because of John Elway.
There's no doubt about it, too. I've played at Soldier Field, and I know what that was like. It is very, very tough to play there anytime you hit November,
And
December.
You played on that old artificial turf at Soldier Field.
I mean, honestly,
Well,
it was cement.
I've listened to your show enough over the last few weeks that I think I can confidently say you've got some serious doubts about Caleb Williams. And
Okay.
Did I just
I
reopen
do.
a wound that I shouldn't have gone anywhere near?
I honestly right now, listen, as a former player right now, I love guys that go out and do their job. I love guys that go out and they do their job, and they do it as hard as they possibly can, and they let the chips fall where they may after that, because the only thing you can do is give what you have. And do it in a stand-up kind of way. Listen, I'm going to admit the fact that when he jumped into his mother's arms and started bawling in front of the football universe, can I tell you that bothered me? That
Bothered a lot of people.
It bothered me tremendously because it was so
soft.
Mommy, I tried so hard and it didn't work, Mommy. I'm sorry. Look, man,
You're
at
not
some
alone.
point in time, it was all about him. He was bawling because it was all about him.
Yeah.
Not his teammates, not the fact they lost the game. I'm just saying right now, I've got serious question marks about this guy.
Gambo, do you have question marks about Caleb Williams? I mean, we've obviously watched his career closely. At times we wondered he might end up here. Do you have doubts about him?
There was a point when the season started. You go to August to September of last year, and it looked like he was going to be the number one overall pick in the draft, which he will be. And we thought the Arizona Cardinals might end up with him. Kyler was injured. We didn't know if this new staff believed in Kyler or not. We were talking about, like, if somebody wants Caleb Williams, you're going to have to give up like 3-4 first-round picks to get him, maybe 5. This guy, and then he didn't have a great year. He was good. At times he was really good. But he was not great. I didn't think he was great at all. So I have some doubts about the way he played as well.
The pick is in for the Bears.
Go Bears!
The Bears. We know who it's going to be. He's just sitting there in the green room between a couple of palm trees right now, just hanging out, chilling, waiting for his name to be called. I did get a text message from Vinny, who we're going to loop into our roundtable here in a minute, and he does point out, he said, I don't know if you saw or read this, Roger Goodell had back surgery 3 weeks ago. It is unknown if there will be bro hugging tonight on the stage because he's recovering from a little bit of back surgery. So we don't know if there's going to be that
soft.
That whole
it's just soft.
That's my homeboy, too.
Can't even give a hug. You can't give a hug.
So the pick is in. As soon as we see Roger Goodell walking to the podium, we will go to the podium. And then, as we'll do, we'll play the draft profile that our crew back at Arizona Sports has put together so you can hear everything you need to know about the first pick. And with that, let's go to the podium where Roger Goodell is walking up to the microphone right now to announce the pick for the Bears.
Ginger.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
Caleb Williams, quarterback, USC.
The unanimous number 1 overall prospect in this year's draft has been heralded by some as a once-in-a-generation talent at the quarterback position, bringing endless hype around his last 2 years at USC, one of which yielded him a Heisman Trophy. Williams can make every throw with the ideal arm and athleticism aiding with his greatest strength, his instinctual ability to keep plays alive. Scouts, however, want to see Williams improve as a reader of defenses when progressing through reads, not remain so reliant on his playmaking that negatively affects his decision-making. NFL comp, the build of Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen, and the athleticism of Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Should be noted, by the way, that profile was voiced by our associate producer on the Burns and Gambo show, Lauren Koval.
Who's also a Bears fan.
Die-hard Bears fan. Die-hard.
I think she wanted them to keep Justin Fields.
She
though.
did. She did.
And we do have a bro hug. So we
Oh,
had
there was a bro hug?
There was
Oh,
a bro hug.
there was physical contact?
Yes,
Okay, good. Okay, good. It's
not so soft.
It's nice to see the commissioner is manning up despite the fact that there was back surgery. So the Washington Commanders are on the clock. Now, this one I've been looking forward to talking to the three of you guys with because we're expecting this to be the Jaden Daniels pick. If I had said to any of you after his freshman year at ASU that Jaden Daniels was going to be the number 2 pick in the NFL draft, would any of you bought it in that
Okay, I know exactly what you're saying, but after his freshman year, I thought the kid was all that. It was the years after that that made me go, oh, I don't know. But when you look at how small he was as a freshman, I mean, what did he weigh? $160?
Yeah.
$165? That is what I doubted, and in a way, still do doubt.
Gambo?
I think Jaden Rashada will be my top pick for the 2027 draft.
Who wins the Heisman Trophy with Georgia?
After he wins the Heisman for Georgia, Jaden Rashada.
No, that would just be ASU's luck, wouldn't it?
It would be. Wolf, what did you think of Jaden Daniels when he was with ASU and how he's transformed himself at LSU?
Yeah, first of all, no, to answer your question.
Okay.
I would not have ever thought he was going to go number 2 overall. Yet, having said that, I will tell you, he reminds me an awful lot of Randall Cunningham.
Yes.
He reminds me of Randall Cunningham.
He can
He's
run.
long and whippy, and he's got a great arm, and it's kind of a longer release as well when he throws the ball, and yet he's a great athlete, and, man, he's got a lot of similarities, and to me, he was the bright, shiny. After Caleb Williams, he was the bright, shiny quarterback, and that's the reason why we all expect the Commanders to pick Jaden Daniels here. Having said that, get ready because I have seen some tape on him in regard to reading coverage, and he doesn't do a great job at reading coverage. Never forget, you need a quarterback to be able to do 2 things. Blend the old and the new, and it's the truth. You need to read coverage and be able to throw the ball to an open receiver, and you need to go RPO, zone read, all the new age stuff. You need to be capable of executing it and orchestrating it.
I hear you talk about him being the shiny object, and I do agree with you. I think that a new owner is in place in D.C.
Yeah.
Right up the road, they've got the Ravens, and the archetype is Lamar Jackson, that dual-threat quarterback. I think they look at Jaden Daniels and say, this guy's got a lot of sizzle. This guy can sell tickets. This guy can be our guy.
He's got a lot of talent.
A lot of talent. I've got my doubts for exactly what Wolf said for those
Gambo,
reasons.
I saw where Jaden Daniels said he considers Lamar Jackson and Michael Vick to be the 2 best running quarterbacks in the history of the NFL, and that it is his goal to be as good or better than those 2 or any of them as a quarterback in this league. And I wonder, quite frankly, if that's the right goal for a quarterback going into the National Football League, if that's the proper goal for a quarterback.
No, I mean, I never like to – this is me, and it might be old school, but I want to hear guys talk about winning. I don't want to hear guys talk about, I want to be the best runner. I don't want this stat. I want to help the Washington Commanders win football games. I want to get this team to the playoffs. I want to get them back to the Super Bowl. I want to hear guys talk about that. Anytime guys talk about – individual goals, and to me it's very selfish, and I don't like it.
All right, I want to play this. This is Caleb Williams, his interview with Molly McGrath after he was selected number 1 overall by the Chicago Bears.
Caleb, you told me you've been dreaming of this moment ever since you were a little kid. You have always wanted to be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. What did it take to get here?
It took a lot of sacrifice, love, care for winning the game of football. My teammates, my coaches, and my family.
You won a Heisman Trophy. You're the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. What is your next goal as a member of the Chicago Bears?
Learn all my teammates' names, their families, learn the playbook, and get ready to go win games.
All right, congratulations, Caleb.
Thank you.
Wolf, how important is it to learn your teammates' names when you get drafted? How important is that?
That's fantastic.
It is. It's very important. I'm glad he said that,
right.
The pick is in for the Washington Commanders, again, the anticipation is that it's going to be Jaden Daniels. And then if there is any drama in these first 3 picks, we're kind of on the drama clock, if you will, with the New England Patriots to see what they do and if anybody kind of blows them away for an offer for Drake May. Once we go to the podium and make this official with Jaden Daniels, I'll throw out to you guys kind of a theory of one team that maybe would try to make things interesting here based off of some of the rumors. Well, I'll just say it right now because we're waiting. There are a lot of people who think that the New York Giants view Drake May as a Josh Allen type, that Brian Dable looks at him and sees Josh Allen similarities. So if there is a team that might try to make a move to get up to 3 to get Drake May, some people have speculated it might be the Giants because Dable likes him and sees that kind of comp with him. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's kind of the suggestion. We'll talk about that because we're just about to go to the podium. The pick is in. The Washington Commanders are about to make it official when it comes to their pick. Let's go to the podium and hear from Roger Goodell, guys.
In their celebration, here comes pick number 2.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
The Sun Devil turned Tiger prepares for the next level after 5 college seasons that culminated with the Heisman Trophy in 2023. Daniels can get it done through the air and on the ground, utilizing his legs to extend plays while keeping defenses honest. The biggest knock on Daniels is his slender frame and whether or not his size can hold up at the NFL level, though his football IQ and ability in the pocket help make up for those concerns. NFL comp, former Buffalo Bills quarterback Tyrod Taylor.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
You should see.
Wow.
All of us grit our
Who's
teeth.
gonna use a number 2 overall pick for Tyrod Taylor?
You should see all of us grit our teeth when Tyler Drake said player comp. Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah.
Like, God, I hope
Well,
not.
here you go, Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
That's right. Right?
Here you go, Cliff.
It's a great point, Gambo. It is, because this is, okay, Cliff, you had a shot at molding a quarterback, a top-drafted quarterback, into this vision of what you wanted to be.
And you get to do it again.
You get to do it again.
You
Take
get to
2.
do it again.
Yeah.
With Jaden Daniels.
What he learned the first time, I don't know. What he would do differently the second time, how different the 2 quarterbacks are, I don't know.
There's not a coach in the world that doesn't say that I learned from my mistakes the first time and we'll do things differently the second time. Not even Bill Belichick.
That's what makes it fascinating, guys, because once again, today's quarterback in the NFL has got to be capable of blending that old and new, the old schemes and the new schemes. Is Cliff Kingsbury capable of actually doing that? I don't know, because to me, Cliff was all about the new age offense, of course, as we know. Now, once again, he's not the head coach, so I'm sure he's going to have to teach Jaden Daniels how to read coverage as well.
But
it's not like he never has, but not to the degree in which they're going to ask him to do it.
Gambo? Their head coach is a defensive guy. So Cliff Kingsbury, I think, is going to have a lot of reign here to do what he wants with that offense.
Adam Schefter is reporting that there is 0 chance the Patriots trade the number 3 pick over.
Wow. Okay.
0 chance.
All right.
They will stick, and they will take a quarterback here.
Yeah.
So there is, whether they're not getting the offers they want or whether they are that convicted in what we assume to be Drake May. We assume
it's got to be, right?
I think, honestly, David, that to me is your answer right there. If they're not going to take any calls at number 3 right now, they were waiting for this to happen, apparently.
Yeah, and so they've got about 5.5 minutes left on the clock. They're showing us footage now of Jaden Daniels' alma mater in California, the watch party that's going on right now. It's a weird sensation for ASU fans. It's got to be a weird feeling today to know, what Jaden Daniels represented, the hope that we all had the Herm Edwards,
the coaching he never received,
the coaching he never got,
yeah.
the problems that they got into because of him and because of his mom and COVID
teammates
and all
didn't
that
like
stuff.
him.
Yeah, the way they celebrated when
did not
Jaden
like him.
Daniels
That's right.
left. Remember that?
That's right.
The party they threw in the locker room
right.
when Jaden Daniels was not with that program anymore.
They did not like him.
You know, and then you see him, and it's almost like this out-of-body experience that we're all having collectively watching him in LSU. Just go tear it up and kick butt out there. Right now he's the number 2 pick in the draft. It's a very weird sensation to kind of reckon with right now, don't you think?
Well, I definitely think, and I know that at the end of the college football season, so when we got to December 1, whatever it was, the 2 best quarterbacks that were being discussed were number 1, Caleb Williams, and Drake May, number 2. There were people who were making arguments for Drake May over Caleb Williams. Jaden Daniels is a newcomer to this, and Jaden Daniels getting in between these 2 guys at number 2, I think is the notable development that happened between the end of the season through the combine, the work, and all that kind of stuff. And so this is why I kind of think that we're getting and we're hearing what we're hearing about the Patriots, because I think this is probably the guy that they did want all this time.
Wolf, handicap it for me. How successful do you think Jaden Daniels is going to be as an NFL quarterback?
You know what? Keep in mind as I say this right now, I thought C.J. Stroud was going to be a bust. Okay? Keep that.
Okay.
Can I first start with that premise? I think I have to right there. So, once again, Jaden Daniels, I love. I love his game. I love the skill set that he has. I'm not sure he's going to be able to pick up the older schemes and be able to execute those older schemes and read coverage the way that I think you need a quarterback to be able to do that today. And that was, guys, in all fairness, that was exactly what Kyler Murray had to show that he could do here over the last 8 games of the season, and he did to some degree. It's still a prove-it year, I think, for Kyler this year, but he had to prove the same thing.
Gambo, final thoughts on Jaden Daniels before we turn it over to the Patriots here, because the pick is in.
All those kids that were stomping on his stuff at ASU probably wish they were friends with him now.
Probably, right? All right, the pick is in for the New England Patriots. When the commissioner approaches the podium, we will too. And then the Cardinals will be on the clock. In fact, if we're being accurate, the Cardinals are already on the clock with the pick in. The clock is ticking. So let's go to the podium, see what Roger Goodell has to say about the Patriots.
With the 3rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
At 6'4" and 230 pounds, May has the ideal build for a franchise quarterback. His arm strength is widely talked about as his best trait, but he can make plays with his legs as well. With that being said, sometimes he tries to do too much and makes poor decisions out of structure. NFL comparison, former Arizona Cardinals quarterback Carson Palmer.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Jeremy with the draft profile there beats the heck out of a Tyrod Taylor comp.
Carson Palmer, definitely a better comp.
That's a much better
Definitely
comp.
a better comp.
So, Cardinals are on the clock, gentlemen. 6.5 minutes. We are here, and we are commercial-free for the better part of the rest of this hour, so we're going to have plenty of time to get the pick in and talk about it. Gambo,
Monty's on that phone right now. He's probably hanging up on some guys, and he's directing calls, and what do you got, And, look, in the end, I still don't believe in J.J. McCarthy enough that a team is going to give Monty what he needs. And it's not because I think if a team loved the quarterback, they would do it. I just can't see anybody wanting to give that windfall for a guy like J.J. McCarthy.
I agree with you.
Wolf? Are they shooting the video right now that we're all going to see tomorrow, right? That the Cardinals are going to release and Monty on the phone, right?
Right.
You better believe it's coming, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know that there are some quarterback-desperate teams that are out there. Quarterback-desperate teams. Next year's draft is not looking like it's going to be a strong quarterback draft. And because of that, there could be at least one team out there that is still desperate enough to call and give Monty what it is that he's not expecting to actually receive.
All right, we said we would not tip picks on Twitter, and we will not, okay? Adam Schefter, the Arizona Cardinals are not expected to trade pick number 4. after last year's movement all around the first round, the Cardinals are not expected to trade pick number 4.
But he's not saying who they're taking.
He's not saying who they're taking. He's kind of hinting at who they might, but he's not saying who they are because they're under an edict to not tip picks as well. But he is reporting they're not trading it. And, gentlemen, I think if that is indeed accurate reporting and the Cardinals are staying put at number 4,
Mitch is getting a lunch on you, Bernsey.
I owe Mitch lunch, apparently, because I thought the Cardinals were going to move out of the spot.
Listen, I think if you go back to this time last year, after Monty Ossenfort traded out at number 4 with the Texans and got their first-round pick, I think we all assumed we were holding a golden ticket, that Texans pick was going to be top 10, if not top 5, if not top 2. That didn't happen. By whatever bad luck, fortune, whatever, that pick's now parked at 27. It's not what we all thought. I think the leverage we all thought and hoped Monty Ossenfort would have at number 4 didn't turn out to be the golden ticket as of yet that we all thought it might be. And I happen to totally agree with Gambo. I think most NFL GMs have, even the most desperate ones, have looked at J.J. McCarthy and said, not convinced.
Yeah.
There's too many Trey Lances. There's too many Zach Wilsons in the rearview mirror, man.
Yeah, Campbell, that's the Trey Lance, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you look at everything that was given up for him, and I'm sure
Epic
teams
failure.
are a little gun-shy about something like that,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, the fact that San Francisco hit the jackpot with Purdy and have been able to be a really great football team for these years, it's remarkable because usually when you suffer a setback like that, it lingers for a few years. When you lose all those picks over a player. I just don't think that J.J. McCarthy was the player that anybody wanted to come up and give up the farm for.
They're showing us live video now of the Cardinals draft room. Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwell. I think I saw Gannon, but it was a quick shot.
Man.
And now they're giving us a look at Marvin Harrison Jr. in his glittery black suit.
He looks like a badass. I would draft him just for that Riz. You know what that means, Bernsey? Just for that Riz that's coming off that screen right there.
Vic, I'm going to need you to help me out with the Riz. Give me
Charisma.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
there you go. Okay.
So what you're saying is he's
whatever.
no rando? Is that what you're saying?
The Riz. I'm going to have to start using the Riz. I like that. That's good. That's good. Wolf, this is going to be an insanely popular pick with the fan base if this is what it's going to be, right?
Yeah, there's no doubt. I was just out there, as you guys know. I was up there with Paul Calvisi, and, you said the name Marvin Harrison Jr. People stood up, went nuts, right? They're screaming, is the great. Yeah, if in fact it's Marvin Harrison Jr., and we all expect, right, guys?
Yes, we do.
We all expect it is going to be
So we expect
Marvin Harrison Jr. right here. Man, this fits like a glove.
Yeah.
It does in regard to Kyler Murray and what this offense needs.
We're going to go to the podium here any moment. I will be really curious when we have Monty Ossenfort on later, and we will, to find out if there was anything that was even tempting. Let's go to the podium.
If they didn't, here comes the commish.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
As Cardinals fans well know, he is the prize receiver of this class. With some help from his dad's Hall of Fame genetics, Harrison Jr. already has all of the tools he needs to be a day one star. The build, the mid-air body control, the nuanced route running, and, of course, the surefire hands. In his final season with Ohio State, Harrison Jr. averaged 18.1 yards per catch for over 1,200 yards and 14 touchdowns. He brings down the contested catches, and once he has the ball, his speed and physicality take over. No matter where he lands in the draft, that team will be better for it. NFL comp, Cowboys receiver, CeeDee Lamb.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Once again, love the draft profile from Sarah Cazell. Not a huge fan of the comp of CeeDee Lamb. I kind of feel like we should set the bar
a little higher.
CeeDee Lamb's great, but I think we can set the bar a little higher, but that's just me nitpicking, whatever. It is Marvin Harrison Jr. Gambo raises his arms. Wolfley gives me 2 thumbs up. The crowd erupts.
I believe I gave you the fist.
The fist, I'm sorry.
Yes, the close
You
fist.
didn't go Fonzie on me. Gambo, you start on this one, yeah.
You need great football players. You got to have great football players. This is a great football player. This was the guy that everybody wanted. He is a very unique, dominating wide receiver, and there's a lot of good players in this draft, but it seemed like on a lot of people's boards, not only was he the best wide receiver in the draft, many people felt that he was the best player in this draft.
Yep. It's a great point. Wolf, your thoughts on Marvin Harrison Jr. becoming a member of the Arizona Cardinals, please?
This is, like I said, exactly what this offense needs at this point in time. When you're talking about an elite offense that attacks the line of scrimmage and runs the ball, they are an elite rushing team, the Arizona Cardinals, a top 5 rushing team in the National Football League because they attack the line of scrimmage. Now you need balls downfield. You need to take shots down the field, and this guy is going to give Kyler Murray the option to throw the ball down the field.
Yeah, I love this guy for a lot of things, and mainly it's his in-game consistency. You look at his numbers, and I've done a deep dive on this guy. His analytics are even better than his tape in terms of the speed in which he runs his routes, the precision in which he runs his routes, the ability to make plays in traffic, the ability to uncover himself basically on every route he runs, and then his red zone production is insane. His level of touchdowns to red zone targets is crazy. Everything about this guy, from day one to the end of his career at Ohio State, is what Wolf always talks about. Show me somebody who brings it every day, every game, every week, every year.
Yeah, as soon as we have the interview with Molly McGrath and Marvin Harrison Jr., we'll bring it to you live. So I'm trying to give us a little wiggle room so we can bring that to you as soon as we see it here. Yes, sir.
You know who else is partying right now?
Who else?
Trey McBride.
Oh, yeah.
Trey McBride is going off right now because they got a guy that is going to bring aid, comfort, and shelter to Trey McBride in the middle of the field.
Kyler Murray just tweeted out or posted on social media, "Let's rock," all caps. Let's go to the interview now with Marvin Harrison Jr., please.
One of the most talented wide receiver classes in NFL draft history, and your name was called first. How much pride do you feel in this moment?
I'm just super blessed to be here, really. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of great receivers in this draft class. It's an honor to be first. We got to go and put that work in now.
A career in the NFL was written in your bloodline, but how important is it for you to create your own legacy in this league?
Yeah, I'm just going to try to be my best self, just be the best person, be the best player I can be, and whatever happens, happens from there.
All right, Maserati Marv, heading to Arizona. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
He's actually the second
Marv.
straight year they've taken.
I just want to say this because Wolf mentioned Trey McBride.
Yeah.
He just texted me and said, "I'm fired up. I'm fired up."
There you go.
Trey's
Right
fired
there.
up.
I mean, honestly, he's got to be, and you needed that. Now you need another guy as well, another guy that might run a serious 40, a guy over the top of all of this, and I'm telling you, that's going to be a really bad defense, and I mean bad in a good way.
Bick, not that fan bases should ever dictate these decisions, but from your perspective, how big of a star and how popular of a player did the Cardinals just get?
Great point.
Right? In terms of like the totality of all the stars we have here in the Valley.
Great question. You know what they say, Burnsy? Sometimes you got to give the people what they want, right?
Yes.
And I think in Marvin Harrison Jr., there's some serious star power here. I think he's going to build on the fact that the last time the Cardinals went deep with the wide receiver turned out fabulously with Larry Fitzgerald. And I think now you're looking at a guy. I was talking to an NFL scout last night, and I talked about this morning, and he was talking about the Cardinals' offense. There are people in the NFL that believe the Cardinals are so stacked that there's a lot of belief in Elijah Higgins as a backup to Trey McBride, that John Gaines is going to be a really good guard, that Michael Carter as a running back along with James Carter is the real deal. You throw a receiver like this into this mix now, and you begin to look at an offense that – look, I don't want to get stupid here because we all thought the Suns' offense with their big three was going to pop.
Yeah.
But it looks to me like the Suns have got, or the Cardinals have got something here, especially with that run-first mentality they have.
Yeah, and Wolf, I'll get to you on that in a second. Gambo, to you on this one. I imagine over the next 12 hours or so, we'll start to find out if there was any temptation.
Yeah.
If anybody called and did something that made the Cardinals think twice. They didn't use the entire 10 minutes. I don't know if we're going to get the fancy video tomorrow of Bonnie on the phone brokering a bunch of deals. It seemed like they were pretty convicted that if they were going to get off 4, you were going to have to blow us away with an offer that we just couldn't say no to.
The other thing is, it's not like some of these teams, like the Bears don't have a whole lot of picks. There are teams out there that want picks. The Cardinals do have 11. It's not like they don't have another first-round pick. It's not like they don't have an early pick in the second round. It's not like they don't have all these third-round picks. Like, they've got a bunch of picks. So sometimes you gotta just take the best player that's out there. Now, how big of a star is he going to be? I don't know. You can't even get his jersey right now at this point.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny, and that's what Maloney and I were just talking about.
You can't even buy his jersey.
Schefter reported earlier today, that he has not signed the licensing agreement yet with the NFL Players Association, so he can't appear in the video games, and they can't make his jersey yet for the I would imagine right now Cardinal fans would love to buy a Marvin Harrison Jr. jersey if they could, and they can't because he hasn't signed this licensing agreement that allows that thing to happen.
Can you buy his father's jersey and then just spray paint it red?
Mark Dalton tweeted, there's something to be said about genetics, too, because, you're talking about a guy that's bigger and faster than his Hall of Fame father. Mark Dalton tweeted out that Marvin Harrison Jr. and his dad, the first father-son duo, drafted in the first round at wide receiver in the Common Era draft.
Wow.
That dates back to 1957.
Wow. That's impressive.
He's going to do so much, guys, for this offense. He really is. First of all, he's going to make plays. Very, very similar to Larry Fitzgerald, who would make plays on 50-50 balls, right? Make it more like 80-20, as a matter of fact. Well, Larry Fitzgerald was a guy that when he's covered, he's still open. I think Marvin Harrison Jr., time will tell on this, but I think he's going to be the same guy. He's going to make plays. Not only is he going to make plays, he's going to give space. He's going to provide aid, comfort, and shelter to his other wide receivers that are out on the field, including Trey McBride once again. And not only that, too. If you watch this kid, he's a big wide receiver, and he tries to block. He does. He's no Roma Dunze, but he tries to block and get in the way. This guy is going to do so much for Kyler Murray and reading coverages and watching a guy who's almost 6'4", run across the middle of the field. It's like a tree. Have you ever seen a tree? It's got a canopy, right? And you see that canopy? Marvin Harrison Jr. has got a canopy that is going to make it easy for quarterbacks to see him.
The pick is in for the L.A. Chargers. We will go to the podium, find out what they're going to do. We're still commercial-free. We'll continue to react to Marvin Harrison Jr. I have a ton of questions for our panel here.
I'm going Joe Walt here. What do you guys got?
Walt.
Let's go to the podium.
With the fifth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
Joe Alt, offensive tackle, Notre Dame.
Viewed as one of the top tackle prospects in a loaded draft class, the 6'8", 321-pound Alt can get it done in both the run and pass game. While Alt, whose father was a Pro Bowl tackle in his own right, started 33 games at left tackle across 3 seasons at Notre Dame, the lineman is confident in his ability on the right side. Alt presents more than enough talent to become a day one starter at the NFL level. NFL comparison, Denver Broncos offensive tackle Mike McGlinchey.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, so Joe Alt is the pick for the Chargers. Wolf, you're
I'm just laughing and just seeing the reaction wasn't. I don't know if that was.
I thought it was Tyler Drake for a minute. I'm like the Chargers didn't draft Tyler Drake.
I mean, was that a live shot right there, or was that recorded?
It had to be a delay.
It had to be.
It had to be a delay because there was no reaction.
Right.
He just kind of.
Yeah, right. It had to be.
They
a
just
delay
were not
right
synced
there.
up right.
Right.
Listen,
right.
It is. We all know Jim Harbaugh is a guy who loves the physicality of the game. There's no doubt about it. But, again, I'll have a hard time believing that if Marvin Harrison Jr. was there, they wouldn't have taken him.
J.J. Watt tweeted out, Cardinals got a weapon. Kyler Murray tweeted out, let's rock. And let's talk about this from Kyler's perspective now. He was vocal in an interview he had done with Fox News about, hey, I know what I want. Let's see if they do it. How does this, I don't know if it's change is necessarily the word I'm looking for, but what does this do for our perception of Kyler and the season that we think he could have with a full year in this system, totally healthy, now a weapon like Marvin Harrison Jr. to throw to? How do we kind of factor Kyler into this equation?
Yeah, listen, I think we can get excited about any number of things, and it's all going to get down to how he performs next year, because that is the game in the NFL. I think that Kyler Murray raised the stakes a little bit when he said that he is more locked in right now than probably any quarterback in the NFL, which you love to hear.
Yep.
Because that kind of buy-in is something that people wondered and speculated about early in his career. Clearly, he's vibing with this new regime. He trusts them. They trust him. And it's amazing what that kind of collaboration can do, right?
Yeah.
So, again, if Kyler Murray ascends and gets back to being an MVP candidate, then we're going to have a good year next year.
Gambo, go ahead.
When was the last time they had a first-round draft pick that you loved?
Ooh.
Zaven Collins, Isaiah Simmons, Hassan Reddick, Kyler Murray included.
I did love Isaiah Simmons.
But when was the last time you really loved the pick?
I think people loved Isaiah Simmons, didn't they?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I remember
he was
there
a
was
freak.
He was. I remember a lot of people just going gaga over that. But
I don't know. I don't know if they. I don't know if they loved that pick.
I think there's no doubt about if you're headed here, Johnny. I think this pick is super popular. Correct?
Right. That's what I'm saying. This is the most popular pick since when?
Right, really?
Since
when? Since
who knows?
This is the most popular Arizona Cardinals pick since who?
Jake Plummer.
Okay, you go back to Vince
but he was,
Tobin era.
That's right. Yeah, no, I'm just
no,
saying.
seriously, this is such a popular pick. 95% of all the people wanted it.
Yeah, no.
Where's Vince Morado when I need him? This is the most popular Cardinals pick since who?
Well, I mean, look, I think
Larry. He's saying Larry.
Larry.
But think about that.
No, but listen, Larry Fitzgerald, when he was picked, it wasn't people. I'm not sure people really knew how great he was going to be. So I would suggest
this is even bigger.
I would suggest the draft day excitement is more for Marvin Harrison Jr. than it was for Larry.
I mean, I'm looking at the Cardinals
Leinart?
draft history
There you
right
go.
now.
There you go.
I was
Matt
there
Leinart.
you go.
I was awfully excited for Matt Leinart.
Matt Leinart.
I was, but I mean, to the point about Isaiah Simmons, I mean, yeah, it ended poorly, and I think it's kind of hard to not factor that into. But at the time, I think we all kind of felt, oh, now I'm not saying it's the same as Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm just trying to defend our emotions in the moment of Isaiah Simmons. I think we all thought that guy was going to be a badass.
Yeah.
I mean, just could play every position, was a freak, was a stud. It ended very poorly. They could never figure out how to use him. But I think at the moment, people were pretty excited about it. Let's go to the podium and see what the Giants are going to do, please.
NFL draft. The New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
Malik Neighbors has been described as electric, dynamic, and more explosive than your stomach after a pot of Louisiana gumbo. Woo-wee! In 2023, the speedy wide receiver averaged 17.6 yards per catch and had 9 touchdowns of 20 yards or more, second most in all of college football. He is elite at changing speeds, has big, strong hands, and is a premium leaper. While he's still a raw talent and can improve his route running, Neighbors is a big play waiting to happen in the NFL. I guarantee. NFL comp, Justin Jefferson.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Folks, if you've never experienced what I just experienced, you really should. Watching all three of our hosts here react to Jarrett Carlin's draft profile of Malik Neighbors, because it really,
we not have editors.
Yeah. It truly, really represents all three of them as hosts and where they are as radio personalities and human beings. Because Bickley was laughing. Wolfley was just kind of shaking his head in sort of like a fatherly disapproval kind of thing.
Well, because Cajun is my favorite. Are you kidding me? Don't ruin it.
Don't
for
ruin
me.
Cajun? Okay.
Yes.
And Gambo, I'm not – well, you've heard it 5 times already, so I think by now you're just kind of –
I don't know how that got through the chopping block. I'm sure somebody should edit
Listen,
that. And just
you could say that about 95% of the things that come out of Jarrett's mouth.
That's Oh, man.
That's fantastic.
I was actually more focused on neighbors to the Giants because that's the one thing that Daniel Jones did not have. He did not have an elite wide receiver.
Yeah, and now I don't think we're going to do a lot of comparison shopping here. I don't think we're going to be looking at the other two wide receivers and wondering if the Cardinals got the right one. I think we're all very happy with Marvin Harrison Jr. But I think there is, on the occasional day when we all have one of those shows where we don't have a ton to talk about, that might be something worth looking at every now and then. Hey, how is Malik Neighbors doing with the Giants? How is Rome Odunze doing with the – because everybody had these wide receivers. Some people basically said there was virtually no separation among them at all.
Yeah.
One scout said, I gave Marvin Harrison Jr. a 98. I gave the other two guys a 97. If they're really that close, I think we are inevitably going to be watching the other two and kind of see how they do, Wolf.
Boy, this is really interesting right now because what do the Minnesota Vikings do? What do you think they do right now watching this? Because there were many people who thought maybe the New York Giants would go with J.J. McCarthy, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the Giants would go with a quarterback right there. So I would imagine Minnesota just perked up a little bit right now.
Yeah, listen, and it kind of affirms what my guy in New York had told me, that for a while the Giants had put incredible amounts of R&D into scouting quarterbacks, and then I heard just last night that they backed off. They no, you know what? We don't like him that much.
Yeah.
And I think it's back to what Gambo said. There's just not that conviction with J.J. McCarthy.
He's going to fall now because who's going to take a quarterback in the next few picks?
Nobody.
Atlanta's not taking one. Tennessee, I don't think, is taking one. The Bears aren't going to take one. So, the Vikings may get him at where they're staying at.
The only thing the Vikings would have to worry about is if the Broncos get kind of an itch and decide, hey, let's go up and make a trade with Tennessee. Let's make a trade with Atlanta.
Chicago.
I think you have to worry about somebody behind you if you're Minnesota jumping to get him.
Yeah.
So you have to be cognizant of that. But if you look at what's ahead of you, there are no impediments to Minnesota taking him at 11 if they want, unless they get jumped by somebody.
And listen, and for what it's worth, I've been told that Sean Payton, Bo Nix is his guy. Now, you might not take it where they are. You might trade down to get him, but that is what I have been told.
Boy,
he loves Bo Nix.
Yeah,
really?
You mentioned the Chicago Bears, man. I just wonder, with Rome Odunze, is it possible at number 9? Do you think that's a possibility? Knowing you've got Caleb Williams, of course, and now Rome Odunze, is it possible that you could be looking at that? Because there was wide receiver room is pretty good.
There were people who were saying that the L.A. Rams have circled Rome Odunze. Can you imagine putting him on your wide receiver room?
With
Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp.
Forget it.
Knock it off.
Have fun with that.
Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, Gambo, I can see Rome Odunze going to the Bears at number 9. Absolutely.
Wow.
And you know what?
That would be quite a draft.
That's a hell of a haul for the Chicago Bears if they walk out of this thing with Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. But the Bears also, what do they have, 4 picks in this year's draft?
They need picks.
They'll find a way to screw it up. Don't worry, Vince. They will find a way.
Spoken like somebody who's
from
that
Chicago. Line in Jurassic Park, life finds a way? In the NFL, it's the Bears will find a way.
We are very close to a shift change here on our draft coverage, like hockey players coming on and off the ice. After this pick comes in from the Titans, Bickley's going to excuse himself to go write for ArizonaSports.com, so his column will be up tonight,
yes,
I would presume.
Indeed.
You can read about it at ArizonaSports.com. Vince Marotta will be coming in. Luke will be coming in, I believe is the plan, right? And so Wolf will still be here. Then we'll give him a break. But our draft coverage will absolutely continue, and we'll continue talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. Can't wait to hear what Luke and Vince have to say about Marvin Harrison. I can just tell from the look on Gambo's face and Wolf's face and Bickley's face, this is to your point, Gambo. This is probably the most popular pick this organization has made
since Matt
Leinart.
I
love it.
Yeah, since
that could be a good column.
I might be stealing that, to be quite honest with you, Gambo.
I want don't plagiarism here. Just
roll with it, Dan.
A little bit of credit. But
you get enough credit.
It's a really good angle. It's the most popular player in a long time.
I agree with you.
Leinart was.
That was a good bit of brainstorming, Gambo.
Here's the first pick overall for the Cardinals since Leinart in 06. Levi Brown.
Nope.
Yep.
Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie. Nope. Beanie Wells.
Nope.
Dan Williams.
Nope. Beanie, though.
Patrick Peterson.
Nope.
Michael Floyd.
Nope.
Jonathan Cooper.
No.
Dayon.
No.
DJ Humphries.
No.
Robert Kimdichie.
No.
Hassan Reddick.
No.
Josh Rosen.
Oh!
No.
Kyler Murray.
No.
Isaiah Simmons.
No.
Zayvon Collins. Trey McBride, who was a second-rounder. And then Paris Johnson.
What year was Leinart?
2006.
This is the most popular Arizona Cardinals pick in 18 years. It's true.
That's right, Donnie.
It's true. In 18
Go ahead,
years.
Donnie. Just do the math because I didn't want to do it.
And the Leinart pick was – I was so happy when they got Matt Leinart.
Oh, everybody
Remember
was.
that? Dennis Green called it a gift from heaven?
Yeah.
Everybody
I was so happy when they got
They
Matt
haven't
Leinart.
had a pick this popular since then. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a long time.
I think you're right.
It is. And it's just too bad there isn't a jersey the Cardinal fans can go buy right now. I'm being serious. I'm sure it – what was it?
Josh Dobbs, right?
Caitlin Clark's jersey for the Indiana Fever became like the highest selling jersey of any rookie player of any league in the last 10 years. I don't know if Marvin Harrison Jr. would make a run on that, but I would think that would be a highly, highly popular item to get right now. If
I would imagine the NFL, of course, and the Arizona Cardinals are probably campaigning for him to do that.
Yeah, please sign.
Yes.
Please sign the licensing deal.
Right.
Please.
Hey, even if we got to give you a little something, you know what I mean?
Please. The pick is in for the Titans, and I think after this pick, I know Bick's going to leave so we can go right, and then we'll hang out for a few more minutes. Probably try to get one more pick in, and then we'll do our shift change that we're talking about here. We'll see what the Titans do. Then Atlanta is on the clock after that, perpetually picking in the number 8 spot are the Atlanta Falcons, so it would seem. But we'll go to the podium, and we'll make this official with what the Titans do, and then we can start to speculate on what the Falcons might do, and we might even sneak a little conversation about number 27 and what the Cardinals might do there now that they've done the thing and taken Marvin Harrison Jr. But we'll never stray too far away from the popularity of this pick and kind of what it means. Let's go to the podium for Goodell.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, tackle, Alabama.
J.C. Latham, offensive tackle, Alabama.
Nicknamed Trench King, Latham was one of the better protectors in the FBS this past year. The dude is massive, 6'6", 342, and 11-inch hands. He also plays with physicality, so he sets up running lanes and he keeps the quarterback behind him upright. If there's an area to work on, he can sometimes have his momentum go a little too far forward and take him off the block. And if teams are in need of a blindside blocker, he hasn't started there before. Otherwise, Latham truly lives up to his name. NFL comp, Panthers offensive tackle Taylor Mott.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Mitch with the draft profile there for J.C. Latham. Wolf, just real quick, a word on J.C. I think you're a fan of his, yes?
Yeah, no, I absolutely love this guy. You look at his waist down, it's unbelievable how thick this guy is. He is a tree trunk, no doubt about that. Very, very physical, uses his hands very well. Yeah, this guy he's got to make the adjustment, I think, to left tackle. But in today's NFL, you need two really good tackles. A lot of times, because of all the right-handed quarterbacks, of course, your right tackle can almost influence more plays than even the blind side. And it's because that right tackle, if he gets beat quickly, that impacts that quarterback's field of vision.
Gambo?
Well, I think you're on to something because defenses now and coordinators, they're lining up their best pass rushers on both sides. It's no longer just line them up on the blind side of the quarterback. So you've got to have a good left tackle. You've got to have a good right tackle because the best pass rushers, they're moving around. They're trying to move away from the best offensive linemen. They're moving all throughout that line. So a lot of times you will see best pass rushers lined up over right tackles.
Well, the Falcons apparently have dinner reservations or something because the pick is already in for Atlanta. So we'll go to the podium when we get a chance to do
trades.
that.
How about that?
You know what? No trade so far.
No trade so far. Not only that, too, Atlanta wanted to make a statement on this pick, apparently, right? Bam.
It does seem like that, doesn't it? Why?
Why?
Well, what message? Who do they take? What message are they trying to send? Because this is, Wolf, that's such a great point. There was let's wind the clock down. Let's take some calls. Let's see what we're going to do. Instead, they almost run it up to the podium to the point where Molly McGrath of ESPN hasn't even had a chance to interview J.C. Latham yet, and the pick is already in. It's like, okay, slow down, Atlanta. So what have they done here?
Dallas Turner?
I don't know. But honestly, they wanted to make some type of statement in regard that this was our guy the whole
Roma
time.
Dunze's still on the board right now.
They got a lot of skill guys on offense.
Yeah, they do.
They have a lot of skill guys
Kyle
on offense.
Pitts, Bijan Robinson.
I don't
obviously.
think I think if they go, I would say Dallas Turner here, and then if I'm the Bears, I might resist the temptation to add more picks and just take Roma Dunze.
Maybe. I mean, perhaps. The pick is in. I am very intrigued by what's happening here because
they took about 5 seconds to make that
right.
pick.
It was so quick. It was so quick.
They need edge. They need corner. They need defensive.
No
need
corner
defense. Everything.
It's got to be Dallas
defense.
Turner. I don't know. We'll see.
It does seem early to be an edge or a corner, I should say. It does seem early. J.J. McCarthy, he's hanging out.
No, I'm just saying they need defense.
Yeah.
That's what they need.
Yeah. Offensively, skill-wise, you would think they would have everything that they need. Or at least they're good enough there that defense would be the lean here. And then after this pick, we've got some reaction from the draft from Mel Kiper Jr., Booger McFarland, Louis Riddick on Marvin Harrison Jr. We're going to play that for you, but I don't want to play it right now because I want to
get this pick in.
And as soon as we go to the podium, we'll kind of figure out what's going on.
Now, they're showing two quarterbacks in McCarthy and Penix Jr., but they've got a quarterback now. He is 35 years old.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't make sense to not make the team better while you've got a veteran quarterback. I don't know why they would take a quarterback. That wouldn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
I think they're going edge.
I think they're just showing us those guys to show us those guys because they're not there. Knowing that we're starting to get into the range where some of those guys could go. But the pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons. I believe Roger Goodell is about to emerge, and then we can try to get some resolution to kind of this unexpected drama for what the Atlanta Falcons are doing here. And then we will play you the more Marvin Harrison Jr. reaction because, again, we don't want to get too far away from that. Got Ron Wolfley, John Gambadoro here. Dan Bickley has left the party for now so we can go write his column for ArizonaSports.com. We're about to fold in Luke Lipinski and Vince Marotta into our draft coverage. But for now, I believe we are ready to go to the podium and hear from the commissioner, Roger Goodell. Yes, let's do exactly that right now. Here's Roger Goodell walking out with the Atlanta Falcons pick, and let's figure out what the drama's all about, shall we?
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr., quarterback of Washington.
Michael Penix Jr., quarterback, Washington.
The Heisman Trophy runner-up dazzled in his final collegiate season. He helped power the Huskies' offense all the way to the national championship. But on that biggest stage, we didn't get to see the best of what Penix had to offer. A rocket for a left arm, accurate with where he wants the ball to go, and very rarely becomes a victim of the pressure. The worry for many is his injury history. An ACL tear in 2018, a joint fracture in 2019, a second ACL tear in the same knee in 2020, and an AC joint injury in 2021. While he was fully healthy with the Huskies, that is something teams will have in the back of their mind as quarterbacks start to fly off the board. NFL comp, Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
You like that? You like that?
Surprise!
Kirk Cousins doesn't like that.
You like that?
Wow. How about that? The first hiccup, I would say, right now in the first round, right?
Yeah, I mean,
first little whoa.
Yeah,
whoa.
I mean, it wasn't a trade.
Nope.
There hasn't been one yet.
Nope.
The first legitimate, whoa kind of moment. And I would have thought it would have been a trade, and instead it was.
It wasn't even J.J. McCarthy.
It wasn't even J.J. McCarthy.
J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah,
See, I'm telling you, nobody loved J.J. McCarthy enough to want to give up anything to get him.
I know you're a fan of Penix. I know you really like Penix,
love him.
right?
Love him.
Best deep ball passer in the draft.
Love him.
Yeah,
to me.
To you?
Yes. Okay, now again, not the best quarterback, best deep ball thrower in the draft.
Do you
love
him? Do you
no,
think?
I'm not crazy about him because I think he breaks down a lot. I think he does. And that's going to be a challenge for him going forward. But, man, I did believe he was going to be drafted in the first round. I think 6 quarterbacks are going to be taken in this first round. So we'll have to see from here. But, yeah, Michael Penix Jr., a guy that has great touch on the passes that he makes. We'll just see how it goes, man.
Yeah.
This is the first hiccup.
Albert Breer tweeted out, Atlanta was rumored to love Penix. The owner there wanted one, meaning a quarterback, wanted one in the pipeline. 3 weeks ago, a massive group that included Raheem Morris, Terry Fontenot, and Zach Robinson traveled to Seattle to work him out. It was no smokescreen. Apparently not.
I still think that the best way to develop a quarterback is not to play him right away, but to let him sit and learn. You know what a big fan I am of Jordan Love?
Right.
I think that worked out great for Jordan Love.
Patrick Mahomes, a full year to soak
Alex
it up.
Smith.
Yep.
Eli Manning sat a little bit behind Kurt Warner. Aaron Rodgers sat behind Brett Favre. I know teams don't want to do it because you're spending all this money on a guy and you want to play him right away. But I still believe that the best thing these guys could do is, instead of being deer in the headlights, sit back, relax, practice, learn the playbook, watch the games, understand and learn, wait a year, and then become the quarterback.
Well, I got to imagine with the money. They gave Kirk Cousins $100 million guaranteed in that deal.
Yeah, but they could get out of it after the first year, right?
After the first year or two, I'm sure they could. But, I mean, at the very least, this is at least a year of Michael Penix waiting until he's the quarterback.
I know. It just seems so bizarre. You're going to pay that guy that much money for what, a year?
Yeah.
Maybe 2?
Yeah. All right, so the Bears pick is in at number 9.
Rome Odunze, come on.
We will.
Oh, here it is, man.
I mean, why not?
Right.
Yeah, you would think. We'll take the draft profile of Penix, not of Penix, pardon me, of Roma, of whatever the pick is, whatever the Bears do. I'm getting way ahead of myself here. I'm assuming it's Rome Odunze too, but I don't know. And then we'll take a break. We've gone commercial free for the better part of the last hour and 15 minutes. We'll take a break, and that's when we'll do kind of our shift change here. Vince and Luke coming in. Gambo's going to be on his way out. Wolf's going to stay. Wolf will get a break a little bit later, but our draft coverage will continue. Let's see what the Chicago Bears do as we take you to the podium and Roger Goodell announcing their second pick of the first 9.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
There are some draft experts who rank Odunze at the top of this wide receiver class. Why could those experts be right? Well, he's got the frame to compete at the next level, he's got trustworthy hands, he can win the one-on-ones, and he's smooth on his feet. Where those experts could be wrong lies in his route running and the explosiveness after the catch, something he'll need to improve on if he wants to stand out at the next level. NFL comp, future first ballot Hall of Famer, Larry Fitzgerald.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, I'm going to send us to a break with this before everybody goes. According to multiple reports, the Vikings have traded up to number 10 in the draft. The Vikings are on the clock as we speak. The Jets have traded down. The Vikings have traded up. They're on the clock. The Vikings are on the clock.
Okay.
We're going to take a break. The draft coverage is going to continue. Luke's in. Vince is in. We're going to do a little shift change here, but keep it right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. As our draft coverage continues, we are live from Flanker Kitchen and Sports Bar inside BetMGM here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley for Santan Ford, and Santan Ford has great rates right now. Try 1.9% APR on new 2023 Ford F-150s or a low 2.9% APR on all new 2023 Ford Explorers. These incredible APR rates and even more deals are going on now at Santan Ford. Restrictions apply and not everyone will qualify. So get on out there today for details. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. I've been hearing many of my colleagues endorsing Y-Refi, so I wanted to find out for myself. What makes Y-Refi so different from other investments? Well, Y-Refi offers a secure, collateralized portfolio with a strong fixed rate of return, up to 10.25%. There's no attack on principal if you ever need your money back, and you're in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income, whatever you choose. There are absolutely no fees, and an investment in YRefi is an investment in America's future. People all over the country are earning a strong fixed rate of return with YRefi, and they don't care what happens with the stock market or the Fed. Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST. Or log on to investYRefi.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then REFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Do you have multiple years of unfiled taxes or owe more than $8,000? The tax attorneys at Allies Tax Relief are your ally and will stop the IRS from garnishing your wages or them levying your bank account. Call 800-230-5174.
When life happens, like a job relocation, and you need to sell your home, call Carol Royce with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. If Carol Royce can't sell it, she will buy it. Call 480-776-5231.
It feels like football is back, at least through this weekend. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
Wolf is going to be Wolf is back here shortly as well. So we're tapping in here for a little while, Vince, and this has already been kind of crazy, the first 10 picks of this draft. But let's start with the fact that the Arizona Cardinals get Marvin Harrison Jr. after months and months and months of speculation if they were just going to stick there at number 4 and do it. I mean, I remember all the way back to the last game of the season, people were upset that they lost, but also a little happy because it put them in the 4th spot and gave them a chance to take Marvin Harrison Jr., and they did it.
Yeah, I mean, there was that speculation all season long, Luke, like, hey, are the Cardinals winning too many games? They want that number 1 spot. They want to have, that draft capital, real estate, if you will. And we've been talking about Marvin. I know you've been talking about Marvin Harrison for a really long time.
I feel like he's been on the team for 4 months already.
Yes, it does feel that way. In fact, I'm disappointed you didn't wear the Top Gun jumpsuit to the draft show here today.
Well, it did its job, though. He's now on the team, and I'd only ever have to wear a jumpsuit again.
You're officially out of the danger zone
Yes. Now? Well, I mean, we're still in the danger zone now. I got to be in the danger zone for the start of the season.
Yeah, it just seems like after all the speculation, and I'm sure Monty Ossenfort's phone rang a lot, and I'm sure he's going to talk about, not specifics, but he's going to talk about temptation and offers that were being made. Overall, I think the Arizona Cardinals did the right thing. It seems like they've done the right thing.
I think they did too. I think overwhelmingly this is probably what a lot of people, a lot of fans of the team wanted. I'm sure it was tough to stand there and field calls, and I'm sure he's been fielding them for at least a few weeks. There was that cut of Sean Payton a couple weeks ago saying it's good to be Monty. There's a lot of quarterback desperate teams. Apparently Atlanta was one of them.
Who knew, right?
But to stand there and have all those deals thrown at you, whatever they ended up being, and to say no, even though Monty seems wired to make deals, that says something about what they think of Marvin Harrison Jr. and what they're trying to do with this offense, which, by the way, now on paper, one player, when it's Marvin Harrison Jr., even though he hasn't played a snap in the NFL, drastically changes what this offense looks like, Wolf.
Oh, my goodness. Once again, you got a playmaker. You got a guy that you can throw the ball. He might actually be covered. It really doesn't matter. It's a 50-50 ball. Still throw him the ball because it's more like 80-20. D-Hop was like that. Larry Fitzgerald was like that, where these guys were covered, but they were still open. You still wanted to throw them the ball because they were so good at making contested catches. I believe that Marvin Harrison Jr., there's a lot of that similarity right there with him. And it's one of the reasons why he's going to make plays for Kyler Murray. He's going to open up a lot of the secondary for a lot of his receivers that are going to be out there. If you're 11 personnel and you got 3 wides out there and Trey McBride on the field, my goodness, you got a true number 1 out here that is a playmaker that can make plays down the field as well as across the middle of the field. You got a guy that can run any route, does a great job of running routes, a playmaker on the field that's going to open up space for every other receiver out there, including Trey McBride, as I said. And now all of a sudden you got a target for Kyler Murray where he can read coverage through the prism of where Marvin Harrison Jr. is.
Yes, and look at it this way, too. Going into year 6 for Kyler Murray, this is his third different number 1 receiver. He had Larry Fitzgerald, with all due respect to Fitz, at the end of his career. Wasn't a long-term solution. DeAndre Hopkins, we thought would be a longer-term solution. Not. I mean, this has the potential to be a long-term 5-6 year partnership between quarterback and wide receiver, which is exciting.
You know, we saw Kyler tweeting out this morning. What did he say today? He had
today had immaculate vibes.
Yes, immaculate vibes.
And apparently his tweet after the pick was made was "Let's rock."
Oh well, okay. He's a man of few words.
Yes,
but I mean, Wolf, you kind of touched on it right there. And we saw the Bears do this tonight too. Like the Bears' offense last year was and now they all of a sudden it was okay with Justin Fields, but all of a sudden you have Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze, and you add some other pieces. You can turn it around quickly in the NFL if you do it right. You and I have been talking about this on our show a lot, but I am impressed by the fact that Monty Austin-Fort, he withstood the temptation to go out and get a bunch more picks. You have 5 more picks, and he got the guy they needed. Let's go to the podium.
To help make the Minnesota Vikings selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy,
quarterback, Michigan.
J.J. McCarthy, quarterback, Michigan.
McCarthy is slow going through progressions, has underwhelming stats, modest escapability, trouble with accuracy, and a slim, thin frame. So why the hell are you drafting this loser? Well, because he's not a loser. He's a national champion. He's also confident, aggressive, poised, and has live arm talent. Oh, and Jim Harbaugh and Tom Brady called him the greatest quarterback in Michigan history. NFL comp, Baker Mayfield.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Oh, Vinny, you have to wonder if Minnesota would have traded up to draft him if they had just heard Jarrett Carlin's profile right there.
Yeah, asking the poignant question, why the hell are you drafting this loser?
Like
that was the first trade of the first round.
Yep.
The Vikings move up from 11 to 10 to take J.J. McCarthy. You have to wonder, the Vikings were, I guess, fighting against the fear that somebody else was going to jump up to that spot to get J.J. McCarthy. Maybe Denver, maybe Las Vegas. So they did what they had to do. And I'm wondering if it was a comparison, if it was a bidding war, Wolf, to move up there, what exactly to move up one spot Minnesota's given up. I have not seen what that haul looks like just yet.
I will guarantee you, obviously somebody got paranoid.
Yeah.
Yes.
Somebody got paranoid.
Well, it is draft night.
Somebody may have leaked something, some kind of information. Maybe a scout called a scout from another team and just said, hey, did you hear where, whatever it may be, because this stuff happens all the time. It does. Trust me on this. But, boy, I've never seen a team move up one spot. I've never seen a team do that in the first round, move up one spot like that, because they were convinced somebody else might be trying to do it, so they did it themselves. That's amazing.
In the moment, it's probably it looks weird. I mean, we were coming over here right as Bernsey announced that, and we're like, this is really weird. big picture, though, Minnesota's got to love this because there's been talk for 2 months they may have to trade up to 3 or 4 or at least 5.
Good point.
They only had to move up one spot. I guarantee you they didn't give up 3 first-round picks to move up one spot.
There was reports earlier in the draft tonight that Minnesota was trying to get up to number 3 in New England's spot. Imagine what they would have had to give up there. They apparently get their guy, though, in J.J. McCarthy, a much-needed pick. But not the strangest quarterback pick we've seen. What the Atlanta Falcons did at number 9 with Michael Penix Jr., I don't scour the mock drafts as close as I used to.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Tyler Drake has taken that duty off my hands for ArizonaSports.com. But I didn't see Michael Penix Jr. going that high in any mock draft.
Well, especially to Atlanta, Wolf.
Yes.
I mean, that's the team that just threw a bunch of money at Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
So what is that, 5 quarterbacks off the board in the first 10 picks?
Guys, that is the one pick right now that it is not only a hiccup, it's a pick I really don't understand.
I don't understand it either.
You pay Kirk Cousins, what was it, a 4-year contract for $180 million, and I believe $100 million of that, guys, was guaranteed.
Yes.
Yeah. Whoa, what is going on here? Who was the guy? Who made that call, Arthur Blank? Who made that call? Because it kind of looks like an owner made that deal right there.
More like what the blank, right?
Hey, Vince will be here all night, or at least till, I don't know, like 8 or something.
Where's the symbol?
I got to get him in. I only got like an hour.
Yeah, man, you got to make the most of this next hour. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back, get you caught up on everything that happened in the first 10 picks. It seriously has been 5 quarterbacks in the first 10 picks, and the Cardinals didn't trade their pick. They just hung in there and took Marvin Harrison Jr. We'll be back in just a moment. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special from Flanker Kitchen at BetMGM on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Trucks Only. It's time to get outdoors with a truck from Trucks Only. We've been in business over 50 years and have over 3,500 5-star Google reviews. Honesty and transparency are our core values. And right now, rates as low as 3.9% OAC. Whether it's stock or lifted, diesel or gas, midsize or full size, we have trucks for all situations and every budget. Right now, rates as low as 3.9% OAC at trucksonly.com. That's trucksonly.com.
Load up with the best.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and it's outdoor season in the Valley when you want to do everything you can outside, including watching television, and Waltz can hook you up with the latest, greatest technology in outdoor TVs. Remember, Waltz has been serving the Valley since 1957, and if you drop my name when setting up your free in-home consultation, you're going to receive 10% off your installation labor. Visit them at their Tempe showroom or shop online at waltz.com.
I'd owned and driven everything that our Desert Ford dealers offer, and then I made the F-150, America's Truck of Authority, my daily driver. Paul Calvese here, and I tell you, I found out every day why the Ford F-Series has been America's best-selling line of trucks for 47 years running. Work time, play time, it's that combination of features where every detail matters, and now it gets better because on a 2023 Ford F-150, get 1.9% financing for 72 months, plus a no-charge 72-month, 100,000-mile Ford Protect powertrain care when you buy from our Desert Ford dealers. And if you're thinking SUV, check out the 2023 Ford Escape. Made for every day, but ready for your getaways. And right now, we can get 0% financing for 66 months on a Ford Credit FlexBuy plus $1,000 in FlexBuy cash and a no-charge 5-year, 60,000-mile Ford Protect premium care when you buy a new 2023 Ford Escape. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Who's picking fourth? Arizona. It feels like the NFL is back. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
Olumu Fashanu, offensive tackle, Penn State.
A high-quality guy and team captain, Fashanu has great grip strength, nimble feet, and the flexible hip swivel of a young Shakira. And while he is excellent in the run game, he can sometimes be late at picking up rushers in pass protection. With prototypical left tackle weight, height, and length, Fashanu projects to be a starter right away. NFL comp, Cam Robinson.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, so there you go. It's Olu Fashanu going to the New York Jets there at pick number 11. They drop down one spot in that trade with Minnesota. They get the offensive lineman that they so sorely needed, and they get something from Minnesota. We haven't gotten official word on what they got from the Vikings yet to drop just one spot. Alongside Vince Marotta and Wolf, I am Luke Lipinski. We're out here at BetMGM Flanker Kitchen here. Wolf, so far, 5 of the 11 picks have been quarterbacks. We're talking on the show today how many will go in the first round. I did not expect 5 in the first 10 picks.
Yeah, no, once again, I think there are going to be 6 quarterbacks that will go in the first round. Once again, it's just testament, guys, to if you do not have a quarterback, the desperation that you feel cannot be measured with human hands, okay? You feel so desperate, you're going to do things like what we have seen. Michael Penix Jr. getting drafted by the Atlanta Falcons at number 8. I am still blown away by this. You signed Kirk Cousins, a 4-year, $180 million contract. $100 million of that, I believe, is guaranteed. You have to be kidding me. That does not make a lot of sense to me right now. Even if you wanted to just bring him along for a couple of years, wow, that's pretty gutsy.
Going back to your point on the quarterbacks, obviously the thinking has changed a lot, and it was the Arizona Cardinals and Steve Keim and that regime that changed the thinking.
Yeah.
They drafted Josh Rosen very high in 2018. They moved off of him in 1 year. So, to your point about desperation, yes, these teams want to find their quarterback. Would it shock you if Bo Nix is the next name off the board at number 12, way higher than projected to Denver?
No.
Wouldn't shock me at all.
No.
But what these teams are doing now because of that Cardinals shift back in 2018 and 2019 is they're going to kick the tires, and they will move on. Look at the 2021 draft class of quarterbacks. All of those guys are basically on different teams already.
Oh, they had 2 years. They
That was
couldn't prove it
3
2
years ago. Two football seasons, not even quite 3 calendar years.
No, it's crazy. And to your point, Denver's up next, and then the Raiders, 2 teams that need quarterbacks.
Yes.
So if I'm Bo Nix, I'm suddenly feeling pretty good about my prospects of going in the first half, really, of the first round of this draft. All right, let's go back to what the Cardinals did. They take Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 4 overall. And Vinny, I heard, I was sitting over at the table there with you as Gambo was kind of running through these. In terms of most exciting picks the Cardinals have ever made, I mean, the Kyler Murray one's the first one that comes to mind just because that was a quarterback at number 1 overall.
Yes, but, let's go back to that draft. That wasn't universally loved or respected for a number of reasons. Kyler's size, the fact that they had just drafted a quarterback in the first round the year before. It's always an exciting pick when you get a quarterback in the first round.
And you pick first overall.
But in terms of excitement and universal love for the pick, I don't know if we've ever experienced this with the Cardinals, quite honestly.
That really, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, and I think Matt Leinart was a guy that you could look at and say, man, there was a lot of, whoa, we got Matt Leinart, and I think there was a lot of to-do about that. But you know what, guys, I got to tell you, that was 2006, correct?
It was a little while ago,
2006. So
how about Patrick Peterson in 2011?
I don't think it had this kind of juice. And the reason being, Vin, is because he's an offensive player and he scores touchdowns.
Sure.
There's a wide receiver. Oh, my goodness. And now you've got Kyler Murray throwing the ball to a guy that is a tree running across the middle of the secondary with a big canopy. That I like.
Let me throw another name at you from the annals, if I can, Wolf, just to get your facial expression of a draft pick that everybody was excited about when it happened. 1998, number 2 overall, Andre Wadsworth.
Okay,
number 3 overall, excuse me.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Everybody was over the moon at that pick.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What year was it? Jake Plummer in 98?
97.
97. Okay. Jake Plummer is a second-round pick.
Yes.
Right. I mean, that was
up there.
That was pretty big.
All right, let's go to the podium for Denver's pick.
With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon.
Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon.
Nix blossomed in his 2 seasons at Oregon after transferring from Auburn. With the Ducks, he completed nearly 75% of his passes with 74 touchdowns and just 10 interceptions. The 6'2", 217-pound quarterback displays the accuracy, arm talent, and athleticism needed to be a modern professional quarterback. He goes through reads well, has big hands, and is good at throwing accurately on the run. He did throw 30% of his passes behind the line of scrimmage in 2023, has missed some touchdowns due to overthrows, and needs to get better at throwing receivers away from coverage. NFL comp, Eagles quarterback, Jalen Hurts.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks. I just had to double check. The next one in most rankings, Vince, is Spencer Rattler. That's how quickly we've blown through all the quarterbacks here at the start of this
He's
draft.
going to Vegas with the next pick. How about this little nugget on these 6 quarterbacks, too? At some point of their college careers, 4 of the 6 that have been picked already are played their college football in a conference that doesn't exist in the Pac-12.
That's a great
I
point
thought you were
right
going to say
there.
they all used to be on ASU.
You know what's really interesting to me, guys? I would say Drew Brees reminds me of Bo Nix. And Bo Nix reminds me of Drew Brees. Can I just say that right now?
You're not the only one, apparently.
I'm wondering if Sean Payton sees a little bit of that as well in Bo Nix. This is truly amazing right now. 6 quarterbacks. We were talking about this, Luke. Would 6 quarterbacks go in the first round?
Yeah.
Man, is there any more out there? Who's next?
Spencer Rattler is next.
Could that be a possibility? When you hit 30, 31, 32, somebody moves up into the first round to get a quarterback again that they're going to have control of for 5 years?
It feels like now that we've made it through these first 12 picks, everybody kind of got a version of what they wanted. Like Denver didn't have to trade up. Minnesota didn't have to give up everything, Vince, to move up and get J.J. Like all of a sudden, 6 teams that needed quarterbacks got quarterbacks. The Cardinals didn't trade down. They got the receiver they needed. Again, the only team that doesn't make a whole lot of sense is Atlanta taking
8,
Penix.
yeah.
And that's not even the Penix went that early. It's just that he went to Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's higher than I had seen Penix projected. But, again, people get nutty when it comes to quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And, outside of that pick, how much time did you guys spend on your show talking about all these permutations and how many trades are going to be made? It's going to be the wildest first round ever.
Yeah.
It's been, I don't know, kind of chalky to me.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right about the chalk in terms of not having trades.
Yeah.
How many mock drafts out there did not have trades, right? How many mock drafts?
Nope, none of them are going to have trades next year.
Yeah, so this is really interesting right now. At what point are we going to see general managers starting to move? I don't know what the answer is to that, but right now the surprise of the draft, 6 quarterbacks have been taken in the first 12 picks.
All right, so
never in a million years did we see that come.
Well, and never in a million years has it happened. This is the first time 6 quarterbacks have ever gone in the first 12 picks. So, Vinny, I'll ask you what Wolf and I were trying to figure out this morning. There's always teams desperate for quarterbacks. And I don't know that anybody looks at this class behind Caleb Williams and says it's one of the best ever. So hold that. We'll go to the podium right now for the Raiders.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
Bowers balled out in his 3 seasons as Georgia's tight end. He caught 175 passes for 2,538 yards and 26 touchdowns, helping the Bulldogs win back-to-back national championships in 2021 and 2022. His strengths include quick acceleration, route-running footwork, and hand positioning when run blocking. However, he lacks elite measurables, needs to get better at maintaining run blocks, and struggled with contested catches in 2023. NFL comp, 49ers tight end, George Kittle.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Oh, that's different. Brock Bowers isn't a quarterback. Did he ever play quarterback? What's going on? I know you could draft guys that weren't quarterbacks in this
now
draft.
they're just drafting guys with quarterback names.
Yeah.
Brock Bowers is a
Sounds
quarterback
like it.
name.
Yeah, it is. It is.
How about this? 13 picks into the draft. We have yet to see a defensive player come off the board.
That was a prop that was out there a lot. I saw, will any go in the top 10? And you figure at least one would go in the top 10, but apparently not.
Boy, that's amazing right now. But Brock Bowers going at number 13 to the Raiders. This is really, really cool right here because Brock Bowers, to me, an excellent wide tight end, a true stud tight end. It's one of the reasons why the comparison was George Kittle. And I think it's a good comparison because he plays that hard, and he also runs very well after the catch. It was interesting because they had a camera on Brock Bowers when he got picked, and you could see he was like relieved that he finally got picked,
was
right?
He
because
happier
Brock
than Joe
Bowers, in all the mocks that I saw, he was in the top 8.
Yeah.
He was in the top 8 picks of that draft in all the mocks I saw.
Well, he would have been if not for that run on quarterbacks. And the Joe Alt reference is because when he got drafted, he looked like he just got audited and he found out or something. Vince, I'll go back to the question I was going to ask you before the Raiders made that pick. Teams are desperate for quarterbacks every year. So why this year that we get 6 in the first 12 picks of the draft?
I think it's a testament to the quality of this class. That's where it has to start. This is a really strong quarterback class.
Historically great?
I think a lot of it is uncertainty over the quality of next year's quarterback class. I just looked it up last year. Pretty good quarterback class. Guys got elevated. The 6th quarterback did not come off the board last year in the draft until the 127th pick, and that was Jake Haener going to the Saints.
Jeez.
He was number 6. This year we get 6 in the first 12 picks of the draft. Again, I think it starts with the overall confidence and quality of this year's quarterback class.
So the Cardinals are on the clock again, in case you forgot tonight, at pick number 27. There's going to be some players out there they like, Wolf, because they don't need a quarterback, and 6 of these picks have already been used up by quarterbacks. We'll take a break. We'll come back, kind of recap what's happened up until this point. The Cardinals did draft Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 4, and they are on the clock in about 14 picks. We're out here at Flanker Kitchen at BetMGM. It is the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's a former coach with 2 sons who played professional basketball. Satch Sullinger's a competitive individual, but his golf game was suffering because of painful joints.
Right, that's real important, the golf game. Right, as we get older, we create these bad habits because we're relegated to hit a certain way.
QC Kinetics used regenerative treatments, all natural healing properties from Satch's own body, to restore those damaged joints and get his golf game back on track.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me, all natural, and that's what I'm about. I'm going to tell everybody why I'm better.
Oh, and by the way, looks like the competitive Satch is back.
We're all in the same boat, and I'm getting better, and I'm watching them stay old.
Go to QCkinetics.com. Get relief and your game back. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley.
And Luke Lipinski.
We're here to talk about one of the most important issues affecting our community. Every year, we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies, learn about important water safety tips, and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 62620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Do you get that little crash right in the middle of your day? I do, all the time. Dave Burns here for Wilderness Athlete, a truly local company that makes products that will improve your life. For me, when that crash comes, my favorite is Energy and Focus. Little packet mixed with water and bang. Productivity, clarity, zero jitters, checking all the boxes to crush the day. If you use another product like I did, try Wilderness Athlete for a month and see the difference. Use the promo code BURNS for 20% off at wildernessathlete.com. Fuel for the rugged.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley for Santan Ford. And Santan Ford has great rates right now. Try 1.9% APR on new 2023 Ford F-150s or a low 2.9% APR on all new 2023 Ford Explorers. These incredible APR rates and even more deals are going on now at Santan Ford. Restrictions apply and not everyone will qualify. So get on out there today for details. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. What's up, Chris?
What's up, Dave? Did you know that if you need to get your vehicle serviced, you can drop it off at Liberty GMC before 10 p.m., and our service team will work on it all night long to have it ready for you to be picked up by the next day? Also this month, we're having huge savings, like $12,000 off the brand new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500.
Your dollar always goes further at Liberty GMC. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
All right, Luke Lipinski alongside Vince Marotta and Wolf as we cruise through the first round. It's actually moving a lot faster than I expected. Dave Burns is hanging around. He'll be back here in a little bit. Vince has to get up in like an hour and a half for the show tomorrow, so I don't know that Vinny's going to...
Don't remind me.
Stay up too much. Are you just going to go straight to the station from here? That might be easiest.
I see that grin on your face, Wolf.
That's right, I know. I love it, man. This is great. Somebody else is actually going to suffer and not me.
To recap where we are right now, the Raiders just made the pick at number 13, so the Saints are on the clock. Pick 14 of this draft. The Cardinals, guys, let's go back to that pick with Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 4, what that does for the offense, and then also they pick at number 27. 6 of these first 13 picks have been quarterbacks, so players the Cardinals would be interested in, only 7 have come off the board, and 1 of them went to the Cardinals. So this is working out really well. It's a pretty good year to have 2 picks in the first round and not need a quarterback.
Especially when you look at the needs that the Cardinals still have on the defensive side of the ball. Cornerback, edge rusher.
Yeah.
There's going to be some guys. I don't know, maybe if there's a run here, which I totally expect it to start at any time now, a run on defensive players, maybe it pushes the necessity up to move up, use the 27 and 35 to move up to get one of these guys. But, I mean, there's 5 quality cornerbacks that could fit in very nicely with the Cardinals at 27 or with their next pick, an edge rusher like Latu or Dallas Turner. I agree with you, Luke. This is shaping up very, very well for Monty Austin-Fort and company.
It is truly incredible that there has not been a defensive player, correct?
No.
That has been drafted right
13
now.
13 for 13.
There has not been a defensive player drafted so far in this draft.
I thought defense won championships.
I know. That's very, very interesting right there. And we all know, to Vin's point, the Cardinals need an edge. They need a 3 technique, I would say, as well. Not as badly because of what they did in free agency, but still, they like to play 3 down linemen as well. They also need that corner.
Let's go to the podium for the Saints pick.
Pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Talise Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
Talise Fuaga, offensive tackle, Oregon State.
Fuaga figures to slide in as a right tackle at the NFL level after starting 25 games for Oregon State the past 2 years combined. Tackle was where he buttered his bread, though some NFL teams could be inclined to move the 6'6", 324-pounder to guard at the next level. While his technique and handwork in the pass game are impressive, improving his stickiness in the run-blocking department will be among his biggest priorities in the NFL. NFL comp, Detroit Lions offensive tackle Taylor Decker.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, Fuaga goes right there, so that is 14 for 14. No defensive players. Maybe there's some sort of rule change we don't know about where there is no defense next year. But, yeah, if you're just joining us and you're like, hey, where did some of these guys, I was hoping maybe the Cardinals would get like Dallas Turner or Leatu Latu or Jared Verse or Terrion Arnold or Quinion Mitchell. Well, none of them have gone because they play defense. 14 offensive players taken with the first 14 picks. Vince, I don't remember a draft like this. I got to be honest.
I would venture a guess, and I don't have the fact or the research in front of me. This has never happened before.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. We got
verification from back at the mothership. This is crazy. But again, we're just bracing for this run of defensive players. It's held off for one more pick. Now Indianapolis on the clock at number 15. There's some names you threw out there in those defensive studs that are available, Luke, that I hadn't even considered.
No, and if there's that many of them available, what are the Cardinals 13 picks away from their from their second pick of this first round. I mean, I'm sure if we sat here during the next break, we could find 13 defensive players we'd be interested in for the Arizona Cardinals.
Man.
And we could throw in Graham Barton, obviously, for you, Wolf, because he is still obviously available.
Guys, I look at this right now, and I think the streak ends right here with the Indianapolis Colts. They need a corner. Terrion Arnold is out there right now. To me, I'm looking at it like, okay, maybe some scouts didn't think Terrion Arnold was actually going to be in the top 10. But, man, right now at what, 15?
Yeah.
That's a bargain to get Terrion Arnold, I think, at 15.
Well, and let's also, remember this, Vince. When you have 6 picks in the first 90 and 7 in the first 104, those third-round picks in particular are assets, right? If there's somebody there, I mean, with all these players dropping on defense, if there's somebody there at 23 or whatever that Monty Ossenfort never thought would be there, why not package one of the third-rounders with pick number 27 to move up a few spots if you're going to get tremendous value like that?
Yeah, especially if there's, like you said, one particular prospect that they're absolutely enamored with. Yeah, again, the thought for the last month of draft prep going into this, after Sean Payton said it at the AFC coaches breakfast, it's good to be Monty Ossenfort.
Yeah.
It's gotten better. It's getting better to be Monty Ossenfort.
It's even better to be Monty Ossenfort. Wolf, what do you think about the idea of, I mean, Monty likes to trade anyway. He already had to not trade at number 4. The idea that if there's somebody amazing there at 23 or 24, especially on defense, that he might just say, hey,
man,
take one of these thirds. Let's move up.
Honestly, I'm thinking of some of the edge guys that are out there right now. Some of the edge guys and the quality of these edge guys that are out there right now in the cornerback position. 2 huge needs for the Arizona Cardinals. I think this is a situation where we were talking about this before the draft actually started. We were talking about, man, could you see them taking one of those third-round picks or maybe their second-round pick that they have and packaging it with number 27 to move up into the teens, right, to somehow move up to 18, 19, 20, somewhere in there and get a really good edge player or get a good corner. Right now, if that was the plan coming in, you're thinking to yourself, hey, man, maybe we just need to sit tight on this thing right here, the way that it's going, because the run on offensive linemen, I believe, will continue in this first round at some point in time, and wide receivers as well, coming back to the wide receiver position. This might be historic, guys, at the end of the night. This first round, in terms of how many offensive players we actually see.
It's already historic to the point that Adam Schefter just tweeted out. The previous record for most offensive players to start a draft was 7, and we are at 14 and counting right now.
I wonder what the number is for inside the first round.
Well,
how many offensive players?
I'll text Schefter. He's not doing anything else right now. I'll text him.
Okay,
hey,
you
can
get
help
out
us with
that,
our
Luke.
show in Arizona. So, yeah, we're 14 picks in. I mean, look, of all those offensive players, only 3 have been those main 3 receivers, too. So it's not inconceivable some great receiver might be there later on for the Cardinals in the third round even.
We were talking about maybe 7 receivers actually going in the first round.
And they
we
still
were
could.
talking about 7 or 8 offensive linemen going in the first round. Now, how many have we had there? I think we've already had 4, if memory serves.
Alt, Latham, Fashanu, and Fuaga are
okay,
off the
so
board.
we've had 4 actually go right now. All 4 being tackles as well.
4 offensive linemen, 6 quarterbacks, 3 receivers, and a tight end that, as Vince pointed out, his name sounds like a quarterback in Brock Bowers. So that's almost 6.5 quarterbacks that went in these first 14 picks.
By the way, I love that pick by the Raiders.
Oh,
I think he's going to be an absolute stud at the next level.
He's crazy value there at 13.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about Brock?
Yeah,
Brock Bowers. There's no doubt about it. He is George Kittle. If you were going to have a comp, he would be my comp. He runs so well with the football after he catches the ball, and that's exactly what Kittle does. Kittle is way more dangerous once he catches the ball, and he does a good job catching the ball, of course. But, man, when he gets the ball in his hand, he is a dynamic runner of the football, a very physical runner, and Brock Bowers is exactly the same way.
If you know Wolf, you know that is the highest compliment that he could pay somebody to compare them to
George
Kittle.
Kittle.
Yes. Now, the Colts pick has been in. I don't know if they're waiting for Andrew Luck to come out of retirement to bring the pick to the podium or what. That's why I keep stopping, because they keep showing like they're going to walk up there. And here we go to the podium now.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, defensive end, UCLA.
Laiatu Latu, edge, UCLA.
After being forced into medical retirement after suffering a severe neck injury that could have left him paralyzed during his time with the Washington Huskies, Latu was forced to sit out for 2 seasons in rehab before he transferred to UCLA and was cleared out of medical retirement. He recorded a Pac-12 leading 13 sacks last year, showing his durability and high productivity rate is a promising step towards a long career in the NFL. NFL comp, Pittsburgh Steelers linebacker TJ Watt.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
I like how Lauren just casually slides that comp in there at the end. Just, TJ Watt, no big
Watt,
deal.
Yeah. Pretty good comp.
Yeah, that's pretty
it's
good.
a great story for this guy to overcome what he's overcome. Here's another nugget for you on that no longer in existence football conference. 6 of the first 15 from Pac-12 schools, and a 7th spent 3 years at a Pac-12 school before he transferred.
Oh, my goodness.
Unbelievable.
Let's dissolve it.
That's just absolutely.
Get
Don't get me started, man. There's enough angst right now. And now all of a sudden you're bringing back
I'm
the
still
Pac-12.
angsty about the Pac-12.
Here's what we're going to do. Right before the Cardinals go on the clock at 27, we're going to ask Wolf about the NIL and the transfer portal. We're going to see if we get to the pick.
Man, this is okay. So there you go. The first edge player. Will we have a run on edge players right now? That is definitely a possibility.
Seattle's on the clock.
Like yeah. Now, because now you've got Seattle, Jacksonville, Cincinnati, the Rams, and the Steelers. Those are the next 5 picks. Pretty much every edge rusher is still out there. Every corner is still out there. Everybody on defense except Laiatu Latu is still available, and we are 15 picks into this draft. We'll take a break right now. We'll come back, get everything reset where the Cardinals are. We're about halfway through the first round. It is the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special from Flanker Kitchen at BetMGM on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this Air France radio message. Craving an unforgettable destination where culture, history, architecture, romance, and sweet macarons all meet? With Air France, Paris and all its delights have never been closer. From May 23rd, make the most of our new Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport nonstop flights to Paris. Elegance is a journey. Air France. See conditions on airfrance.us.
Arizona, you are on the clock. Make Bud Light your #1 draft pick while watching your Arizona Cardinals make their picks in this year's NFL Draft. Join the Red Sea on Thursday, April 25th for an official draft day party at the Great Lawn at State Farm Stadium. Arizona Sports will be broadcasting live from inside the BetMGM Sportsbook with your chance to win prizes and experience the excitement of draft day. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I owned and driven everything that our Desert Ford dealers offer, and then I made the F-150, America's truck of authority, my daily driver. Paul Calvese here, and I tell you, I found out every day why the Ford F-Series has been America's best-selling line of trucks for 47 years running. Work time, play time, it's that combination of features where every detail matters, and now it gets better because on a 2023 Ford F-150, get 1.9% financing for 72 months, plus a no-charge 72-month, 100,000-mile Ford Protect powertrain care when you buy from our Desert Ford dealers. And if you're thinking SUV, check out the 2023 Ford Escape. Made for every day, but ready for your getaways. And right now, we can get 0% financing for 66 months on a Ford Credit FlexBuy plus $1,000 in FlexBuy cash and a no-charge 5-year, 60,000-mile Ford Protect premium care when you buy a new 2023 Ford Escape. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
It feels like football is back, at least through this weekend. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
We're back here at Flanker Kitchen at BetMGM, just outside of State Farm Stadium, alongside Vince Marotta and Wolf. I can't call him Ron Wolfley. I've never called him Ron Wolfley, but it feels alongside Vince.
I get it. I never call Bick Dan.
No.
I very rarely. It just feels weird.
But like if you were introducing somebody else full name, and then that's where I'm getting thrown here.
Yeah, I would still say Dan Bickley.
Okay.
I'll say it. Ron Wolfley's here.
All right. See, this is perfect. I'll introduce
what's
Vince.
going on, man?
Vince
What did I
introduces
miss
me.
right now? You got something for me, Luke? What
He
do
was
you
just
wanna
talking
say?
about how it's weird. He feels weird calling you Ron Wolfley.
Yeah,
I know
can't do
it
Wolf.
does.
Sorry, man.
It kind of feels weird too, as well. I mean,
How
I'm
you
just
holding
saying,
up, buddy? You walked in this morning. You're like, I've been up for 47 hours.
It was unbelievable. I woke up at 2:47, 2:47 in the morning, and I could not go back to sleep. And it was because immediately my brain started kicking into, okay, number four, who are they going to take at number 4? And then number 27, who are they going to? I mean, it's. I've had this my entire life. It's always been like this. Game days, I would wake up this very early. The same thing. I could not go back to sleep. It just, my mind is hyperactive right now, especially on big days like this. And, man, I'm going to sleep like a baby tonight because Marvin Harrison Jr. is an Arizona Cardinal.
Yeah, I was just going to say, now that you've been up for 16 hours and counting, how do you feel about the pick? Because this is really, I think it's who most Cardinals fans or most people around the team wanted, but you and I have been losing our minds over the idea of Marvin Harrison Jr. for about 4 months now on the show.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, because we all know the more and more you look at a prospect, the more you start to see spots, right? The more you stare at the sun, the more you're going to see spots. You're going to start nitpicking.
That's exactly what I started to do this week, Wolf.
Vin, seriously, I think it's very human that happens. And as a scout as well, their convictions that they have, they go through the same process. But I will tell you, we started, Luke, where it was Marvin Harrison Jr., and we were like, man, this looks like the Cardinals are going to get Marvin Harrison Jr., and if they don't get him, we're going to be hurt real bad,
I'll be
right?
wearing a flight suit for the rest of my life.
Right, exactly. We were in the danger zone, both of us, on Marvin Harrison Jr., and then all of a sudden, he didn't work out, or at least I thought he didn't work out, and it just started to bother me, his privilege, and the fact he wasn't going to run for anyone, and I'm like, what are you afraid of? Why won't you run? It's not like you're going to drop out of the first round to the top 5. Are you kidding me? You're Marvin Harrison Jr. Let your tape stand for it. And now I'm all the way back to where I am really, really happy with the Cardinals pick at number 4.
I don't know if you heard our interview with Charles Davis yesterday. He came on the show, and he talked about the whole Marvin Harrison thing and how very under the radar the reasons were for him not working out is that he had an internship that was important to him. I did a Google search on it. I tried to find information on it.
Me too.
There was very little about it. And apparently Marvin Harrison's people called the combine and said, no disrespect meant, but I'm going to come in a little bit early and take care of my business and then go back to what's important to me right now.
It changes the whole story.
It
And
does.
It's funny you say that you Googled it because after we played the cut of Charles Davis on your show, we were looking everywhere and couldn't find it.
Yes, I hadn't heard that. And I trust Charles Davis. He's dialed in, and he's knee deep in this stuff every spring. So,
and I'm thinking right now, maybe if he had an agent, we would have heard it.
Yeah, maybe.
Right?
Yeah.
Maybe we would have heard. The fact that we didn't is still eye-gouging to me that we didn't hear anything about that.
And with the press availability that Marvin Harrison will have and give the local media, the national media, in this process tonight, maybe there'll be more information on that particular subject. But
just the fact everyone has a phone.
Yes.
And you're telling me there was no video of him working out that was on X or Instagram?
Very
or,
true.
You got to be kidding me.
I want to know what Marvin Harrison Jr.'s internship was. Like,
I know, right?
Is he at some office getting coffee for people when he's?
He didn't want to lose his place in the pecking order to get that job.
That's serious.
You're going to be fine, Marv.
There's another way you could make millions of dollars, and look, you're going to.
Look, I know why you had the reaction to that you did.
Yeah.
You're from the old school.
Yes.
I don't mean that as any kind of
That's
slight
okay.
to you. A lot of people felt that way. But he comes in as a guy who's kind of changing the process a little bit. Now, that's all said and done. Now he's an Arizona Cardinal. I look at what he looks like in this offense, what the Cardinals have done on offense. They upgraded their offensive line last year in the draft with Paris Johnson Jr. No, they don't have DJ Humphries anymore. They go get Jonah Williams. I like the makeup of their offensive line. Is it the strength of the team? No. Trey McBride's a budding superstar at tight end. We all saw it last year. We all loved what we saw from Michael Wilson while he was able to stay healthy. Now you got him slotted at 2 with Greg Dortch as the 3. I don't think they're done tweaking with this wide receiver room just yet.
I think you're
Then you
right.
got James Conner at running back. This has the makings, if healthy, of a very, very steady, if not formidable offense.
All right, let's go to the podium, even though it's Seattle's pick.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
Byron Murphy II, defensive tackle, Texas.
The 6'1", 297-pound defensive tackle has the tools and talent to be a 3-down player in the proper scheme. He is powerful and well-schooled at taking on double teams. He is good at bypassing protection due to his sudden hands and quick feet, and he has a great motor. However, his size could be an issue at the NFL level. NFL comp, Bills defensive tackle, Ed Oliver.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Whatever, Seattle. The Cardinals had Byron Murphy. You had to settle for Byron Murphy II. Also should point out that was pick 16. Minnesota is, according to Ian Rappaport, trading up here with Jacksonville. So Minnesota is going to be picking 17.
Oh.
Moving up from 23, huh?
Yeah. So going back to the conversation we were having about the receiving position, look, it would be crazy to take Brian Thomas Jr. if he was still there at 27, probably. That'd be a really fun first round. But all of these receivers and the depth of this receiver class that has been talked about, there's going to be some there early in the second round, Wolf, or probably in the third round, too.
Yeah.
And you don't need this guy to be a true number 1 receiver. Now, all of a sudden, if you got another receiver in these top 6 picks you have in the first 90, you could be in a real interesting spot on offense.
Yeah, no, you're right about that, Luke. Right now, I love the way this continues to trend a little bit. I don't mean to just bypass what you said, but for me right now, this is such a Seattle Seahawks pick, is it not?
Yeah, it is.
The line of scrimmage, here we go. This is John Schneider, the general manager for the Seattle Seahawks, right here. This is the ghost of Pete Carroll, all right? Right here. They're taking a guy in Byron Murphy II right now on the line of scrimmage. This guy is a great 3 technique to me. He's going to be a great 3 technique at some point in time. Is it going to be his rookie year? I don't know. I just think he's going to he's going to continue to develop and get better and better and better. But this is such a Seattle Seahawks pick right here. And guess what? The Arizona Cardinals are an elite running team in the National Football League. They're going to play this guy twice a year, of course, and it looks like the Seattle Seahawks are going to start building that defense back up.
Yeah, I love what they have at a couple spots in the secondary with Witherspoon. Reek Woolen took a step back last year after a really good rookie season, but he is so talented, so fast, so long. If he figures it out, that's, you got your corners set for years with Seattle. So for them to address the front line, good move by Seattle.
Let's go to the podium for Minnesota's second pick of the first round.
The Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, linebacker, Alabama.
Dallas Turner, edge, Alabama.
Turner is a pure athlete. He has the frame, the reach, the burst, and the raw power to get wherever he needs to go. If you have the ball, Dallas Turner will get to you. He was the star of the NFL Combine with a 40 time of 4.46 and a vertical jump of 40.5 inches. Not bad for 6'4" and 250 pounds. He was also the star of Alabama's mighty defense the past 3 seasons. Last year, he had 10 sacks, 14.5 tackles for loss, and 2 forced fumbles, making him a first-team All-American and very likely a top 10 pick on draft night. NFL comp, edge rusher Brian Burns.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Wow.
All right, stop taking edge rushers now. This is getting out of control. 3 straight defensive picks. I don't think anybody anticipated Dallas Turner would be there at 27, but I was over here quietly hoping he might drop. I don't think anybody anticipated, Vince, that he would be available where Minnesota just got him, which is why Minnesota just traded up.
You heard in the draft capsule, Sarah closed it by saying quite likely a top 10 pick on draft night. Well, 7 spots later, still available.
Yeah.
Minnesota, they were a team that was, with their first-round capital, they were a team that was, pinpointed as this is a team that could be a mover and a shaker, and they have. They've engaged in 2 trades. They get their quarterback, and now they get an edge rusher in Dallas Turner.
I would say, and Wolf, I know you love to give draft grades. It's your favorite thing in the world.
Especially right after the picks happen.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
About right in the middle of the draft. But I would say just off the top of my head, 3 teams that have had very good nights so far: Minnesota, Chicago, and Arizona so far. I would say 3 teams that are, and there's probably other ones, but Minnesota in particular, to get J.J. McCarthy and to get Dallas Turner and to not have to give up nearly as much as they would have if they had to move up to 3, 4, or 5 to get McCarthy.
No, look, I think you're spot on in that, and it's so interesting to hear you say that and throw the Arizona Cardinals into that mix when the Minnesota Vikings have been very, very active here. They've already made a couple of picks, and now all of a sudden they have improved their team. It's very interesting that you can still look at the Arizona Cardinals and say, you know what? They have actually done really, really well here. And that, to me, is because of Kyler Murray and how Kyler Murray looked, in particular, in the last 4 games of the season. Guys, I cannot stress this enough. They were the number 1 offense in the National Football League over the last quarter of the season in terms of yards per game. And it was so much of what they were doing on the line of scrimmage in terms of running the ball and running the ball. Now they've got the answer to running the ball, and you're going to bring that safety up into the box to stop the Cardinals from running the ball, handing it off to James Conner, especially with Kyler Murray under center, because now you got play action to throw the ball down the field. This is huge, and that's why, to your point, this is big for the Arizona Cardinals as well, that they got Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, well, in a lot of people's minds, he's one of the top 2 players in this draft. Before we hit the break, Jared versus Chop Robinson, probably the top 2 edge rushers out there. So we'll come back, and hopefully neither one of them will go off the board.
But,
Cincinnati.
hey, you know what? Still no corners off the board yet.
That's true. I was hoping
another area that the Cardinals might be shopping for.
Maybe everybody would just forget corner was a position until around pick 27. All right, well, it's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special. We're out here at Flanker Kitchen at BetMGM on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley.
And Luke Lipinski.
We're here to talk about one of the most important issues affecting our community. Every year, we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn about important water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 62620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your card today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know some of the best car deals in the Valley can be found at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. And if you know Earnhardt Ford the way I do as a 3-time customer, you know they've been a trusted name in Arizona for over 72 years. You can buy a 2023 Ford F-150 at an amazingly low 1.9% APR financing rate for 72 months, plus a no-charge 6-year, 100,000-mile Ford Protect Powertrain Care Package. That's Arizona's best truck with the best warranty coverage around. No Bull F-150s named America's best-selling trucks. Earnhardt Ford is also offering 2023 Ford Escapes for 0% APR for 60 months, plus a no-charge 5-year, 60,000-mile Ford Protect service contract, or drive out a brand-new 2023 all-electric Mach-E at 0% financing for 72 months. All offers require approved credit. These offers end April 30th, 2024, and they're happening at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, online at earnhardtford.com.
Describe your perfect date.
It's a tough one. I'd have to say April 25th, because it's not too hot, not too cold. All you need is a light jacket.
And because it's the first round of the NFL Draft. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
All right, welcome back. It's our draft coverage here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Dave Burns back here with you, co-host of the Burns and Gambo Show. And I am proud, honored. This is going to be fun. Look at this. Vince Marotta, Luke Lipinski, and Dave Burns.
Wait, does this ever happen? A representative from all three weekday shows.
Yeah,
Look at this.
It's 3 drivers at the same time.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm getting way in the back seat. I'm getting in the third row.
This is like 3
I'm
point
taking
guards
my
in
shoes off. I'm going to put my feet up.
Luke, I sit down in Luke's spot, or Luke and I are like rearranging seats. He's like, "So you're driving?" I said, "Do you want to drive?" "No." "I guess I'm driving."
It's like a road trip, and we just saw Dave Burns on the side of the road, and we're like, if we pick him up, he'll drive. Yeah.
Hey.
We could just sit in the back and have a couple cocktails and let him do all the hard work.
It's just the three of us. And nobody's going to know the answer to this question. But don't you guys laugh at the guys that can't drive shows.
Yeah, I know. It's like, it's not that hard. It's not that tough.
Hey, job security. It's the toughest thing in the world.
You know what?
okay?
You're right. It's so hard.
Yeah.
I don't know how we manage this. The pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. When we went to a break, they were on the clock, and then we'll get kind of everybody caught up, and I'll get caught up on what these guys have been talking about without me. Ron Wolfley hasn't left, by the way. We're just giving him a little bit of a break. We're going to re-loop him back in when we get a little bit closer to the Cardinals and their pick at number 27, if it indeed is at number 27. The way the draft stands right now, the Bengals, the pick is in, and then it's the Rams at 19 and the Pittsburgh Steelers at 20. And then we'll start inching a little bit closer to when the Cardinals are going to pick. Not a ton of trades, obviously. Not a ton of defensive players.
Except for the Vikings.
Obviously, the Vikings. I tell you what, from a big name standpoint, guys, it is hard not to – I don't know if you're a big fan of J.J. McCarthy. It's hard not to like what they've added in this draft.
They've been aggressive. They saw what they wanted, and they went and got it.
Yeah.
You got to give them credit for that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a big McCarthy fan, but I do
don't
like
know
how
if I am
aggressive-
either.
Yeah, all right, let's go to the podium, see what the Bengals are going to do.
With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims, tackle, Georgia.
Amarius Mims, offensive tackle, Georgia.
After just 1 year starting for the Bulldogs, Mims skyrocketed up draft boards. At 6'7" and 340 pounds, Mims uses his frame to dominate opponents. He also has quick feet and the ability to move to the second level, even at his size, which he demonstrated at the Combine, running a 5.07 40-yard dash. Mims can get lazy at times with his technique, but that can be coached with more reps after starting only 7 career games at right tackle. Only a slight injury concern due to an ankle tightrope surgery, which kept him out for 6 weeks this past season. NFL comparison, Detroit Lions tackle Taylor Decker.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
by my count, the 5th offensive tackle that's been taken in the first 18 picks. Certainly not as drastic as 6 quarterbacks being taken in the first 12 picks, but still, we knew there'd be a heavy emphasis on offensive linemen in this draft, and so far, Luke, there have been heavy emphasis, and I would imagine more to come, too, in the later parts of this round.
Yeah, we were talking before how nicely this worked out, and some of it is intentionally Monty Austin Fort stockpiling picks this year, but some of it is just, it's good fortune where you don't need a quarterback and 6 go in the first 12 picks. Could you use another interior offensive lineman? Yes, but it's not like a dire need for this team, and a bunch of those guys are going off the board. And what that leads to is we're at pick 19, and all of the corners are still out there. All but 2 of the edge rushers are still out there. Look, all but 3 of the receivers are still out there if one drops around into round 3 or something with one of those picks, too.
Can I make a point on the pick that just was made on Mims?
I think right now, after Cincinnati made that pick, they brought in a construction crew. They have to redo the offensive line room in Cincinnati. With Mims now in the fold, they have Trent Brown and Orlando Brown Jr. That's 3 tackles that are at least 6'8", 340 pounds. That might be the biggest tackle room in the history of the NFL.
It might be. They'll have to change the level of the ceiling, right, just to allow these guys a chance to walk in the room.
Yeah, we're moving the tackles room to the first floor this year, guys. Don't ask why.
We don't have room for the stairs right now. We don't. But it does, Vinny, Luke makes a great point. We're still a ways away from the Cardinals pick, and I'm sure there will be a run at some point. But the corners are getting pushed a little bit, right? They're getting pushed to the back of this draft a little bit.
As those corners get pushed down, do the Cardinals want to push up to meet it? I agree. They're at 27. We're about to have the 19th pick of the draft. That still would be a pretty massive jump to go 8 spots. You'd have to give up a lot to make up that ground.
Yeah.
But if you get into the low 20s, 21, 22, and you have a Terrion Arnold sitting there, or you've got a Nate Wiggins sitting there, or Quinyon Mitchell, guys that reportedly are guys that the Cardinals are high on, this could get very, very interesting.
Yeah, Luke, I don't know about how much you guys have talked about this on your various shows over the times, but I am almost 100% sure. Now, I don't have sources. It's just me being me. That the Cardinals will not pick at number 27. I feel like that pick,
I heard you say that.
is going to be on the move for exactly the scenario that Vinny just kind of painted a second ago. They've got the inventory in the 3rd round if they want to sacrifice one of those or something that, to move up a little bit in the second. If one of those corners are there around 22 or 23, I don't know how you resist that, You
don't, because those 3rd-round picks are great to have, and do they have enough needs where they could make all these picks? Yeah, it's not the NBA. You got enough roster space, but they're also assets. And when you look at the fact that Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry, if you're interested in him. I mean, all 5 of those guys are still on the board, not to mention some of the edge rushers like Jared Verse and Chop Robinson. So I just rattled off 7 players right there that would at least make a lot of sense for the Cardinals, whether they like those specific individuals or not. That right there fills up 7 of the 8 picks before your next pick.
I could see 23 being a spot. Jacksonville traded down already. They might be a team that is, ready to trade down again to stockpile more picks. 23 might be a spot that the Cardinals want to climb up to. That would only be a 4-spot jump.
Yeah, I was also, and maybe it's just my thoughts being kind of polluted by mock drafts that I've seen over the last couple of weeks. There were a couple of mocks that had the Cardinals trying to jump ahead of, like, the Eagles at 22, thinking that the Eagles might target a corner, want a corner, but that was also with the idea
that there weren't many left,
right? That at least 2 of the big guys have already been gone, and the Cardinals might feel like they have to. Now, maybe they stay put. Maybe they feel like the draft is kind of coming to him, and they don't have to sacrifice all those picks. But, boy, they've just got so much day 2 inventory. It does seem right for them to want to make some moves if they want to do it. Have you guys been surprised by the lack of trades, the lack of if we're being honest about it, the lack of real surprises in this draft, outside of Penix to the Falcons, I don't know if there's been a real, oh, my God, I can't believe that happened kind of moment.
No, I'm with you. Penix, and even Penix, like, it's not – I don't think it's a shock that he was a first-round pick, just that he would go that high to a team that just threw a bunch of money at a quarterback. But you're right, everything else, other than the Vikings moving up 1 spot and then a couple spots, there's been no movements. I'm more surprised by the 14 offensive players going with the first 14 picks. That is an NFL record, and it doubled the previous record. I'm also I don't want to say surprised, but keeping an eye on the fact that outside of those top 3 receivers, no receiver has gone yet. No Xavier Worthy, no Brian Thomas Jr.
Let's go to the podium, see what the Rams are going to do.
With the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State.
Jared Verse, edge, Florida State.
The 6'4", 260-pound edge had 18 sacks the last 2 seasons for Florida State. He has a good get-off, possesses a good use of hands as a pass rusher, and has the strength needed for extension and block shedding. He does need to develop an inside move, has tended to come up the field too much when unblocked against the run, and does not seem comfortable dropping into coverage. NFL comp, former NFL pass rusher Ryan Kerrigan.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
What's so funny?
That was we just witnessed history. That's the first Rams first-round pick since 2016. The last first-round pick, also named Jared Goff.
Not Jared Carlin?
No.
No. I was going to make note of the fact that the Rams, hey, welcome back to the party. Congratulations. Yeah. You're back
it's
into
no longer blank them picks, huh, Bernsey?
No, apparently not.
Remember when they put out that hype video like 2 or 3 years ago for their first-round selection, but they didn't have a first-round selection? It was like this super intense, like Mission Impossible video.
Yeah, I do. So I need you guys to kind of refresh me a little bit. Tell me about the conversation about Marvin Harrison Jr. Have you heard some of the sound yet from Cardinals headquarters? I've got it here.
I haven't heard any.
All right, let's play some of this here. This is Marvin Harrison Jr.'s conference call, since we have a minute with the Steelers on the clock here. This is Marvin Harrison Jr.'s conference call and what he thinks about Kyler Murray.
Hey, they're awesome, man. I think you look at his record from high school, he's always won. And they're the kind of guy that you want to play with, man. He's just so dynamic as a quarterback. And I just want to go in there and make his job easier as much as I can.
I assume you guys have seen the video on social media of Kyler celebrating.
Wearing the vintage Anquan Bolden jersey.
Vintage Anquan Bolden 81 jersey with the old state flag on the sleeve right there.
Man, did they miss an opportunity on their uniform rebrand, didn't they?
When it comes to instituting the state flag in it, yes, I think they did a little bit. I would agree. Also from Marvin Harrison Jr., and the answers were a little bit short, his impressions of Jonathan Gannon.
He's awesome. He's a great dude, man. Hilarious, actually. I love Coach Gannon. And I've talked to him plenty of times to this point. And I'm super excited to be coached by him.
This whole thing felt predetermined. I mean, it felt like there was very little that was going to get in anybody's way of the Cardinals doing this unless somebody called and just blew them away with an offer.
There's, mock drafts are everywhere now. There's more and more of them every year. Tyler Drake, I think he tracked over 250 mock drafts this year in the process. The vast majority of them, over 100, I think it was over 170 of them had the Cardinals taking Marvin Harrison at number 4. So predetermined, yes. We were talking about Marvin Harrison coming to Arizona midway through last college football season.
Yeah.
That's how predetermined this feels. And, there was a lot of talk, too, guys, about Cardinals are going to be on the board at 4. Monty Austin-Fort said, I'm not taking calls on anything until we're on the clock. Why would I? I'm sure he got bombarded with calls. And the other school of thought from the outside was, don't overthink this.
Yeah.
You need a receiver. This guy's the goods. Just pick him.
Yeah. Luke, I'll be really curious. Last year the Cardinals, I would say, put out a very almost entrancing kind of video of Monty moving around, doing the phone thing, Jonathan Gannon, pew-pew, all that stuff, right? Like how exciting all that was. I'll be curious what kind of hype video comes out from the Cardinals. Will we see Monty on the phone? Will we see him openly rejecting calls from did those calls come? I assume they did.
This is what I hope it is. I hope the camera starts on Monty's phone and Denver's calling. I hope he picks up his phone, Vince. He just turns it off and he sits there with his arms folded until the 4th pick comes up. That's what I hope the hype video is.
Because it was great to watch the drop, but I would agree. It's almost like there was such a finality to all of this. Like, yep, nope, we're good. We're done. Like, I don't know if there's a lot of drama behind the scenes to show us something
also,
like this.
what does it say about how close you feel your team is to maybe competing in the NFC. I'm not saying go into the Super Bowl, but look around the NFC. Who are you really scared of other than maybe San Francisco? And maybe there's one other team. But all of a sudden, it's like, hey, we were almost 500 when Kyler played last season anyway. Now we make our offense significantly better. You've upgraded the defense.
Yep.
You know, you're not kicking it 2 or 3 years down the road, trading for more picks like in next year's draft.
Vinny, what do you think about to what Luke was saying just a second ago? Does this, even though this was anticipated and it felt like it was a foregone conclusion, how much better does this make the Arizona Cardinals? Can that translate into next season this quickly?
I think so. We've seen a lot of receivers come into the league. There was a stretch for years in the NFL not that long ago where receivers really struggled to make that jump to pro football. Those days are over. You see a lot of guys come in and just get it right away. You know, Marvin Harrison's going to have a target on his back, but he's also, they're well equipped. Wolf was illustrating how much this helps in terms of play action. The Cardinals were a run-first team last year. They were a very good running team. They put up big running numbers against some good run defenses. Now you add that element and this further development of Kyler Murray becoming more of a, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, more traditional quarterback, a drop-back, play-action pass quarterback. When you have that run threat and now a receiver of the ilk of Marvin Harrison, it better pay dividends.
And you read my mind. That's one driver to another. You read, because that's where I was going to go with this. This puts the onus on Kyler Murray. Okay, you better be good next year.
Yes.
And not that he hasn't been good, but we obviously have all ridden the roller coaster. You better be good next year. You've had a full year in the system. You're healthy. You like the guys that you're doing this for. You like the guys that you're doing this with. And they just went out and got you, presumably the guy that you were standing on the table saying, go get me that guy.
Yeah.
It's on you, number one, right? Like, it's on you to show us how you're going to develop based off of that.
And as we sit here right now, they still have 5 of the next 71 picks in this draft, too. So it wasn't even like, hey, we're going to go take the shiny object and take Marvin Harrison Jr., and then we don't pick again until the 3rd round. 5 of the next 71 picks should be Arizona Cardinals on top of Marvin Harrison Jr.
The pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then the Dolphins will be on the clock. We're going to take a break after we bring you Roger Goodell talking about who the Steelers do, who they take, and then we'll play the draft profile, and then we will take a break and come back as we kind of inch closer to the Cardinals at number 27. I think, with Jared Verse off the board now, we all keep our eye on the corners and to a lesser extent maybe the offensive linemen to see what quality continues to get kind of pushed back towards the Cardinals in terms of what options they're going to have at 27. Maybe they don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the latest a corner's ever gone off the board, this far into a draft.
It's
a premier position.
4 premium positions in the NFL.
And this is a good crop of corners, too.
Yeah, let's go to the podium here. Yes.
On their NFL career, striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field, but in their communities. No one embodied that more than Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner. And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and Nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league and our world. Thank you so much. Here we go. And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
Troy Fautanu, offensive lineman, Washington.
Primarily a left tackle at Washington, the lineman also showed versatility to play guard if need be. He started all 15 games on the outside for the Huskies last season and only helped his draft stock with a strong NFL Combine showing that featured a 5.01 second 40-yard dash time and a 1.71 second 10-yard split. He has active hands and feet, though improving his placement in the former could help foster better consistency. NFL comp, former Tampa Bay Buccaneers guard Ali Marpet.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, so another offensive lineman, and maybe more importantly for the Cardinals at this point, another corner not taken in the NFL Draft. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to go to Detroit, check in with our Cardinals reporter from ArizonaSports.com, Tyler Drake, who just voiced that profile you heard a second ago. He had a one-on-one conversation with Marvin Harrison Jr. We're going to get his thoughts on what he was told, and we're going to get his thoughts on what might happen next for the Cardinals. That pick is inching closer. Keep it right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks, is hosting an NFL draft party and you're invited. Arizona, be part of the action while watching your Arizona Cardinals make their picks at this year's NFL Draft. Join the Red Sea on Thursday, April 25th for an official draft day at the Great Lawn at State Farm Stadium. Loaded with state-of-the-art amenities and world-class sports bar and grill. Join Arizona Sports for a draft day extravaganza at the BetMGM Sportsbook. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 and over, Arizona only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I'm with my buddy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, what is new at Chapman BMW?
Hey Bick, we have all sorts of great things happening. Right now we have incentives up to $9,900 on select models, 90 days until first payment. You can lease the all-new i4 for just $499 a month, and with interest rates rising, we have financing at 2.99%.
You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
One great experience.
The Suns have made it to the playoffs, and Game 3 starts couchside. Suns Game Time show starts Friday at 7 p.m. with Nick King joining the conversation. Followed by Game 3 Friday at 7:30. Suns versus Timberwolves on Arizona's Family Sports and 3TV. Our goal, the finals. Watch Suns Game Time show before and after the game. Tip-off for Game 3 of the playoffs start Friday at 7:30 on Arizona's Family Sports and Arizona's Family 3TV.
The good old days, they weren't that long ago. They were back when your PR was just a number that you were going to destroy the next week anyway. Now, forget gains. You're lucky to maintain. And it doesn't have to be that way. Vital for Men, Arizona's preferred TRT clinic and complete men's wellness center, has 3 locations where you can schedule your free testosterone level test now at vital4men.com. Vital for Men is vital for competition.
It feels like football is back, at least through this weekend. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
All right, welcome back. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, as we are live from Flanker Sports Kitchen and Sports Bar here at the BetMGM Sportsbook, right next to the Great Lawn where the draft party for the Cardinals is going on. We're having our own draft party in here, and as my co-host John Gambadoros has said many, many times, probably the most popular pick made by the organization since they selected Matt Leinart some 18 years ago. Now, I'm not saying this one's going to work out like that one. Just in terms of pure popularity, it's hard to imagine a pick that had a similar kind of feel to it. Jamal, if you could real quick, help Luke out with the headphones over there. There we go. I'm back. Okay, thank you. Tyler's there. I'm just trying to get Luke's headphones working because I don't think he can hear anything. You can hear you can hear everything. We can't hear him now either. So, you know what? While we're working on that, I'm going to loop in Tyler Drake, who is joining us live right now from Detroit. And he was there when the Cardinals selected Marvin Harrison Jr. You had a chance to talk to Marvin Harrison Jr., Tyler. Tell me what he had to say.
Yeah, very, very excited to actually say he's an Arizona Cardinal. One of my first questions to him was actually the Paris Johnson podcast, or Paris Johnson audio from our podcast, Cardinals Corner, when he talked about how Marvin wanted to be a Cardinal last draft. And I asked him that very question. Why did you want that? Why did you feel that way? And he was very much, he's just excited. He really likes what the team has going on. Another thing on that, he's very excited to get to work with Kyler Murray and the offense because there's a lot of weapons there, says he could fit in really well. It just seems like, honestly, he said it a lot. It's a full circle moment for him just because he played with Paris. He had great meetings with the team throughout the offseason. So it just seems like the stars really aligned. And I guarantee you this is the pick that everybody wanted the Cardinals to make. I think the reactions that we're seeing, the biggest one being Kyler Murray and the video that he posted.
Yep.
Home run, I think, already. And obviously, yes, we still got to see what he can do on the field. But getting a guy like this, a generational type talent, could do wonders for this team in year 2 under Monty and JG.
Tyler, I'm just going to warn you right now, if we do cut you off, we still want to have you on. We're just going to go to the podium whenever it is that the Miami Dolphins and their pick is announced. So if I cut you off and say we're going to the podium, please don't go anywhere because we want to keep talking to you. Luke, we got you're back on.
Yeah,
you got a question for Tyler?
Yeah, Tyler, I mean, you kind of touched on it, but just in terms of what this could do for this offense, it feels, I don't want to say too good to be true, but it feels like it checks all the boxes. Like you said, everybody's excited about it. Kyler's excited about it. Paris Johnson Jr. is excited about it. You get one of the best players, and it fills a need. But also now when you look at the skill position players on offense around Kyler Murray, it looks dramatically better than it did 2 hours ago.
Yeah, for sure, man. It just – this team, I think, is going to make a lot more people at least look at them a little bit more just for the fact of who they have on the roster. Like, this offense could very well be a top 10 offense. We saw how good that run offense was last season at the end of the year. The last 4 games, they were, tops in the league.
Tyler, hold on a sec. Tyler, I'm cutting you off.
Yep.
Let's go to the podium and see what the Dolphins are doing.
With the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson, linebacker, Penn State.
Chop Robinson, edge, Penn State.
Robinson is one of the best edge rushers available in this draft. He overwhelms blockers across from him with his rare speed, strength, and agility, and he has been described as a younger Myles Garrett. His stats won't blow you away. As a junior last season, he logged 15 total tackles, 4 sacks, and 2 forced fumbles, but he is seen as the ultimate game disruptor. Scouts believe he will easily be a good NFL starter. But if he manages to level up his hands and his attack angles, he could develop into the kind of player other teams game plan around. NFL comp, Cowboys edge rusher Micah Parsons.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Luke, you made a noise at that pick, and I'm just curious if that was a noise of, ooh, I wanted the Cardinals to get him, or, ooh, there's another team that didn't take a corner, and they just keep sliding down to the Cardinals.
I went through the 2 stages in reverse of what you just did. I wanted the Cardinals to get Chop Robinson.
Okay.
I don't really know where they're getting a pass rusher now. Not to say they can't do it later in the draft. But what it does do is it basically leaves 5 corners that we've seen mocked in first rounds at various places, and the Cardinals are 6 picks away. So in that sense, they may not be able to get to the passer, but they have corners now.
Tyler Drake is still joining us from Detroit, where the draft is ongoing right now. And, yeah, we will take a break here in a second. But, Tyler, while we've got you on the line, I want to get your thoughts on what we were just talking about, Luke and I, a second ago. The corners are dropping. They're slipping. They're getting to within reach of the Cardinals. You and I spoke earlier when you joined us about the Cardinals being aggressive kind of here in this moment. Would you possibly anticipate some sort of a trade a couple spots up to get one of these corners?
Ooh, I'll be honest with you. I really was hoping Chop was going to follow the Cardinals. I thought that would have been a great addition. I'm wondering if maybe they trade down. I'm wondering if maybe they take a look in the second round if these cornerbacks keep dropping. So who knows? There's a very good chance. I mean, they have 35, so that's not very far off of that at the end of the first. So I think Monty's probably on the phone right now with maybe a couple people.
Tyler, we talked to you on the show earlier today. It feels like it was like 20 years ago. And this obviously isn't the priority right now, but they still have 5 picks coming up here before pick 90, and no receivers have come off the board other than those top 3. Is it crazy to think one of these next 5 picks they have could be a receiver that ends up being a really good value?
No, not at all. I think that would be actually a really solid move because, yes, Marvin Harrison definitely checks the box of a wide receiver one for this team. But they still have to get some more depth. Greg Dortch and Michael Wilson, shout out to them. Greg Dortch, when he gets his chance, he flourishes. Michael Wilson, when he's healthy, he's great. But you've got to get some more depth in there and maybe some more young blood in there to really rejuvenate this room and really give Kyler a lot more weapons to work with.
All right, Tyler, good stuff. We're going to play back your interview, your one-on-one with Marvin Harrison at some point before we call it a night tonight. We're going to do that. But we know you've got work to do back there in Detroit. We'll let you go do it. The Eagles are on the clock right now. Thanks for coming on, man. We appreciate it.
No problem, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, Tyler. Tyler Drake joining us from Detroit. When we come back, we'll take a break here on Arizona Sports. Our draft coverage continues. We will find out what the Philadelphia Eagles are going to do and see how many of those corners continue to slide to the Cardinals at number 27. Stay with us. Is our draft coverage. Dave Burns, Luke Lipinski, Ron Wolfley will be joining us very shortly here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Is your AC unit ready for the Arizona summer? Get it ready with a tune-up from Parker & Sons. An AC tune-up will prolong the life of your AC system, save you money on your utility bills, and it will give you the peace of mind that your AC will be ready when you need it the most. So schedule that tune-up now. Call Parker at 602-2, then REPAIR. It's also Parker's 50th anniversary, and to celebrate, they are doing 50 acts of kindness. So nominate someone you know at parker50.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're tired of never-ending yard work and high water bills, upgrade with Turf Monsters for a beautiful yard year-round. In fact, the designers at Turf Monsters excel at turning your dreams into reality, from putting greens to fire pits, from barbecues to patios, and all military veterans and first responders get 10% off. Schedule a free estimate at turfmonsters.com or call 623-323-3900.
Don't pay retail for your diamond engagement ring or gift. Come to CleanOrigin.com. Founded by a leading family in the diamond industry for more than a century, we're experts in lab-grown diamonds because that's all we do. Clean Origin, the only diamond jewelers who give you a 100-day, no-questions-asked return on your purchase. Head to CleanOrigin.com or one of our retail stores and mention code Radio10 for 10% off your purchase. That's CleanOrigin.com, code Radio10.
What's it like to study at Northern Arizona University? Good question. The smell of pine trees and crunch of fresh snow? That's NAU, all right. An affordable, quality education guided by seriously dedicated faculty? That's NAU, too. An inspiring, welcoming community that turns goals into impact? That's definitely NAU. When you get your degree as a lumberjack, your passion becomes action, and that's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
Made to shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
The other day, my dad asked me and my sister if we had any ideas for a sweet gift for Mom for Mother's Day. And I told him we should go check out Shane Company because they've got these cool styles. You can pick out your own gemstones. To make her necklace extra special, my sister and I picked out our birthstones, amethyst and citrine. Mom's definitely gonna cry when she sees it.
Fine jewelry that feels like it was designed just for you. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
Hi, this is Bill. I'm a real client and a raving fan for Bill Ross Fitness Solutions. After a free consultation, Bill designed my specific program. Workouts last just 30 minutes, 2 to 3 times a week, and they're always intentional, purposeful, and efficient. Perfect for my busy schedule. Best of all, you get results. Next to marrying my wife, this is the best thing I've ever done for myself. For your free consultation and $100 off the first month's program, go to BillRossFitnessSolutions.com today.
It feels like football is back, at least through this weekend. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
The NFL has gone global. This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds in London and Germany. This upcoming season, we will play our first ever game in South America, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon. The NFL's International Player Pathway Program helps foreign-born players reach the NFL. elite international athletes have an opportunity to compete at the NFL level and potentially earn a spot on an NFL roster. One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles, Jordan Mailata. Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening of a new NFL academy for high school football players. To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live from the Eagles draft party in Burleigh Beach, Gold Coast, Australia. Take it, Jordan.
Let's go. How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, defensive back, Toledo.
Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback, Toledo.
Mitchell was quite possibly the most impressive cornerback at this year's NFL Combine. He has the ability to read plays and make decisions quickly in zone coverage. With his speed, it is hard for Mitchell to get beat over the top. He's a bit undersized at 6 foot and 195 pounds, but that doesn't stop him from delivering hard hits. NFL comparison, Seattle Seahawks cornerback Devon Witherspoon.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
I kind of figured all along the Philadelphia Eagles would want a corner with the 22nd pick. I don't think, guys, they ever thought in a million years they'd get their first pick at corner.
Wow.
At number 22, that they'd get their pick of the litter at corner at number 22, but that's exactly what happened. Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo, the first corner taken in the 2024 draft, and he goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. Wolfley is back with us, so it's me and our midday show, Wolf and Luke. And I sit back and leave the driving to me, guys, and I'm just going to hand the ball off to you, and we're going to do the thing here. So.
We should let Wolf drive. He's been talking about wanting to do it. This would be the perfect time.
Take the wheel, Wolf.
Funny,
yeah, go ahead. Try this new car.
Hey, can I just say this right now? Quinyon Mitchell, cumulonimbus, ladies and gentlemen. Cumulonimbus. He was one of the freaks in the freak show. Okay, so you've got Quinyon Mitchell. What I loved about Quinyon Mitchell was the fact that he was so fast, of course, so explosive, and a guy that is really, really good and very adept at playing press man cover or backing off and playing into a zone room. But what I loved about him, this guy was 5'11", and he was 200 pounds. That is really, really thick right there, and he did. He ran a 4.33. He ran that twice, as a matter of fact, and you're talking about a guy that is very thick, playing corner. One of the thickest guys I've seen play corner and be able to play it well. Quinyon Mitchell, cumulonimbus.
Yeah, you were waiting. It's perfect that we bring Wolf in just in time for this pick. Look, Burnsy, I think you said it right there. Philly never could have expected that he'd still be there and they'd have their pick of the corner position. They kept showing him in the green room, and with each passing pick, he was looking less and less amused by how this draft was going. And that's not a knock on him or Terrion Arnold or any of these other really potentially great corners that are out there. It's just the way this draft went with so much emphasis on offense.
We are 1, 2, 3, 4 picks away, and then the Arizona Cardinals will be on the clock. If I'm looking right now at Mel Kiper Jr.'s best players available, and it's just one man's opinion, one person's opinion, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 corners in his top 7 players available right now.
Okay.
So unless it goes 5 straight cornerbacks before it gets to the Cardinals, one of these 4 in Terrion Arnold, Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, or Kool-Aid McKinstry should be there at number 27, if that's your thing.
Okay.
If you want a corner with this pick, 4 of the top 7 players available right now, according to Mel Kiper Jr., are corners, and all you need is one player from another position to go, and one of those 4 should be there at 27, again, if that's your thing.
Okay. I'm digging that right there. I mean,
but it's not. It doesn't sound like it's your thing.
It's not my thing.
It's not your thing.
Do you know
okay.
what Wolf's thing is? Because Wolf's thing is still available.
Oh,
right
his
now.
thing is Graham Barton, and he's sitting there at number 2.
There.
Does Kiper have him as one of his?
The second best player available right now.
There it is, right there.
Second best player.
Graham Barton. I'm just saying. Look, this is really, really interesting because I think the run on corners. This is very late for us to have a run on corners at all. It's very late. I would say the offensive line, we've seen that run on tackles in particular right now. But the Arizona Cardinals have an opportunity right now to do something. And I know everybody is like, no way, get somebody on the edge, the best edge player that is left on your board right there at 27. Get that corner at 27, do that. But, man, can you imagine this rush offense? Can you imagine this offense if you've got Will Hernandez as your right guard and Graham Barton, two dogs? Start the barking because they bite as well.
We have to have some sort of contingency plan in place here, Bernsey. If either Graham Barton goes before pick 27 or if he's there and the Cardinals pass on him at pick 27, I don't know if we move the show outside or if we just turn Wolf's mic off or only Wolf's mic on. I don't know.
I'm just worried about the staff here at flanker because the mess that he's going to make when his head explodes. Let's go to the podium.
2024 NFL Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver, LSU.
Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver, LSU.
You need someone who's a reliable pass catcher that can score a touchdown at a moment's notice? Turn to the guy that led the FBS in that category this past season. Despite his height of 6'4", Thomas can burn down the field. He ran a 4.33 40-yard dash at the combine and can get 10 yards downfield in a second and a half. He'll need to improve on his route running at the NFL level, but he's a guaranteed deep threat if given an opportunity to run. NFL comp, Packers wide receiver Christian Watson.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
The fourth wide receiver off the board, the first since Rome Odunze went number 9 overall to the Chicago Bears. Cowboys, Packers, Bucks, and then the Cardinals at number 27. And Wolf, I see you very excited over there. I know why you're very excited over there. I know it.
Can I tell you right now, I would not be shocked at all the Cowboys take Graham
Yeah, this
Barton.
is the one, right? Of the next three, is this the one you're most worried about?
This is it right here. No doubt about it.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Well, because I think they want to return to a much more physical offense, and I think when you talk about that physicality, you think of the Dallas Cowboys and their offensive line and how good their offensive line has been. I think they want to return to those days, and I think Graham Barton is the biggest step towards becoming more physical up front.
Okay, I know what Wolf is rooting for here. Okay, it's subtle. It's hard to pick up on the kind of the nonverbal cues that he's throwing out
read
there.
Between the lines of
Wolf. You really do. Something he's just very subtle about these things. You, on the other, what do you want?
Terrion Arnold to somehow keep dropping.
Okay,
the guy that Jonathan Gannon matched up with in the meeting at the combine and was like, yeah, go ahead and show me if you can keep me on the line of scrimmage. Terrion Arnold, I don't think he'll be there in 4 picks, but I didn't think he'd be there right now either.
You're right.
So that's who I want, Birds.
I would have to say it'd be okay if Terrion Arnold was the guy that – I mean, because to me, he's the best corner in the draft.
Yeah.
So I would be okay with that. I could understand that from a value perspective.
Okay.
Wow.
So I set you up for this, for both of you. I kind of put the bait at the end of the hook here.
Yeah.
Are either one of the guys that you want worth moving up a couple of spots for if the Cardinals can bait the hook a little bit?
I think Terrion Arnold is.
Okay.
I mean, what Wolf just said.
I would have to agree if there was.
You could come out of the first round with the best receiver and maybe the best corner.
But, David, right now, I mean, the way the draft is falling, are you still going to try to move up?
Well,
the way that it's headed right now?
I mean,
I don't think you need to.
You don't have to. There's going to be a very good player for you at 27. And I know we talked about this before we each took our breaks, but let's kind of revisit the conversation for a second. I feel like the inventory the Cardinals possess tomorrow gives them a little bit of flexibility to say, there's a player we love. Let's move up a couple of spots and get him. I don't think there's any harm in doing that when you've got as many picks. Now, I understand, Wolf, your perspective. You explained it very well about it being a math equation, and you just want as many bites of the apple as you can get, and I do understand that. I just think even for the player that you covet in Graham Barton,
yeah.
If you've got a chance to go get him, would you be willing to sacrifice a third-round pick to be able to make that move?
David, why are you making this so difficult?
Why? This is what I do.
I know.
This is what I do.
You see his reaction. Terrion Arnold, yeah, he might be the best corner, but you don't need to do that. And then you bring up Graham Barton. He's like, I'd trade Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler for him.
I guess what I'm saying, okay, now I was over there eating like a mad person, first of all, like a mad person. Okay, I'm just full disclosure. I was over there chowing
like
down.
a wood chipper?
Did Chop Robinson get drafted?
Yes, he did.
Oh,
he did.
boy, I wanted to do the Chop,
to do
too,
the Chop.
at State Farm Stadium. Yeah. Okay, he got drafted, Chop Robinson. Who's the best edge player that is still out there right now?
Hey, Wolf, can I cut you off for just a second? According to a report from Michael Gelkin, the Cowboys have received trade interest at number 24 overall. They have the option to increase their pick stockpile, and they are seriously considering it.
Oh, by the pricking of my thumb. Something wicked this way comes.
Darius Robinson's the answer to your question, Wolf, for the best edge rusher still available.
Right. Well, you know what? Darius Robinson is a dog, and I do like him. I like him more for the football player that he is than any really special kind of talent that he has. He does have talent. There's no doubt about that, but he's more dog than anything else. And I like that because you know I love that.
You're a big fan of the dog.
I'm a big fan of the dog. Somebody who's going to go out and play the game of football the way that it should be played.
Gelkin is the reporter for the Dallas Morning News. He covers the Dallas Cowboys. He just tweeted out 49 seconds ago, the Cowboys are trading down from number 24 overall. Now, he's not saying with whom, but they are trading down. The Cowboys are moving out of this spot.
Bernsey, I need answers. I need Terrion Arnold on this team.
Trust me, I am refreshing and refreshing and refreshing the Twitter feed to see if the Cardinals, the Lions, the Detroit Lions.
At least Eminem's happy.
According to the voice inside my head that is Lauren Koval back in the studio.
Oh, no.
The Detroit Lions have moved up to number 24 from number 29. So the Lions will now make this pick. The Lions were 2 spots after the Cardinals. They made the move. I don't know what they gave up. Lauren, as soon as you know, you can send it to me, or as soon as somebody sees it. But apparently there has – Schefter is now reporting that Detroit has traded into Dallas' spot at number 24. The Lions are picking here. So –
okay, what do the Lions love? What is the one thing they covet? Oh, boy, they love tough, aggressive, line of scrimmage play. And I'm wondering –
we might need to give Wolf some room here just in case.
I'm wondering if this isn't it right here.
I've noticed if you're watching on our feed, by the way, Wolfley is sitting. Luke and I are both standing, flanking him.
That's right.
We almost look like Secret Service protecting him.
Just hold your earpiece while you're talking.
But I also think we're here to jump him because it's going to take both of us to hold him down if his guy Barton goes
He'll
here
go
to the
table.
Lions.
He has no problem going
Yeah,
through
I mean,
this
he's a
table.
large – I don't know if we both can take him, but we're going to do our best. You know? I mean, take all the pills you want, Wolf. I mean,
Get him from the side and try to take out the knees. That's the best move.
I'm not taking pills. Coffee bean. Okay.
The Lions are on the clock. The Lions pick is in. The Lions have executed a trade with the Dallas Cowboys, who are sitting here at number 24. If you were hoping for the Cardinals to move up to get a guy, it hasn't happened here. Instead, it's the Lions, and I would imagine they're going to take a dude that some of us at this table would be very interested in the Cardinals taking. I don't know which one it's going to be.
Yeah, but they moved up for a reason, obviously.
Yep. Obviously, they saw somebody they liked. They saw some slippage. They decided to pounce. Now, the Cardinals could do nothing. There are really good players that are going to be there at 27. Really good players.
Yeah.
They might even move down, potentially, if they feel like they could move back even a couple of spots if somebody wanted to move up for some extra inventory. But
guys, this is looking like Terrion Arnold right here. Okay, can I just say that?
Does that mean we have to jump Luke?
Yeah, that's not going to make me very happy. I was trying to figure out how to contain Wolf.
You and I could take him, Wolf. I'm pretty sure. You and I could take Luke if we had to.
You haven't seen me when Terrion Arnold's getting drafted, though. Nobody has.
The trouble is, Luke's he's younger, so he's a lot faster than us. I think he might be able to squirm away from us.
I'm just liable enough to try and run with the headset on and tackle myself.
They
not
need
accounting for that.
defensive help. The Lions need a lot of defensive help. As a matter of fact, they need a corner, they need edge, they need safety as well. But, man, you cannot convince me this is not Terrion Arnold right here.
Well, he shouldn't still be here. I mean, by nobody's estimation, should Terrion Arnold still be available right now?
Right, and you know what, Luke, you're right about that, but once again, why is he there? Why is he there? Because, you know, it's not just the player that you see on tape, it's also the person that you've got to evaluate as well. I'm just wondering, why is he there? I don't know, but I think this is him right here.
Here's, just for comparison's sake, here's the trade. The Cowboys traded 24 and a 7th rounder next year for 29 and the 73rd overall pick this year.
Ooh, see, that's a great trade, don't you think?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, you know, you pick up 73rd pick. That's what? That's a third
That's
rounder.
a late second, early third.
So that's something the Cardinals easily could have done if there's somebody they really wanted right here, right? I mean, they could have easily traded. First of all, they were picking ahead of Detroit in this round, and they have 3 third-rounders.
The Cardinals had picks in the 3rd round at 66, 71, and 90 overall.
So they could have done 71 and 27 for this, and it's basically the same deal.
They could have. It's basically the same deal. Whether they were thinking in that line or not, I don't know, but that's the price that the Lions did to do this, and the Cardinals were in a position to pay a similar price to move up to get a guy, and they have chosen – I say they've chosen not to do it. Some other team did it. So I don't know if the Cardinals were contemplating or thinking that or made a choice not. Let's go to the podium and hear from the commissioner and see what the Lions are doing here.
Joining me on stage are girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Ellie Fagley.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive back, Alabama.
Terrion Arnold, cornerback, Alabama.
Terry on my wayward son, watching you play sure is fun. Arnold has great burst, fluid movement, and outstanding athleticism, and is excellent at knocking balls down in pass coverage. He's a playmaker who is sometimes too aggressive, but the first-team All-American has the upside to make him a CB1 within a couple years of being drafted. NFL comp, Marshawn Lattimore.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
You okay, Luke?
Well, there's 3 things I hate about this, okay, Bernsey?
I can guess what one of them is.
4, really. I wanted Terrion Arnold. There's the first one. Okay. Secondly, this is now kind of a mini run on corners. 30 goes to Detroit, who is a good team in the NFC. And 4, I'm not sure how I'm going to survive if they do get Graham Barton doing a show with Wolf every day.
I assume number 5 was that you had to listen to Jarrett Carlin sing Terry on My Wayward Son. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the Packers are now on the clock after the Lions take Terrion Arnold. Luke Lipinski, Ron Wolfley, me, Dave Burns. Our draft coverage continues here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. The basketball playoffs are here, hockey as well, and by the way, baseball's going too, and it's shaping up as a potentially great season here in the desert, so get to Twin Peaks. They have TVs everywhere. You can watch all the games at once. You don't have to miss a second of the action. Plus, they also have a really great menu, headlined by the wings and loaded fries, burgers, flatbreads, nachos, and more. Whatever you're looking for, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations, so never settle. Stop by and experience the Lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Desert Wind Harley needs used bikes and is giving NADA retail value when trading for a new Harley this week. No matter how much you owe on it, Desert Wind Harley will trade anything. Bikes, cars, ATVs, RVs, and more. NADA retail value for your motorcycle. Good credit, bad credit, or no credit. At Desert Wind Harley, all credit applications considered. Desert Wind Harley-Davidson is the #1 volume Harley dealer in Arizona with rates such as 1.99% annual percentage rate. Retail trade value ends this Sunday. Adjustments made based on reconditioning and mileage. Any negative trade in equity may be applied to new amount financed and approved above average credit.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
Look, I've been coached by Nick Saban. I know what he requires. He prepares you for the pros. He teaches you next level. And that's not just because he works at ESPN, folks. The guy is the master. He knows how to get guys ready to play at this level, especially in the secondary.
That other quarterback, by the way, people say, where's Kool-Aid? Where's Kool-Aid McKinstry? Yeah. Good player with a great football IQ. He has the injury.
That's right.
He still ran 4.47, which is a lot better than that 4.54 people were projecting. Yeah. Kool-Aid McKinstry was right there with Arnold. We're actually ahead of Arnold for most of his career. Started as a freshman. He returned punts. He is a borderline late first, early second.
That loud cheering you're hearing behind us, Arnold is addressing the crowd here in Detroit as the newest member of the Lions. He's got a big personality, and the fans cheering along and loving it. And he is now with Molly. Subway brings us down to the stage. Molly.
Darian, we saw a lot of emotion out of you in the
we were going to the podium right out of the break. We were not. We were fooled a little bit, but that's all right. Packers, the pick is in. They were gearing up like they were going towards the podium, but instead we're getting a Terrion Arnold interview with Molly McGrath. And then we'll go to the podium. So here's where we stand. We are not going to take another break until the Cardinals make their pick. So we're 3 picks away. The Packers, the Bucks, then the Arizona Cardinals. Once again, kind of repeating how we do things here on our draft show. We will not tip picks if we see them on Twitter. We will tip trades if we see them on Twitter. But we will never tip picks. We will enjoy it naturally in the moment. But a player of great interest to Luke just went and Terrion Arnold. A player of great interest to Wolf is still very much out there, and Graham Barton at number 27.
And this could be it right here.
And you're worried he's going to the Packers here at 25.
This could be it right here. David Charles Burns, yes, number 25, the Green Bay Packers. They brought A.J. Dillon back. You know A.J. Dillon, 250 pounds.
I know you're a fan of A.J.
Run
Dillon.
you over. A.J. Dillon, right? Brought him back, let Aaron Jones go, and signed Josh Jacobs. Free agent contract, Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
David Bakhtiari, they lost him. Now all of a sudden they need an offensive lineman, and Graham Barton can play anywhere across the board. Right tackle to left tackle, including center. That is a rare, rare specimen. And because of that, I think that's who's going right here.
I mean, look, I appreciate the passion as always. No, I really do. And there's not a but in this. It sounds like I'm gearing up towards a but. There's not. There is nothing wrong with the Cardinals taking an offensive lineman at number 27. I mean, you could – it is nothing at all. It is a – I believe this front office puts a value on those positions more than the previous one did. So there's nothing wrong with that at all. Let's see if he ends up getting there, or let's see if the Green Bay Packers spoil Wolf's party the way the Lions just spoiled Luke's party.
The most awkward part is going to be if he's there at 27 and the Cardinals don't take him. That's what we really need to prepare for here, Burns.
Well, then we just have to question Wolf's influence within the Cardinals organization.
Which there is none.
We have to wonder just how loud his voice is.
This
there.
is their chance
Let's go
to
to the
prove
podium. See what the Packers do.
With the 25th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft select Jordan Morgan, tackle, Arizona.
Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle, Arizona.
The three-year starter played the most consistent football of his career in 2023 after an ACL tear late in 2022. Morgan is effective in pass protection, but he really excels in run blocking. The left tackle doesn't possess the ideal length for that position at the next level, so would he be willing to move to guard? Morgan says he is not opposed if that's what his next team needs, but he believes he plays his best football at left tackle. Scouts believe he will be a quality starter once he shores up his strength and power. NFL comp, free agent tackle, Charles Leno Jr.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Wolf is so excited.
I know. He's like giddy over here.
He's so excited.
No, I mean, honestly, Jordan Morgan to me plays high. He's a guy that, based on what I've seen, plays, and when I say that, based on anything, I'm talking about, obviously, playing the game of football, and he plays in a very upright kind of way, as opposed to getting his pad level and sinking his butt a little bit down. He's a good football player. I'm not saying he isn't. Obviously, he's drafted in the first round. Yet at the same time, I'm surprised. I thought that was Graham Barton right there.
Yeah. Well, much like the Atlanta Falcons, way back at pick 8 when they took Michael Penix Jr., the Tampa Bay Buccaneers must be very, very convicted about who's there and what they're – because the pick's in. The pick is in.
There we go, David.
It's done.
They ran it up there.
The Arizona Cardinals just tweeted that they're on the clock. So the pick is in. Cardinals are now on the clock. Again, we don't tip picks, so not going to tell you what is happening with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but I will tell you, and I'm trying not to look because I want to be surprised like everybody else, but there will be no trade up for the Cardinals. They're on the clock right now. The Bucs pick is in. And if it's not Graham Barton to Tampa Bay, then yes, Luke, we're going to be in that awkward position of potentially Wolf's dream guy being there at number 27, and the Cardinals taking a pass. Are you prepared for 4 hours of that tomorrow?
I'm not prepared for anything that's about to happen. He's either going to go and Wolf's going to be miserable, the Cardinals are going to pass on him and Wolf's going to be miserable, or they're going to take him and I'm going to be miserable. So there's really no winners here at this point.
Look, right now, I thought Graham Barton would already be gone. I did. I thought he'd already be gone right now. So maybe there's something there. Again, we're talking about the interviews and the interview process. How many of you guys have actually interviewed Graham Barton? I haven't, okay? But I guarantee you, Monty Ossenfort and, of course, the Arizona Cardinals and the Scouts, they have. And maybe they didn't like what they were hearing, whatever it may be.
Well.
So that's the part of this whole thing that I always hold in reserve, because I don't know what they know.
Yeah, I always think, too, that this part of the draft is littered with guys that we probably all thought were going to be taken sooner than they were, right?
Yeah.
Like, because we all come into this, like, different varying levels of expectations, and based off of how many mock drafts you saw or what I think there's a lot of names where, I didn't think he'd be there. I didn't think he'd be there.
We've seen like 50 names mocked in the first round,
yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah, because, when you're trying to mock these things, trying to mock the second half of the first round, it's impossible.
I would
It's very
agree with
difficult.
that. But Barton in particular, because we've been watching him so closely because of Wolf, and then Terrion Arnold, those two names in particular, I thought Arnold would be gone by like 15, and Barton, it sure seemed like he was moving up to be a top 20 guy. So, but you're right, though, Burns. I mean, they're going to get a guy at 27 that I didn't think would be available.
So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they need edge. They need interior offensive linemen.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. And they need a corner as well. And there are some really good corners that are still out there right now. And the one corner that I love is Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah. Well, because
I've been talking about that.
You've been talking about Alabama corners that work with Nick Saban, which is another reason I wanted Terrion Arnold. But Kool-Aid McKinstry's still out there.
I think Terrion Arnold is a more talented version of Kool-Aid McKinstry. I think Kool-Aid McKinstry is a dog.
I was only saying, I got Erin Maloney's attention because I think she thought something was wrong. Only because you said interior offensive line, and I was thinking of your guy, Graham Barton.
Every team needs an interior offensive lineman.
Every team needs multiple interior offensive linemen,
Just
right?
think what it would mean,
you cannot have
honestly.
enough of those guys.
Can you imagine what it would mean to Kyler Murray if, in fact, they drafted Marvin Harrison Jr. and then an interior offensive lineman named Graham Barton? We're not fooling around here, okay? We're going to have an offense that is going to just kick you in the teeth from the very get. That would say an awful lot to my franchise quarterback.
All right, they're showing us the aerial shots. It looks like we're doing an interview right now, so maybe we're still a couple of moments away from the Buccaneers and what they're going to do.
Maybe you could get Graham Barton at 35. Maybe you could.
Maybe you could.
How about that?
Or maybe you could.
Maybe he's falling.
Maybe you get some of the corners at 35.
I'm amazed that they're going to have the opportunity to get one of these corners. There's only 2 off the board, and they're picking 27.
Well, and I hate to keep pounding the table on this one because I'm really not like trying to give off this impression like I'm obsessed with this or anything. But you get into the second round, if they even want to move up a spot or two in the second round to get a corner that might be slipping a little bit, they certainly have the ammunition to do that tomorrow, first thing if they wanted to, right? They could do that.
They've got those assets in the third round. It's not that. It's a lot easier to move up from 35 to 33 than it is to move up from 8 to 4 or whatever.
Yeah. The pick is in. We are still awaiting the commissioner to see what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to do. This has taken a while. I mean, the Cardinals.
Well, now they have a band on stage.
The Cardinals have basically been on the clock for the better part of the last 7 or 8 minutes. So we might have some rapid-fire picks here because the Cardinals, the clock is almost done. I think we're ready to go to the podium. Let's see if Ron Wolfley has his heart broken here on that sound
on live radio.
on live radio.
Everybody zoom in on Wolf.
Everybody take a look at Wolf, and let's see, does his heart break with this pick? Let's go to the podium.
Here, let's find out.
With the 26th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, center, Duke.
Graham Barton, offensive tackle, Duke.
It is easy to love Barton with his strong grip strength and lateral quickness. During his 3 years at Duke, he started 39 games, 34 at left tackle and 5 at center. It's those 5 starts at center that's intriguing NFL teams. Barton does not have the usual length and power of an offensive lineman, but those weaknesses could be his strengths if he moves to play inside. With an improvement to his redirection skills and speed, he could be a Pro Bowl caliber guard in the NFL. NFL comp, Cody Whitehair.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
It's just wrong. It's just so wrong. I mean, the team before, honestly, that's going to be my first question about it. We talked about money.
Yeah.
Dude, were you going to draft Graham Barton at 27? I mean, oh my goodness.
He's going to be expecting Marvin Harrison Jr. questions. And the first
You
question's going to be about a guy they didn't
kidding me.
get.
As soon as you said they need interior offensive linemen, I
Right.
thought this goose is cooked.
Yeah.
It's done. It's
There
not.
it was.
All right, so, Wolf, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
Very
right. Let's
sorry.
get over
I
it.
do feel your pain, though, that it was the pick right before. That is
I know.
is the
That
worst.
was.
Yeah.
Shake it off.
All right, so the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. It's the 27th pick. It is here. Mel Kiper Jr.'s best available players right now, according to his list. Number 1 is Iowa corner Cooper DeJean. Number 2 is Illinois defensive tackle Jerzon Newton. Number 3 is Clemson cornerback Nate Wiggins. Number 4, let's go to the podium and see what the Cardinals are going to do.
No, wasting time.
With the 27th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson, defensive tackle, Missouri.
Darius Robinson, defensive end, Missouri.
Much like popular shirtless 80s cartoon hero He-Man, Darius Robinson has the power. The 6'5 senior is extremely strong and long, with a muscular frame and a great motor. He was first-team All-SEC in 2023 with career highs in tackles, sacks, and QB hurries. His rush can be a bit predictable at times, and sometimes he plays out of control, but he has all the raw ability to succeed at the next level. NFL comp, Desmond Bryant.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, the pick is in, and it is Darius Robinson, defensive tackle out of Missouri. Wolf, your impressions?
You know what I got to tell you, man? I love this pick because the guy's a dog. This is the guy I was talking about earlier. You brought him up, Luke, and Darius Robinson is a dog. There's no doubt about it. What's interesting about this guy, you can move him down. He's big enough where you can move him down and put him on the outside shoulder of a guard in a 3 technique and have him rush the passer. You can move him inside, or you can kick him out. He's big enough where he's got, look at him right there. You can see him right there. Darius Robinson, he's big enough where he's 290 pounds, I believe, coming off the edge. This guy can play edge. He can play the 3 technique as well.
Luke, thoughts?
I mean, I like it. Wolf just described him as a dog that gets to the quarterback from Missouri. So I'm just thinking Marcus Golden at this point, and I wouldn't be upset with that. But I also wonder if maybe there's a thought there that they are picking at 35, and there's still so many corners out there that maybe they feel like they can still get a pretty good corner here, whether they trade up a couple spots like you've been saying or just stay at 35. Whereas Darius Robinson, he was mocked to the Cardinals a lot, actually, with this pick.
A lot.
And the way this went, it seems like there's sort of a drop-off after him at the edge position.
Yeah, no, that was actually my first takeaway is that as difficult as it is to peg draft picks in the second half of the first round with these mocks, I saw this name with the Cardinals a ton at 27.
Wow.
A ton.
Okay. Yeah. I like that.
And raving about him. I mean, just absolutely raving about the physicality, the run stuffing, the ability. I mean, look, we talk about the need to bulk up on the offensive line. That is a two-way street, man, and you need to do it on the other side of the football too, and I got no problem at all with the Cardinals taking an elite physical presence to plug the middle of their defensive line. None at all.
No, I'm with you on that, David. Honestly, I'm still coming down off the Graham Barton thing. I am. The fact that Graham Barton was selected the pick before the Cardinals were going to. But Darius Robinson, this is the one thing I know about this kid. He is a dog, and he loves to play the game of football. And does that fit the culture of the Arizona Cardinals and Jonathan Gannon? And, of course, Monty Ossenford and the culture they have built here. Yes, it does. So, to me, I'm okay. I'm going to be okay.
Are you okay?
It's still going to hurt, but I'm going to be okay.
It seems like you're saying that to yourself, to be honest.
I am. I'm trying to talk myself off the ledge.
All right, go ahead. We're going to take a break. Take a break. I'll tell you before we take a break, the Chiefs have traded up into the spot. They've made a trade with the Bills. The Chiefs are on the clock right now. So when we come back, we're going to find out what the Kansas City Chiefs did as they moved up to number 28. We'll continue to react to what the Cardinals just did at 27. That's next here on Arizona Sports.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Dr. Joe, how is Aria Dental Implant Center different from other dental implant centers?
What I created is an environment where patients feel safe, where I can predictably provide care. It's cost effective. We have our own lab. We have our own designers. We have teams that do things in an effective way. Other implant centers could be part of a chain, let's say, called.
Yes.
There is cost involved with being part of those groups. My goal is to reduce the cost. I own my center. I am the one providing care. And every one of my patients get my phone number. to make sure they know they have access to me.
Go see my friend Dr. Joe. If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Made to shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
I set a career goal a few years ago, and I just reached it. I wanted to celebrate with a high-quality piece of jewelry, a classic that I'd have forever. So I went to Shane Company. I found the most gorgeous pair of sparkly diamond hoops. When I put them on, I can feel how well made they are. And they're just beautiful. And you know what? I deserve these.
Fine jewelry crafted with the greatest care to last a lifetime. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
It feels like football is back, at least through this weekend. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
All right, so we welcome you back to our draft coverage here on Arizona Sports. We're joined by our midday team, Ron Wolfley, Luke Lipinski. I'm Dave Burns, co-host of the Burns and Gambo Show. And now the Chiefs are on the clock. The Kansas City Chiefs have made a trade with the Buffalo Bills. The pick is in. ESPN is in a commercial break right now. So when they come back, I presume we'll find out what it was the Chiefs felt compelled to come up and do this for. The Chiefs had the final pick of the first round at number 32. The Bills have received that pick, a third rounder, and a seventh rounder from Kansas City. The Chiefs are getting this pick, a fourth rounder, and a worse seventh rounder back. So the Bills, for the privilege of dropping 4 spots, pick up a third rounder and get rid of a fourth rounder. So they move up a little bit in the third round. And that's what's going on here.
What could the Chiefs, who just win the Super Bowl every single year, possibly need to trade up for?
Yeah.
Can I speculate?
Off?
Yeah.
Wide receiver?
Xavier Worthy? Is that what you're thinking? Doesn't Buffalo need a receiver?
Yeah, you know what? That's kind of the surprising thing here is Buffalo is desperate for a wide receiver.
Yeah.
But the Chiefs certainly could use some help at the position. They always could use some help at the position. But
you know what's really interesting about that, if it is Xavier Worthy, who ran a 4.21, correct?
Just the fastest ever, yeah.
The fastest ever there. Isn't that interesting? We lost Tyreek Hill, and Tyreek Hill was that guy that went out there, and because he was so doggone fast, he impacted defenses, even when he didn't get the ball thrown to him. He impacted a defense every time he went out of the field because you had to account immediately, what are we playing? Back up. Whatever you do, back up. Give this guy some room, which creates space for other people.
Yeah.
This is what Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to do to some degree because he is a better wide receiver than Xavier Worthy. He's just not as fast as Xavier Worthy.
Yeah. We're going to play the Molly McGrath interview with Darius Robinson, the defensive tackle out of Mizzou that the Cardinals just selected, right after we find out what it was the Chiefs felt was so important that they needed to move up from number 32 to get. So let's go to the podium. And Roger Goodell looks like he's got a little bit of a crew with him on this one for the defending Super Bowl champs. Let's see what the Kansas City Chiefs are going to do here. We go to the podium.
Get that shit coming, man.
The NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. One important wish was requested by a young man by the name of Justin Laverne, who was diagnosed with renal failure at age 15 and received a kidney transplant from his father just last year. Justin's love for football and the Chiefs got him through those treatments. Please welcome Justin to the stage, whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his beloved Kansas City Chiefs. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Justin as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Justin. Go get him, baby.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs, select Xavier Worthy.
Xavier Worthy, wide receiver, Texas.
All-out speed is what makes Worthy worth drafting. He won't be the biggest guy on the field at 5'11 and 165 pounds, but he is a burner. Worthy set the all-time record for the 40-yard dash at this year's Combine at 4.21 seconds. And he is described as having a jetpack on his back after the catch. But with his small frame, he struggles to make the catch when contested and may struggle with the physicality of the NFL. Scouts believe he'll be a strong backup with the potential to become a starter. NFL comp, Bears receiver Darnell Mooney.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
They just showed Worthy's 40 at the scouting combine.
Yeah.
I swear he ran that in about 6 strides, and it was over. Stride, done.
They should have to slow it down so you can see him actually on the footage.
I was like, did you even run? I didn't even see a stride there. So that explains, Luke, what the Kansas City Chiefs felt compelled, a wide receiver for Patrick Mahomes to throw to.
I mean, he made so much sense for that team, but then they got Hollywood Brown, and he still made so much sense for that team. So now you got this team that's just,
guys, I can't get over the fact that, once again, he's the fastest man ever at a combine, including Tyreek Hill, the fastest man ever at a combine running a 4.21. The Chiefs went out and got him.
Don't you just?
They went out and got him and brought Tyreek Hill basically back, only his name is Xavier Worthy.
Does part of you wonder if the Chiefs, when they're making that pick, are like, okay, if you guys don't get it,
sure,
we showed you the formula, we'll just take him again.
I mean, to a certain extent, yeah, it's like, okay, we know more about this than you do.
Yeah.
And if you're really going to put us in a position to be able to do this, fine, we'll do it. We'll take him. The Cowboys pick is in. I think I have time to get this in. I want to play Molly McGrath, who is doing the interviews off of the stage at the draft. She caught up with the newest member of the Arizona Cardinals, the defensive tackle Darius Robinson. This is that full interview from ESPN.
You have your hometown here. You have people from your high school here. Yeah. How surreal is this full circle moment for you?
Yeah, this is an amazing opportunity, man. I really want to thank the Arizona Cardinals for believing in me. Just really excited for this opportunity. Got all my family and friends here to support me, and it's time to go to work.
What will your versatility bring to this Cardinals defense?
It brings everything, man. I told them in my interview, just line me up, let me get my cleats in the ground and play fast. I'm going to be violent, keep my hands inside, and play hard as I can.
The hometown kid headed to Arizona. Congratulations.
All right, thank you so much.
Oh, he used Jonathan Gannon's favorite word. He used his favorite word. I'm going to be violent. Oh, we should have seen this one coming a million miles away if he's going to start using the V word like that, right?
You know what? The good news is I think this kid is going to go out and play with that kind of physicality right there. Once again, coming off the edge. You could see, too, David, he's long.
Yeah.
He's got long arms, right? And this is a guy that is going to be a force, hopefully, coming off the edge. Now, once again, you can move him inside. We got to go to the
let's go to the podium. Yep.
Spot. Here they come at 29.
With the 29th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle, Oklahoma.
After beginning his career at TCU, Guyton transferred to Oklahoma in search of bouncing back from multiple injuries. Sadly, he was once again injured at Oklahoma. He started 10 games each season during his 2 years at Oklahoma. He's a relatively inexperienced tackle in this year's draft who could be molded to fit any system. Guyton's strength is in pass protection, as he's 6'7" and has a 6'10" wingspan, and has the body control to become a human roadblock. NFL comp, Seattle Seahawks tackle, Abraham Lucas.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
My apologies for that. I hit play when I shouldn't have on that to cut off the end of that. Oh, didn't? Okay, good. Then never mind. You didn't hear it. It didn't go out in the air. Tyler Guyton is the 9th offensive lineman
Wow.
taken in this year's draft so far with 3 picks to go. The 8th tackle to go. No, I'm sorry. The Arizona kid to the 7th tackle.
Okay.
Right, and then 2 interior offensive linemen to go. But 9 offensive linemen with 3 picks to go so far in the draft.
Wow.
It's almost like it's an important position or something. Somewhere Max Starks is screaming at his radio.
I had seen somewhere where the Vegas line, the over-under was 9.5 on offensive linemen in the first round, and the over was the heavy favorite. It was like a minus 180. So, the odds-on favorite would be that there would be 10 offensive linemen taken in the first round of the draft, and we are getting close to that, very, very close to that.
Okay, so here's something right now, a little heads up on pick number 35, which will not happen tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Ron Wolfley reporting.
Exactly.
It sounded like you were speculating.
It's not going to happen tonight. Pick number 35.
I'm having so much fun. Let's just roll right into the second round.
7 rounds.
Stop. Let's just go.
Right now, it'd be very interesting to see if the Arizona Cardinals might draft Zach Frazier, the kid from West Virginia, at center. There's a guy that a lot of people thought might actually be drafted late in the first round. I don't think that's going to happen, but if it does, right there, here's a guy who is a center from West by God, Virginia, who will blow your face off, literally.
Don't they have a song at West Virginia that you tend to sing?
Yeah, well, yes,
okay.
I do, but I'll do that tomorrow for you right
Great,
there.
thank you.
Once I bring that up. But here's a heads up. Once again, build on the line of scrimmage. Build on the line of scrimmage. Now that you've got Marvin Harrison Jr., it's time to address that line of scrimmage with Monty Ossenfort. He loves doing it, and because of that, get ready. It could be an interior offensive lineman at 35.
We've got 3 picks left in the first round of the draft, and then we'll take a break for tomorrow. So three picks left here, and then so we're 5 picks away from the Cardinals being on the clock again. Okay,
Yes.
5 picks away.
I like it, David.
So I'll go through, and unfortunately, your guy that you just mentioned, your West by God Virginia player, is not on Mel Kiper Jr.'s best available now.
Mel doesn't know everything.
and no, he does not. I'm only using him as a reference point. I'll go through the names of the players who are on Mel's best available list, just so we can get kind of a general guide of what might be available 5 picks from now when the Cardinals make their pick tomorrow. The Ravens are on the clock. I'll just mention this real quick. Cooper DeJean is number 1. Jerzon Newton from Illinois is number 2. Nate Wiggins is number 3. Kool-Aid McKinstry is number 4.
Oh, boy, Kool-Aid.
So 3 of the top 4 players on Mel Kiper's best available list right now, 3 of them are corners. And we're 5 picks away from the Cardinals making another selection.
I got to tell you, David, oh, boy, I love that Kool-Aid McKinstry. Really? That guy is a dog. And they already got one dog in Darius Robinson. I wouldn't mind to see that as well.
Yeah. Luke, I'm sorry. Were you going to say something?
This is dangerous that Wolf and I now want the same player, so I'm just trying to see who picks 34th to take him from us. New England. New England picks 34th.
New England's going to be the one to break both of your hearts
Yeah,
tomorrow?
this guy'd be okay as well, David. I mean, Zach Frazier, once again, just
saying. The way he wears the eye black is very, right?
He's
it's
dog.
doggish. Yeah,
That's
right.
what he
It's
is.
very doggy-like.
I'll fight you to the ground.
Let's go to the podium, see what the Ravens do.
Dig it down.
With the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins, defensive back, Clemson.
Nate Wiggins, cornerback, Clemson.
Wiggins is one of the most sought-after corners in this draft for his elite speed, his instincts as a playmaker, and his scheme versatility. He's got the height, the length, and the ball skills to threaten receivers. He has the natural abilities to become a top-tier corner in the league, but one common knock on Wiggins is his inconsistent run defense. Scouts believe that's more of an effort issue than an ability issue. NFL comp, Jaguars corner Tyson Campbell.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, so that's the profile for Nate Wiggins. There is one corner who is off the board. We'll recap what's going on, and we will finish up the first round of the draft All of that with Luke Lipinski, Ron Wolfley, and me, Dave Burns, as our draft coverage continues here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Stay with us.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan, and you have taken care of so many of our listeners already. What should customers expect from Chapman BMW?
Yeah, Dan, you become part of the Chapman family, which means you're going to get a great experience, a family that's been serving the Valley for 57 years, and a family you can trust.
You're also going to get a great deal because my guy Shane is going to hook you up. You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Make the right choice for your home when it comes to windows and doors. For more than 20 years, the Window Depot has provided the best price and biggest inventory on in-stock windows and doors. The Window Depot is open to the public, so whether you're a homeowner or a contractor, you can shop the enormous warehouse. Browse the shelves with over 1,000 vinyl windows, interior and patio doors, and skylights in several varieties and sizes available to go home today. Shop thewindowdepot.com or find a location near you. The Window Depot. Best price, biggest inventory.
Is your AC unit ready for the Arizona summer? Get it ready with a tune-up from Parker & Sons. An AC tune-up will prolong the life of your AC system, save you money on your utility bills, and it will give you the peace of mind that your AC will be ready when you need it the most. So schedule that tune-up now. Call Parker at 602-2, then REPAIR. It's also Parker's 50th anniversary, and to celebrate, they are doing 50 acts of kindness. So nominate someone you know at parker50.com.
Arizona, you are on the clock. Make Bud Light your #1 draft pick while watching your Arizona Cardinals make their picks in this year's NFL Draft. Join the Red Sea on Thursday, April 25th for an official Draft Day party at the Great Lawn at State Farm Stadium. Arizona Sports will be broadcasting live from inside the BetMGM Sportsbook with your chance to win prizes and experience the excitement of Draft Day. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're tired of never-ending yard work and high water bills, upgrade with Turf Monsters for a beautiful yard year-round. In fact, the designers at Turf Monsters excel at turning your dreams into reality, from putting greens to fire pits, from barbecues to patios, and all military veterans and first responders get 10% off. Schedule a free estimate at turfmonsters.com or call 623-323-3900.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley.
And Luke Lipinski.
We're here to talk about one of the most important issues affecting our community. Every year, we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies, learn about important water safety tips, and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 62620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey, it's Vince Murata letting you know some of the best car deals in the Valley can be found at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. And if you know Earnhardt Ford the way I do as a 3-time customer, you know they've been a trusted name in Arizona for over 72 years. You can buy a 2023 Ford F-150 at an amazingly low 1.9% APR financing rate for 72 months, plus a no-charge 6-year, 100,000-mile Ford Protect Powertrain Care Package. That's Arizona's best truck with the best warranty coverage around. No bull F-150s named America's best-selling trucks. Earnhardt Ford is also offering 2023 Ford Escapes for 0% APR for 60 months, plus a no-charge 5-year, 60,000-mile Ford Protect service contract, or drive out a brand-new 2023 all-electric Mach-E at 0% financing for 72 months. All offers require approved credit. These offers end April 30th, 2024. And they're happening at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, online at earnhardtford.com.
Who's picking fourth? Arizona.
It feels like the NFL is back. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
All right, welcome back to our draft coverage, our midday show. Luke Lipinski, Ron Wolfley. Wolf, of course, the color analyst of the Arizona Cardinals, and we are burning the midnight oil on this one here on Arizona Sports. We really appreciate you staying with us throughout this first round. I've said it before. I will say it again. Today is my favorite day of the sports year. I love doing this. I love our draft show. I think it's one of the best things we do around here at Arizona Sports, and I just love it when we all kind of come together and do this. And the three of us now are taking this thing home. 2 picks left on the board. And then we're done with the first round. Doesn't mean we're done with the show because we are anticipating a visit from Cardinals GM Monty Ossenfort, and I would encourage you to stay around for that. Let's go to the podium, see what the 49ers are going to do.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
Pearsall flourished with the Gators and absolutely flashed at the Combine. He reached 42 inches on his vertical jump, which was in the 97th percentile of all participants. He's got great body control and the footwork necessary to make his routes look crisp and clean. He also knows it's important to catch with his hands, and he demonstrates that on the low passes, pulling them up off the grass and tight into his chest. One area that scouts could knock him for is that he's not a true burner. He's got speed, but he isn't explosive, which means that his technique has to be precise if he's to succeed at the next level. NFL comp, Texans wide receiver Robert Woods.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, 3 things for you guys. First and foremost, go Aztecs. Corona del Sol wide receiver Ricky Pearsall. Number 2, the second player in this year's draft who started his collegiate career at ASU and ended it somewhere else. Sorry, Luke, I just had to bring that up.
Appears to be a good path to the NFL. Start at ASU and then leave and end up in the first round. Thanks.
And then number 3, the Carolina Panthers have traded up to number 32. The Bills have traded out. The Bills have traded down for the second time this draft.
Wow.
And the Carolina Panthers, I believe, have moved up from the first pick in the second round. Yes, the first pick in the second round to the last pick in the first round.
You can move up. It doesn't mean you can draft C.J. Stroud. That ship has already sailed.
Okay,
here.
but
Sorry,
honestly,
Carolina.
why are they moving up into that? Okay, they want whoever this guy is. They want this player for the 5th year, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
For the 5th year.
Yes.
That's what they – now, who could that possibly be? That's very, very interesting right there, David. We're going to find out here momentarily, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. And, Aaron, yes, absolutely, if you need to, as we're just kind of coordinating all sorts of things behind the scenes here. So the Panthers have about 5 minutes on the clock. I said I would do this. I'm going to do this. First of all, any reaction to Ricky Pearsall, by the way? I
Yes.
skated right past that. Luke, both of you. Luke, wants to start with you because I know you're the ASU guy here.
I mean, he's a great player, and San Francisco's another one of those teams where you're like, do you really need another player? Like, don't you have enough at this point? But, I mean, I think he's a really good fit there for San Francisco.
Brandon Ayuk trade?
Well, right now.
That's what I'm wondering.
No,
right?
For me right now, I'm thinking to myself, man, that's a great 11 personnel package right there. You got George Kittle as your tight end. You got Christian McCaffrey as your back.
Jeez.
Okay, and now you got 3 wide receivers named Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, and a really good defense.
So what do you think? Is that pretty good right there?
That's pretty good.
Man, I'll tell you what, that is really, really good. And they also lead the league for the most part in 21 personnel, 12 personnel. They use a lot of power personnel groups, of course. Kyle Shanahan. I love watching the 49ers play because of that. They do everything. They get into 21 personnel. They get into the eye. They'll go ahead and run zone reads and RPOs. They'll do it all. I love watching them play because of their offensive scheme, but this gives them an 11 personnel package that is special.
The Bills have traded the 32nd pick and a 6th rounder to the Panthers for the first pick of the second round and a 5th rounder. So they basically moved up a round this year from the 6th to the 5th to drop one spot in the second. So the Bills went from the last pick of the first to the first pick of the second.
What could the Panthers possibly look at and say, I know they're not saying they're one player away, but what could they really look at and say, we have to get this player?
That's great. Who's the next quarterback?
I looked.
Did you look? Who would be the next
quarter?
One?
Spencer Rattler. That's
Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
Spencer Rattler.
Could you even imagine for a second?
Did the Arizona Cardinals do it? Yes, they did, as a matter of fact. Right?
They did.
Josh Rosen.
Yeah.
And then Kyler Murray.
They hadn't traded everything to take Rosen number 1 overall, though. That's.
Well,
I don't think Carolina can do that.
Saying, it's interesting.
It would be. That would be quite the way to cap off the first round.
All right. So, and once again, I feel compelled to repeat this now. With the Panthers pick in, we'll go to the podium as soon as it comes up. We are 3 picks away from the next Cardinals selection. This Panthers pick, the Bills, and then the Patriots. Both of those are tomorrow, and then the Arizona Cardinals. And I'll continue to beat this drum a little bit. Best available from Mel Kiper Jr., 2 of the next 3 players on his list are corners.
Wow.
One of them is Cooper DeJean. One of them is Kool-Aid McKinstry. Those are 2 of the 3 best available players.
Would it make any sense for Carolina to say we have to get a corner right now and we're going to trade up? I guess they didn't give up that much.
But they gave up a 5th and they got a 6th in exchange to move up 1 spot.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm compelled by what you guys had to say about the 5th-year option element to all of this and kind of what role that plays in how this is going to go down. We're going to find out because here comes the commissioner to the podium. Let's see who they want to have that 5th-year control of potentially. Let's go to the podium and find out.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legette, wide receiver, South Carolina.
Xavier Legette, wide receiver, South Carolina.
Legette is a physical receiver who can go up and fight corners for the ball. Scouts say he needs to work on his route running and sometimes can be a bit predictable. He did show some above-average speed at the combine when he ran a 4.39 40-yard dash. NFL comparison, former NFL receiver Kenny Britt.
This 2024 NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
7 wide receivers taken in the first round.
Wow. There it is.
7.
Wow.
7 wide receivers, 6 quarterbacks. All right, we're going to take a break, right? And then we're going to come back. Is that what we're doing, Aaron? Okay. We're going to take a break. Monty Austin Ford is speaking right now at Cardinals headquarters. I believe we're going to get him on the phone as soon as he's done talking to the reporters there. So when we come back, we'll probably have an opportunity to not put a bow on this necessarily, but certainly give some thoughts on the draft. So everybody kind of gather your thoughts on what we've seen now that the first round is done. And certainly we'll preview the second round as well, which starts tomorrow at 4 o'clock. So let's take time out. When we come back, our draft coverage continues. Ron Wolfley, Luke Lipinski, Dave Burns, burning the midnight oil with you. We thank you for staying with us here on our draft coverage on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. The basketball playoffs are here, hockey as well, and by the way, baseball's going too, and it's shaping up as a potentially great season here in the desert, so get to Twin Peaks. They have TVs everywhere. You can watch all the games at once. You don't have to miss a second of the action. Plus, they also have a really great menu, headlined by the wings and loaded fries, burgers, flatbreads, nachos, and more. Whatever you're looking for, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to age 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm with my really good friend, Dr. Roddy Rahimi, the co-founder of BackFit Health and Spine. You went to high school here. You graduated here. Everybody knows the name BackFit Health and Spine. You've got 10 locations in the Valley. You've been here for 22 years. What separates you from all these other pain management places?
Thanks, Gamble. I think the biggest thing with us is trying to make healthcare more accessible for people. People have options. We understand that. We want patients to be able to walk into one of our facilities, get exceptional care, care by multiple providers, whether it's the medical doctor, the chiropractor, the physical therapist, or whoever they need to get the answers that they deserve to have.
And what people may not understand is you take all major medical, correct?
We sure do. We take major medical, we take Medicare. If people get in auto accidents, we can help them there. Workman's injuries, we can help them there. There's a lot of things we can do to get them the answers they deserve.
BackFit can help you the way they've helped me. Text BACK to 620-620 to find out more and get a special offer. That's text BACK to 620-620.
Get back to what matters. Se habla español. Don't pay retail for your diamond engagement ring or gift. Come to CleanOrigin.com. Founded by a leading family in the diamond industry for more than a century, we're experts in lab-grown diamonds because that's all we do. Clean Origin, the only diamond jewelers who give you a 100-day, no questions asked return on your purchase. Head to CleanOrigin.com or one of our retail stores and mention code Radio10 for 10% off your purchase. That's CleanOrigin.com, code Radio10.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
I'd owned and driven everything that our Desert Ford dealers offer, and then I made the F-150, America's truck of authority, my daily driver. Paul Calvese here, and I tell you, I found out every day why the Ford F-Series has been America's best-selling line of trucks for 47 years running. Work time, play time, it's that combination of features where every detail matters, and now it gets better because on a 2023 Ford F-150, get 1.9% financing for 72 months, plus a no-charge 72-month, 100,000-mile Ford Protect powertrain care when you buy from our Desert Ford dealers. And if you're thinking SUV, check out the 2023 Ford Escape. Made for every day, but ready for your getaways. And right now, we can get 0% financing for 66 months on a Ford Credit FlexBuy plus $1,000 in FlexBuy cash and a no-charge 5-year, 60,000-mile Ford Protect premium care when you buy a new 2023 Ford Escape. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
Describe your perfect date.
It's a tough one. I'd have to say April 25th because it's not too hot, not too cold. All you need is a light jacket.
And because it's the first round of the NFL Draft. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Draft coverage presented by Bud Light. It's the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Special.
And the first round is complete as we welcome you back here to Arizona Sports and our concluding coverage of the first round of the NFL Draft, though we're not entirely done yet because we are hopeful to have a conversation with Cardinals GM Monty Austin-Fort on what many people are hailing as a very successful day in his second ever draft as the GM of the Cardinals. They are currently meeting, and I say they, he and Jonathan Gannon are currently meeting with the media right now at the Cardinals headquarters. But we believe we're going to have an opportunity to talk with Monty when they're done. So Dave Burns here, the Burns and Gambo Show. I am joined by Luke Lipinski and Ron Wolfley, our great duo in the middays from 10 until 2. And obviously there'll be a lot more reaction on the draft in your show tomorrow and a preview of round 2. But let's first of all talk about what the Arizona Cardinals did today. And we cannot undersell it enough. The Cardinals it's a very successful day when you walk out of this thing with Marvin Harrison Jr., the all-everything wide receiver from Ohio State, and Darius Robinson, a violent dog of a defensive lineman out of Missouri. I would imagine, Ron, that you are very excited about what the Cardinals did today. I know that's an easy setup, but I'm sure you are.
No, I really am. You know, once again, I don't get too high on rookies for the most part, David. You know this. I've seen so many rookies that had problems playing, okay, regardless of where they were drafted. Some of them just never made that adjustment to the NFL from college. So I'm very leery of this. Now, Marvin Harrison Jr. to me is I just don't see this guy ever having any issues making that transition from the college game to the pro game. And a lot of it has got to do with his dad. It's the one thing I do enjoy about this. I think his dad is a good influence on Marvin Harrison Jr. in regard to preparing him as well for the National Football League and how to make that mental adjustment from college to pro. So I don't worry too much about that. Once again, Darius Robinson, he's going to have to come in here and prove that he can be a dog at this level. Not just college, but at this level.
Luke?
I keep thinking back to the very start of the season when all the mock drafts before this season had even started had the Cardinals picking first and second and coming out of it with Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr., right? And it was like, boy, how great would that be? Well, now you look at what they got. They have essentially Kyler Murray, Darius Robinson, and Marvin Harrison Jr., and it's something Wolf and I know have talked a lot about on our show, but just how important it was that Kyler Murray played some games this season so that you weren't the team reaching for J.J. McCarthy with the 4th pick in the draft. Because he played, to me, that means there's no hesitation you can take Marvin Harrison Jr. It doesn't mean Kyler's going to the Hall of Fame. It doesn't mean he's going to be this quarterback of this team for the next 10 years, maybe. But you have a quarterback, and we saw how many teams basically panicked tonight because they had to have a quarterback.
Yeah, well, we're 6 in the first 12 picks, right?
Yeah.
Which I think is going to be – and we'll talk general NFL drafts here in a minute, but I think if we're going to do one general takeaway, that certainly would be one of them, the 6 quarterbacks taken in the top 12. Yeah, I think, look, this one, when we get Monty on, what I'm going to take away from this night was the contrasting styles and approaches that we've had from this now GM in his second year of drafting.
Yeah.
Last year it was – watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. I'm going to be here, and I'm going to go there, and I'm going to get this, I'm going to go that. I'm going to get these assets, and I'm still going to get the guy I want, and watch me just play three-dimensional chess while all of you are playing checkers. This year, I think we were all expecting something similar to that from Monty, where he was just going to be bouncing all around the board. He was going to use all this leverage and all this power they had. Nope. Sit back. I'm going to take the best non-quarterback available at number 4. And no, I'm not going to get all panicky at 27 and move around. I like this defensive lineman. I'm going to take him. Maybe he's wagering that the corners will still be there with that first pick in the second round. But it was a very stylistically, a very different approach for Monty this year than it was last year. Wolf seemed very content to just stay put. And as the cliche goes, let the draft come to him.
David, that might be your most brilliant observation tonight. I mean, honestly, right now, just the fact that you had a general manager, and in one draft, he blew the NFL away. When you think of last year's draft, he really did. What he did, moving down and then moving back up, getting a guy like Paris Johnson Jr., collecting all this draft capital, everybody was praising Monty Ossenfort, and rightfully so. That's a great observation. He came in here, and we're all thinking, you know what, he's going to do the same thing. Man, it makes a lot of sense that he's going to do the same thing, right? He's going to be given that opportunity, and that's exactly what he didn't do. I love that, man. That shows a little bit of restraint, a little bit of humility as well.
Well, just a willingness to adapt to your environment and not, be sort of typecast as this type of general manager or that type of general manager. Now,
yeah, but David, once again, I mean, to your point, you have to emphasize the fact that once you get praised for doing something like that, my goodness, you want to do the same thing to show people you are the wheeling, dealing general manager, and he did not.
Probably would have been easier this year. You would think.
With all the inventory they had, and the key word there, I think, is humility. Is the humility to say, I don't need to flex.
I don't need to do this.
I don't need to show anything off. I don't need to show you my powers here as a general manager. I'm just going to. Marvin Harrison Jr. is an unbelievable game-changing wide receiver. I'm not going to overthink this.
I love it.
I'm not going to overwork this.
And to your point on the being able to adjust, I'm sure when he made that trade with Houston last year, he wasn't expecting that first-round pick to be the 27th pick in the draft. Even if it wasn't going to be first, like people were saying, you're probably thinking top 10 pick there, and instead it's 27.
Look, and everybody thought that.
Yeah,
it was going to be a top 5 pick.
I got to think even Houston on some level was willing for it to be that when they made the trade because they knew that was at least possible.
Now, all that being said, I'm curious, and I don't know if we'll ever get the full Monty answer, but I am curious the level of temptation. Not so much at 4. I don't know if there was a lot of temptation at 4. I'm curious about the temptation about 27 with the corners, and was there a moment where, whether it's Graham Barton, whether it's Terrion Arnold, literally two players that we thought would be perfect fits for the Cardinals. One of them went at 24, one of them went at 26, and the Cardinals made their pick at 27. Certainly there was inventory for them to go get either one of those guys if they were convicted to do so, and they chose not to, and I wonder if there was any temptation for them to do that.
Well, you also, look at it, Cooper DeJean and Kool-Aid McKinstry right now. You figure either one of those guys would be a good fit for the Cardinals, you would think, right? Maybe they feel differently on one of them. That's two players. They're 3 picks away from their pick to start the second round. So if anybody that isn't a corner goes in those first 2 picks, they can still get a pretty good corner.
Yeah, the other thing, too, I really enjoy about Darius Robinson and that pick, once again, at number 27, the dog that he is right now. But never forget, guys, that edge rusher, too, can put an awful lot of pressure on an opposing quarterback if he's good at his job. Now, Darius Robinson has got to show us he can be good at his job at this level, a whole new level, the National Football League, the best level our species can generate, right? He's got to prove that he's able to do that right there. But if, in fact, he can do that, guys, now he's going to make your corners a whole lot better, too.
Yeah.
Whatever corner you have, he's going to make them better. And hopefully he'll be able to come in. There are a couple of positions where I think a rookie coming in can make an immediate impact, and the edge is one of them. Because you line them up and you say, go get him. Go get the quarterback.
That guy with the ball.
Even if it's situationally as opposed to run-down situation. Even if he's not a 3-down guy, you can line him up and say, hey, it's 3rd and 8, go get him.
I'm going to assume, and it doesn't mean I don't want to hear it, I'm going to assume I know the answer to Luke on this question, so I'm going to start with you, Wolf. Positionally speaking, is it corner tomorrow with that 3rd pick of the second round? Just in general.
Man, I'm thinking of Kool-Aid McKinstry actually being there at number 35 right now. Boy, that really gets me fired up because that's the corner I think he's got. He's got ability to be a really good corner in the National Football League, but now all of a sudden he's got a chip on his shoulder
for not being
the first rounder. For not being the first rounder. Not only that, Terrion Arnold, Terrion, right? This is what he's always heard. It was Terrion Arnold, of course. Well, now all of a sudden maybe he's got that chip in his heart, and if he does, that's only going to drive this competitor even more.
Luke, I don't want to assume corner.
I think it's got to be corner. The fact that it's such a need and that position is kind of untapped so far in this draft because it, in a weird way, and it is such a premium position, was almost like the overlooked position because you had the first 14 picks all being offensive players. You had the desperate run at quarterbacks. You had so many good receivers and so many good offensive linemen. I just think that's probably positionally the greatest value out there right now, and it's something you really need.
Again, not that it's the end-all, be-all, because it most certainly is not. It's just kind of what I've been using as a guide in general. Cooper DeJean, the number 1 player available going into the second round per Mel Kiper Jr. Jerzon Newton, defensive tackle out of Illinois, number 2. Kool-Aid McKinstry, the corner of Alabama, number 3. Mitchell, the wide receiver out of Texas, is 4. Ladd McConkey, the wide receiver out of Georgia, is 5.
Ooh.
Ennis.
Can I just say this right now?
Sure, yeah.
Honestly,
another wide receiver at 35?
Oh, my goodness. Honestly, right now, Ladd McConkey. Can you say line up in the slot? Can you say here it goes? Wes Welker? Here we go. Ladd McConkey. Once again, his feet are dynamic. We're talking about a guy you line up in the slot. Go ahead and put your nickel over him. Go ahead and do that. Let's see where this goes. Because he's going to win on a lot of choice routes, a lot of option routes. He's going to win on those routes a vast majority of the time because of his feet. And that's going to help a quarterback get the ball out quickly as well. Ladd McConkey, there's somebody, a little question mark right there. Put him on your radar.
A wide receiver would be a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
Well, I love the dodgeball reference here. Burnsy, look, there's quite a few. You mentioned Mitchell and McConkey. Keon Coleman's still out there. Troy Franklin is still out there. Malachi Corley's out there. Not so much maybe with those last couple guys at 35, but again, you've got 3 picks in the third round too, and maybe you could package them to move up later in the second if you needed to. I'll be honest, wide receiver is not even something I would have entertained the thought of, a second one, except they went into free agency kind of thin there, let Hollywood walk, and traded Rondale Moore. So they are in a position where it still would make sense.
Yeah, I mean, if they were to walk away with the best wide receiver and the 5th best wide receiver, 6th best wide receiver, it's –
And maybe the best slot receiver.
Yeah, right.
They're going to line them up right there and say, go have at it, bro.
The edge that I'm looking at Kuiper's list right now is Marshawn Nealon from Western Michigan. He's the 9th best prospects according to his, best available right now. If the Cardinals were to go there as well, there's also the Ennis Rackstraw, the corner out of Missouri, who's there. So there's going to be plenty of choices for them. And again, the Buffalo Bills have already shown a penchant to want to move down twice already in this draft.
Yeah, they don't want to pick, apparently.
Apparently they don't. They just want to collect 6th-round picks, 5th-round picks to keep moving down a couple.
That's a bold strategy.
What an odd – if we're just – kind of looking at general draft reaction, there's probably bigger reactions than the Bills. What an odd offseason for Buffalo to trade one of their top wide receivers to a conference rival in Houston, to trade a draft pick to the Chiefs, again, one of their conference rivals that you think they're competing for Super Bowls with and AFC titles with, all to just keep kind of slotting down in the dreads. It's a very odd approach for Buffalo.
They let Gabriel Davis go too, didn't they? I think he's –
I believe you are correct, yeah.
So it's just going to be Josh Allen, I guess, throwing to Josh Allen next year. I mean, there's a lot of good receivers. I'm assuming Buffalo is taking one here at some point. So maybe that helps push a corner down to the Cardinals.
Well, I mean, to your point, let's say Buffalo sticks at – They have to take a wide receiver at this point, don't they? They don't have any.
You do need them to play.
There's still a lot of good wide receivers that I think that are out there, and because of that, hang on to your butts here because I think it's not over, definitely. But man,
but if they did that, if they went wide receiver at 33, now there's 2 spots before the Cardinals pick, and there's 2 corners.
Yeah.
It's Kool-Aid McKinstry, and it's DeJean from Iowa.
Yeah.
I mean, you're almost rooting for the Bills to take a wide receiver at 33, so if you want, one of those corners will be there for the Cardinals at 35.
The Chiefs trade would make a little more sense because maybe they're not looking for a Xavier Worthy type receiver. They're looking for a different one. But what you said about them trading with one of their rivals and the team they're trying to catch and helping Kansas City, that part still remains.
There were, if we look at the first round in general, there were a few trades, obviously, of note. Vikings moving up a spot to get J.J. McCarthy. The Vikings moving up several spots to get Dallas Turner. That was kind of particularly bold. I would assume most of us would agree that the big eye-opening wow move today was the Atlanta Falcons taking Michael Penix Jr. At number 8 when they had just given Kirk Cousins $100 million guaranteed to be their quarterback. And I'm reading online that Kirk Cousins was very surprised. was very surprised.
Did he like that or no? Did they call him and did they ask him that?
I don't think he liked it very much from what I read on the old Twitter machine.
He's like the highest paid player in NFL history. He can probably deal with it.
Honestly, David, are you telling me the truth on that?
Yeah,
you're saying
I'm looking for the tweet.
Surprised.
I'm looking for the tweet. I think it came from Diana
Because,
Rossini.
Can I just say this right now? If you're an Atlanta Falcon fan, give me the torch. Where's the pitchfork and where's the torch? Because I'm marching on them, metaphorically speaking, of course, right now.
Here's the tweet from Diana Rossini from 2 hours ago. The Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. From what I learned, Cousins understood a quarterback would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told he's a bit stunned, let alone top 10.
Oh, my goodness. He's got to be right now. That is so bad. I mean, honestly, if you're an Atlanta Falcon fan, stop and think about it. You literally did this. You signed this guy to a 4-year contract, $180 million with $100 million guaranteed. He's thinking to himself, I'm going to be the quarterback here for at least the next 3 years.
You would think.
Definitely. And now all of a sudden you draft a guy at number 8. Your replacement right now at number 8 comes in. Man, I don't know what they're thinking down there. What are they doing?
Honestly, I mean, I hear what you're saying from the Kirk Cousins side of things.
Maybe this is why Belichick didn't go there.
They didn't want Belichick, and they now have 2 quarterbacks, and they used a very high draft pick and a lot of money. To me, the thing is, why would you pay Kirk Cousins if you knew you had the 8th pick already? Just go out and get Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson costs like, what, $1 million? Just go get him for a year. And then you can have your guy. It's very disconnected.
Yes, it does. It looks like there was no plan by the Atlanta Falcons, or at least 3 different people had input into the plan for the Atlanta Falcons. Unacceptable.
First defensive player was taken at 15 overall in Laitu Latu, the edge out of UCLA.
Wow.
This is from Adam Schefter 20 minutes ago. In all, there were a record 23 offensive players selected in the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft. 6 QBs, 7 wide receivers, 9 offensive linemen, and 1 tight end. I believe the record was 19 offensive players in the first round. I think all time there's been like 3 times in the NFL Draft where 19 offensive players have been taken. So not only did it set the new record, blew it away. Absolutely blew it away.
Wow.
The first 14 picks being offensive players is just unbelievable.
Yeah, and 6 of them being quarterbacks. What do you think about Bo Nix to the Broncos?
Yeah, that honestly, to me right there, Bo Nix, Sean Payton and Bo Nix, correct?
Yes.
I told you guys I thought Drew Brees was a good comp for Bo Nix. Now, Bo Nix is a little bit taller than Drew Brees. Drew Brees was 6 feet. I think Bo Nix is just under 6'2". I know they list him at 6'2", but I don't think he truly is a true 6'2". Having said that, a lot of similarities in how they read coverage and how they throw the ball as well, to me at least, just watching him play. I don't know, is that a coincidence that maybe Sean Payton watched this kid on tape and said, you know what, he is worth us taking him at number 12.
Schefter tweeted out, and again, this is a tweet that I bookmarked a couple of hours ago, not knowing when I would use it. But Schefter tweeted out when they took Bo Nix. Denver held a private workout with Bo Nix the day after his pro day. The night before the workout, the Broncos sent Nix 3 packets of offensive play installation. And the next morning, as they worked it in the classroom with Nix, he crushed it, according to a Broncos source. The Broncos then took Nix from the classroom to the field, watched him throw for an hour, and they were convinced he was the quarterback they wanted.
I'm very, I don't want to say surprised, but interested in how well it worked out for these teams that needed quarterbacks. Denver was so desperate for a quarterback, and they didn't trade up. Minnesota didn't really trade up. They traded up, 1 spot to be able to get J.J. McCarthy. A lot better than it looked maybe a couple weeks ago where they might have to trade up to 3 or 4. It's interesting. Yes, 6 quarterbacks went in the first 12 picks, but those were 5 quarterback-desperate teams, and Atlanta, and nobody knows what they're doing. So the fact that 5 quarterback-desperate teams got their guys without really having to trade anything that's interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, the Vikings, as you mentioned, just a minor move to get up 1 spot, probably just in case they were worried the Raiders, the Broncos were going to do something. But Caleb Williams 1, Jaden Daniels 2, Drake May 3, Michael Penix 8, J.J. McCarthy 10, Bo Nix 12. And those are your quarterbacks in this year's draft, with likely more to come, I would think. Spencer Rattler, probably the next quarterback. I don't know when that's going to happen, but probably the next quarterback to go, I would think.
Yeah, you're probably right about that, David. But for me, once again, one of the biggest questions, okay, we already talked about it, Michael Penix at number 8 right there with the Atlanta Falcons. Man, you got a lot of splaining to do on that one right there. Isn't that right? I would also say the Minnesota Vikings and what the Vikings did, going from 11 to number 10.
Yeah.
What happened there, man? What happened there? You're not just going to give up draft capital for the heck of just giving up capital so you can move up to number 10.
That's a great point, because if Denver is spinning it like Bo Nix was their guy that they won, we knew Bo Nix was the guy when we gave him these papers. Well, who else was supposed to trade up ahead of Minnesota?
The Raiders would be the only one I could think of. The Raiders would be at 13.
Yeah.
Maybe they'd have to be, all right, so it looks like, okay, we're good to go. Joining us right now here on our draft coverage on Arizona Sports, the flagship home of the Arizona Cardinals, the man of the hour, the general manager of the Cardinals, Monty Ossenfort, joins us here on Arizona Sports. Monty, welcome to the show. I got Wolf. I got Luke Lipinski. I'm Dave Burns from Burns & Gambo. Congratulations on what appears to be a very successful night. Thanks for your time.
Hey, guys. Thanks a lot. Thanks for making time for me. Exciting night for us as an organization. Feel like we've added two impact players, one on each side of the ball, and can't wait to get those guys here and get them started.
Monty, congratulations, man.
Wolf, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, buddy.
I miss our Friday calls, man.
I know, man. I'm really, really happy for you, Monty, that Marvin Harrison Jr. was there. What will he do specifically for this team, Monty?
Hey, listen, I think with Marvin, Marvin's got two jobs. It's get open and catch the ball, and I think he can do both those two things. And I think he's a unique guy. He's long, he's fast. He runs routes like a smaller man, and he's got really good ball skills. So, I think in the end he's going to have a chance to come in here and compete and carve himself out a role and help our offense and really be able to move the chains, catch touchdowns, make explosive plays. And I think we're just really excited to get him here, get him rolling, get him to learn the system and really utilize his skill set.
Monty, I'm assuming you guys got offers on number 4, and trading obviously worked really well for you guys last season. How difficult or challenging was it to just stay put at number 4 and take him?
Not difficult at all. I think we came in, I'd say for the better part of the last week. I felt like Marvin was our guy at number 4, and it was going to take something really big to get us off that pick. And so, we certainly had conversations. We did our due diligence. We waited we were ready for any opportunity that came our way, and ultimately the best thing for us as an organization was to add Marvin at number 4.
So the giant offer on the house never came. You and your wife don't have to move, like you were joking.
Yeah, Shannon can rest easy. We're not packing up, so we can lay our head down and sleep well tonight.
Tell Shannon we're glad that she doesn't have to worry about the house
we're all
sold.
happy. Yep.
I'm curious about the input that you got from the players on your roster. We saw the video from Kyler Murray that he posted rocking that cool old school Anquan Bolden jersey, celebrating.
I haven't seen that yet. I'll have to check that out.
He was watching it on TV, and he's rocking an old Anquan Bolden Cardinals jersey. He was very happy. Plus, you had Paris Johnson Jr. I know you were asked about it during your presser. What sort of input from one Ohio State Buckeye to another did you get from Paris on Marvin?
Yeah, I think ultimately all our players, especially our young players who, have been in the same locker room, been on the same field as these guys, we utilize all those players as resources. So we talked to all our players, and obviously they have great insight into what kind of people, what kind of teammates these guys are, these draft prospects. And so, Paris was a great resource for us just to ask about Marv and who he was as a person and as a worker and as a teammate. And Paris gave Marvin, not surprisingly, glowing reviews, and so that was a great resource that Paris was for us there. And there's our other players have also been resources on some players that we might get a chance to add tomorrow.
So, Monty, what do you think is the best attribute of Marvin Harrison Jr.? Because we've heard so many things about what this guy is and what he's all about. But when you as a scout, Monty, not as a general manager, but as a scout, when you scout Marvin Harrison Jr., what do you think his best attribute is?
Well, I don't want to repeat myself, Wolf, but I'm going to anyway. The guy gets open, and the guy's got elite ball skills to catch it, and that's ultimately what a receiver's job is. And I'd say the unique part of Marvin is just really his size. For Marvin to be able to run routes like he does, you would suspect that he was a smaller receiver. Usually those guys that can run routes and smooth in and out of breaks and be able to drop his weight and get out of his cuts, usually those guys come in smaller packages. And so, Marvin's unique, and he's shown it the last couple of years at Ohio State, and he's been a highly productive receiver at the top level of competition. And we feel like he can continue to produce and be effective at helping us become explosive on offense, and we can't wait to get him out there on the field for us.
Monty, I'm assuming you feel pretty good about the offense at this point with what you've been able to do. Not that it's ever a finished product, but I'm just wondering how much getting to see Kyler Murray in this offense for the second half of last season gave you insight as to what you would need and what you have with him, and kind of opened up doors for you in this draft and even beyond this draft.
Yeah, no, I think that was a huge part of what we were able to see. I mean, hey, listen, it was a challenge for Kyler last year to come off a major injury like he did, and then to have to adapt to a new offense without having the spring, without having training camp, without having half the season. And so, as he was working back both physically and then mentally, really hit his stride there, especially that last month of the season. So, I think we're really fired up to see him have a full off season of training and not an off season of rehab. And, really excited here in the next week or two to be able to get him out on the field with his teammates. And then as we get into OTAs with our new players and the players that have been here, just excited to build upon what we had there the last month of the season. And think there's a lot of good things ahead for our entire organization.
Monty Austin-Ford, our guest here on Arizona Sports in our draft coverage. Darius Robinson, in his interview after he got selected by you guys, used the magic word with Molly McGrath. He called himself a violent player, which he's speaking Jonathan Gannon's language, obviously. Tell me about kind of what you've added in him and what sort of presence defensively you think he brings to the table.
Yeah, Darius he's a unique player. He's one thing that'll stand out is just his sheer size and length, and really he has experience. So it's a unique guy in that. Really, last year, the 22 season, he played more interior, and then the 23 season, they had him drop some weight, and he played on the edge. So, one thing that stands out with him is really his versatility to play along the defensive line, and really we feel like he's a guy that can help us out on all three downs, that he can be effective as a run player. He brings pass rush ability both from the edge and from inside, and, on top of that, we think he's an A-plus football character type of guy, a guy who's going to put the team first, a guy who works, a guy who shows up every day. So, we feel really good about adding a player that we think can be disruptive on the defensive front, and a guy that's played at a high level in the SEC.
Monty, do you like a guy at number 35?
We're excited. We're excited. We think we'll be ready. We'll have all day to look at the board tomorrow, but we have some intriguing guys that are still on our board. And really, I think what ends up happening when you have a pick this high going into day two is other teams have all day to sit and look at their board. And I'm guessing that our phone is ringing pretty hot and heavy tomorrow as well. For teams looking to come up. So, we'll be ready. I know that we will be ready to take a strong player there at 35, and if a situation shows itself that makes sense for us, benefits the team, we won't hesitate to do that either.
Oh, hold on. Wolf's got to follow.
No, I was just going to say, you're pretty happy, aren't you?
Guys, draft night is exciting. It's intense. Our whole staff, whether it's scouts or coaches, but really it's a special night for scouts, and I'm excited that all this work that goes in, and really it's over a year in the making, and for us to go out and add two guys that we feel as strongly about it as we do about these two guys. It's an exciting night, and just exciting for our entire football program here, and so that was a long answer to say, I'm excited, guys.
Monty, I don't know. I mean, were you surprised at all that 6 of the first 12 picks were quarterbacks, and how much did that help you guys, because you don't need a quarterback, so maybe it pushed some players that you might need down to you?
Yeah, certainly, fellas. Yeah, certainly. That was a unique start to the draft. I mean, I think somebody had told me historic with not just the quarterbacks, but with the number of offensive players. And so, really it just starts to be a numbers game. We're counting numbers, and there's guys that we feel that we would be excited to pick at 27, and eventually some of those guys start getting picked. And so, you're counting numbers, and hey, we're 8 picks out, and there's 5 guys we like, and hey, we're 4 picks out, and there's 3 guys we like, and so it really just becomes a numbers game. And in the end, you're holding your breath a little bit that one of them makes it, and we're just fired up that one of them made it to us at 27.
Bonnie, congratulations again to you and the organization on the night. Thanks for the fun ride. We enjoyed every minute of it, watching it from afar. Good luck tomorrow and on Saturday as well, okay?
Hey, absolutely, guys. Buckle up. Hey, we're still going to get some more players tomorrow, so hang with us. We're fired up. We're excited, guys, so appreciate all your time.
Right on, Monty.
Monty Austin-Fort, general manager of the Arizona Cardinals, kind enough to join us in the moments after the conclusion of the first round of the draft. And that concludes our coverage of the NFL draft. It started 4.5 hours ago. 5 o'clock. 5.5 hours ago, if you consider we started our draft show at 4. So
Wolf started like 19 hours ago when he woke up ready for the draft. So
I think Wolf was ready for the draft somewhere around March 1st.
Yeah, probably, maybe even a little earlier. Yeah.
Scouting combine, maybe you were ready to go, I would imagine.
Yeah, pretty much, David.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He's ready for tomorrow.
I'm ready, yeah.
Ready for tomorrow too.
Where's the coffee?
All right, so let's say the game plan for tomorrow. Obviously, Bickley and Murata starting at 6 o'clock with all your drafts coverage, recapping the first round, looking ahead to the second round. You guys will be on at 10. Gambo and I will be on at straight up 2 o'clock. Live from the FanDuel Sportsbook at Footprint Center for tomorrow's Game 3 of the Suns and the Minnesota Timberwolves. So we got that going on tomorrow night as well. So stay with us tomorrow on behalf of everybody. I want to thank all of our technical crew behind the scenes, everybody who got the video working and the audio. Erin Maloney, obviously just working her butt off out here with us. Our crew back there in the studio, Mitch and Lauren and Jarrett Carlin and anybody else I might have forgotten, I apologize. Thank you to everybody who made this show go. We appreciate it. On behalf of everybody here at Arizona Sports, have a good night. Thanks for listening to our draft coverage here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and it's outdoor season in the Valley when you want to do everything you can outside